Oh, Maria, I have a question if you're not busy.
Yeah, sure. I'm not busy. What's up?
The other day I sent you an ICE text. Was it okay?
Oh, yeah. Let me take a look.
It was really hectic, and yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's perfect. You can include the number of the room in the text as well.
Okay, yeah.
In
That's a
case
good
there's
idea.
no staff available and they want to visit, they gotta find them somehow.
Yep, that's a good idea.
Other than that, great job.
Thank you.
Yeah. Hi, Velocity. How are you doing? Dispatch, Mark 131 going to N41.
Welcome to the shift.
Hello.
Hey.
After another shit
Thank
show.
you.
After another shit
Don't like
show.
hitting
After
cross, right?
another shit show.
Yeah, you know, maybe
I'm
don't hit
recapturing my
a
youth,
mountain
detective.
with a helicopter, Lucy.
I didn't see a
Oh,
mountain.
that's what happened. What do you mean you
And
didn't
then-
see a mountain?
And then
I was
also,
at the dead of night and fucking. Ugh.
it was a full moon, Lucy.
It was pitch
Was
black.
there a
I couldn't
co-pilot?
see. Yeah.
Yep.
An
It was an
initiate.
initiate. And 2 critical 47s that then had helicopter injuries.
Well, no, they were stable, but then they turned critical.
Okay, well, that's worse, Lucy. That's worse. Do you know that? Does that make sense? That's worse.
Oh shit! Wait, no, not even close. I hurt them. No, but it was an accident. You can't normally walk away from a helicopter accident, with nothing.
You might
You're
get
gonna some
sued.
scrapes. Oh god.
Yep.
Yeah. Yep.
Well, if you get sued by hobo court, I'm a hobo lawyer, so I can help.
Ooh.
At least I got hobo representation.
Is that in the same kingdom as the Spoon Kingdom, or is that a different one?
Apparently, I'm not allowed to practice law in San Andreas, only in the hobo kingdom. That's like underground.
Nice.
I need to be a
I'm
lawyer
a
in San
Spoon
Andreas.
Knight.
To do this
Maybe
thing
I
called
could be a
pass
bailiff.
bar license.
Truck's
Did you tow
downstairs.
the ambulance back?
Yep, it's down there.
Lovely, thank you. Lucy,
Hi, everyone.
Lucy,
Sorry, I'm
come
a
here.
little bit distracted.
Ah,
Upsy daisy.
Oh my god. And then after I was bringing
Come on, Lucy.
Terry's ambulance back
Come
after
on.
getting the fucking helicopter, it was a whole kerfuffle. Brought fucking Terry's ambulance
the
back and it
ambo.
blew up. Oh, fuck for that.
Park the ambo. Lucy. Lucy. Park the
right.
ambo.
I'm being stupid.
She has to get in
Sorry.
it first.
Yeah, I gotta get in it.
I mean, she was the last one in it.
No, I gotta get in it.
Has she been in another vehicle though?
I don't think so.
Valkyrie.
Oh, that's true. You did. Oop. Oop.
Whoa. Hey! You're tossing me around.
Do you not like that?
Quit being so tossable, Lucy.
All right.
That's right. I said
Lucy,
it.
stay focused. Let's go.
Get in the driver's
Uh-huh.
seat now.
Huh? What? Oh, okay,
She doesn't
okay,
need the
okay.
driver's
I'm on
seat,
it,
she
I'm on
just
it,
needs
I'm
to
on
be
it,
in
I'm on it.
She
Oh.
can get out and couldn't do it.
All right.
Oh yeah, she's got the keys.
I got pocket.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, park it. Yeah.
What was Terry's,
Alright, pull it back out.
what was Terry's ambulance?
79IY. I got it.
Okay. You know, when this is repaired, I'm gonna go fucking 10-7 for a little.
Uh-huh.
I need to fucking... I need a fucking can of Sprite and I need to sit the fuck down.
Hi, Maria.
Hi. Hey. You wouldn't happen to have any spare scarves? I lost mine.
I don't.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. You can go get some more.
Yeah, I'll go get some more.
Of course.
Oh, you're coming with?
Yeah, why not?
I thought you're busy with stuff here.
No, not really. This is mostly Lucy's responsibility.
Alright, well,
Well, it's all Lucy's responsibility, actually. I just wanted to make sure that that guy knew what he was doing.
alright. So, what did I miss today? Other
You
than the
missed,
helicopter stuff.
Yeah. Let's see. We're still no longer responding to calls at the mall. Because PD is not responding to calls at the mall. Although, you know, we can do a little drive-by. Callum was about to have an aneurysm, so he's off duty.
What else is new? Filthy gamer. All he does is just play
Yeah.
video games all day long now.
Yeah, imagine playing video games all day long.
I can't. I don't play video games. I just pray to my Dark Lord.
Yeah.
Hey,
Hello.
swell outfit.
Thank you.
Enjoy your purchase. Thanks for shopping with us.
There we go.
I finally
There's
have
only one
replacement
thing
cat ears.
missing.
What's missing?
I need cigarettes badly.
Oh. That's a good point.
Aww, enjoy your food. Enjoy your food, Velocity. I'm waiting for mine to arrive. It's mostly just snacks and energy drinks and normal drinks. So, on a personal note, how are you feeling?
I'm doing good. How are you
That's
doing?
good. I'm doing fine. Why would I be not doing fine?
I don't know.
Missed working a little bit, that's all.
Yeah. Did you have a good day off?
Oh, I just slept.
Oh, that makes sense. Did you have a good sleep?
No.
Oh.
Yeah, because you weren't there.
Oh, well, I was there for part of it.
Little bit. Little itty bitty bit.
Hello, I can do a special
Hello.
price just for you.
Smokes. Thank
All
you.
yours.
Oh my god, thank you for this stretch. Unknown. Yes, Riz.
Have a
Oh
nice
god, I
day.
miss nicotine so much.
Right?
Yeah.
Is there any chance I could hand you some scarves to carry? I wanted to get some water. Cause, yeah, you know what? Fuck it, I don't care actually.
Why do you need water?
For something to drink.
Oh, you drink water now?
Yeah, I always drink water. What do you mean? I also drink coffee.
Yeah, I was about
But-
to say, why not just get coffee?
Cause I have a feeling the vending machines are gonna be pretty low today.
Well, there's multiple, so... Alrighty, time to whip Sam's into shape.
Well, I think I'm doing a pretty decent job of making sure everything is going
Well, yeah,
okay.
but everyone's so distracted right now. I didn't hear
I'm
any
totally not
response to a
distracted.
call. But
What?
that's good. You being distracted would be really bad.
Well, it's just an initiate and Lucy. Oh yeah.
Hi.
175. Are you still 10-7? Yeah, 10-4. 117 from 196 Jack. Can you 25 of us in the garage, please?
Hi.
10-4. I'm gonna have him do radio comms.
Alright. Oops. I'm taking
I
mine.
pulled mine out first.
Don't care.
Okay.
Hi, Morgo. And hi, Stoic. Hello, everyone. Hello.
Oh.
Make room.
Yep. Sorry, I didn't yield to an emergency vehicle.
Yep. Everyone's got medical supplies.
I believe so.
Alrighty. Initiate comms time. What are we doing?
Dispatch, TAC Team 1 is 76 to latest 47 at LSI Airport.
Yep, now the only thing is missing is everyone responding. Good job. I'm gonna be a
Also,
little.
I don't have medkit or bandages on me. I guess I forgot to refill after last night.
Oh, big no. I can forgive you if you
Sorry.
just came from a call, but no going off duty without buying them. That leaves like a 12-hour gap between you using it and buying it. You know how much of a pain it is to find it through medical records? So if you don't want me to question you, you better get those as soon as you use them.
Okie doke. We'll do in the future.
Ooh, your first burrito. That's cool. Uh, I just ordered some snacks.
Dispatch, Tag Team 1 is 23 at latest 47 at LSI Airport.
Takmit on scene. What happened here?
Hey. I don't know, I fell days ago.
Oh, yeah, that
Yeah,
makes
just chilling
sense.
there.
Good morning,
Yeah, you
sunshine.
know.
The
What?
earth says hello.
Hey, thank you.
You're very
Thank you.
welcome.
Alright, what happened to you?
I don't know, I think I just fell, about,
Mhm.
what I say, about 5 days ago. So I've just been
Oh.
lying there.
Oh, I have a
been
feeling
lying
there's
here
no
for
injuries
5
left to
days.
treat. We just need to wake him up.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I'm just, I'm
Alright,
trying to
well,
make sure I don't lose my face,
Yeah, absolutely. Well, here's a nice pack for any bruising you
Thank
might
you.
have left in case you find anything. We're gonna treat you right here. Just give us a minute
Thank
to finish the
you.
paperwork.
Do we have
Yeah, you don't need to
identity?
do that. What's that?
Do we have an identity?
Yeah, I'm Paul. Paul Roche. Determined to terminate. Rockstar.
Yeah, can you show us an ID?
You can go in my pocket if you like. I've probably got one in there.
Okay. Is it in your pocket or in your wallet?
Oh, I don't carry a wallet. I don't believe in him.
Sorry, what?
I don't carry a wallet.
Oh, okay, cool. You should be able to just slash that out, you know?
Oh,
yeah,
yeah.
thank you. Yeah. Appreciate it.
Been here for
Yeah.
years and didn't know that.
Yeah, it's okay. Most people carry them in their wallets, and their wallets get
Yeah.
melted shut in explosions and never work again, and they get pissy
Oh,
about us going in the
damn.
pockets. But it's like, just carry it in an ID pocket. You have so many pockets in your pants, just have a designated
Yeah.
ID pocket. It's not that complicated.
It's not that complicated.
Patient injuries, insomnia.
You guys excited for tomorrow?
What do you mean? I
It's
mean,
Yeah.
Friday,
Fridays
it's the
are
weekend.
cool.
I'm excited for Friday.
Alrighty, paperwork all done. Let's get the
Thank
sleepy
you.
boy up.
Alright, up we go. Oh shit, sorry. Just adjusting you.
You
real
did
quick.
go up, and then you go down, and now you're going back up again. How exciting.
Yay.
What a way to wake up.
I'm just gonna try to wake you up here a little bit by just squeezing you a little bit, you know?
Yeah. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Here, let me,
Very
let me.
kind.
Ooh, you have a little bruise on your shoulder.
Yeah, here, let me just wrap you in this
Right,
little
do I?
bandage here.
Yeah, you must have fallen asleep real hard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't worry, it
I
happens.
didn't even know.
Yeah, there you go.
Thank you. Thank you. What the hell's going on there? All right,
I don't wanna
folks. Thank
know.
you so much. Thanks for doing the job.
Yeah, the
Thank
pleasure is
you.
all
For the
mine. Have a
greater
good night.
For the greater good, whatever that means.
Can I have that, can I have that med kit and bandage?
Love box.
Thank you.
One last call out.
Dispatch, Tag Team 1 is 76, back to Eclipse Medical, no 47.
Almost.
Perfect. What?
What do you mean perfect? We want to specify that the patient was treated on scene, because if we just say
yeah,
no
that's right.
47s, it leaves a lot of options. Was it a UTL? You know, was there taken from us, etc. So in this case, we'd
Gotcha.
say that the CNAT LSIA is code for patient treated on scene.
So it comes out now.
I mean, yeah, sure. I mean, there's nobody else, so
We-
you can do whatever you want on comms.
Dispatch Tag Team 1 is 76 to Eclipse Medical, no 47s, patient treated on scene.
Perfect. Just a little bit more context. When we are arriving at Eclipse, they don't need to know that patient was treated on scene. We're just letting them know that there's no 47s. Always gotta remember to give just enough context for everyone who's listening to know what's going on. So if you're arriving on a scene, we're just saying that we're arriving on a scene. If we're arriving on a scene and we don't see the patient, then we, you know, follow it up with code 6 so that they know we don't see the patient yet and we're gonna look for him. It's just those little
Yeah, that
things.
makes
Don't
sense.
worry, you'll get used to it.
Thank you.
You're doing amazing as it is. Don't worry about it. We're just here to help you get great at it.
Pretty good is not good enough. We aim for
Exactly.
great.
Also, normally... Actually, never mind. We treat on scene. We gotta go back to Eclipse to get supplies anyway. But if we didn't treat on scene, we all had our supplies and there were more people, we would probably just stay on patrol instead of going to Eclipse. Really? What do you mean? But she's not...
Dispatch Tag Team 1 is 23 at Eclipse Medical, no 47s.
Beautiful.
Thank you.
Don't thank me, I'm just being honest. You're the one that does a great job. Right, Chloe?
That's true. Hmm?
From PD.
Hey,
Go for TACMed.
no doubt.
We got a 47 on an intervention circuit just off of Speech Boulevard. Ricky tried to swim.
Grab an
the,
ambo, I'll be right
crowd.
back.
10-4, you said intervention circle?
Yes, just off of Speechy.
Hi.
Oh, intervention court. Yeah, we got it. Yeah, I'll be there.
Perfect, thank you.
Good, be scared of Maria Tough. She's supposed to be scary. Walk Tough is scary. Oh no.
Uh, 117196. No, 20 my last.
Yep, he was refueling as well.
Gotcha. Oh, yeah, that's right. He didn't have it. Alright, so it's the latest 52 request on intervention court. You wanna...
Dispatch Tag Team 1 is 76 to latest 52.
I think the least...
Sorry,
I
what
think
location?
Intervention court.
Intervention court.
Technically, you can also...
I think the
say
least
52
scary version
requests,
is...
like, just latest 52 requests.
no, the
and there's
least scary
none
version
there,
is
but,
just
you know,
human
wanna
Maria.
try to be
When
as
Maria is
accurate as
pretending
possible,
to be...
and it's good practice. What?
Yeah, you're not driving anymore today.
What do you mean? I'm gonna need to
I
drive
mean, what
at
I'm-
some point today.
Yeah. Not while you have me available. No, you won't. Or the initiate, for that matter. Yeah.
I'm good. I just got a little distracted.
Why do you keep getting distracted? We're so distracting.
You know. just
No,
thinking
I
about
don't.
stuff.
That's why I'm asking. What are you thinking about?
Don't worry about it.
Dispatch Tag Team 1
Uh-oh.
is 23 at latest 52 request by the canals.
Oh, this guy again.
It's TACMed. Hey.
Hello. This guy again, huh?
the same ambulance.
He fell into the water.
Yeah.
He
Well,
pushed
because-
me in the
because he-
water.
I did not.
He looks so wet.
Yes.
Yeah, he's pretty wet here. All right, let's just pat some back. Just cough it all up.
They already smacked me on the back a bunch.
Yeah, I know. Just
Hold on.
keep coughing, okay? Let me check. Let me check.
Find any of those tinfoil like blankets in the ambulance?
Hey, it looks like you've
Keep
kind of
going.
calmed
You
down.
have a great
Do you want us
voice.
to treat you here?
Thank you, man. I can be,
Oh. Are you kind of
You gotta get
feeling
deeper.
okay,
Get
or
deeper, more grabbing.
Yeah.
He's wet.
They hit me with a taser and pushed me in the water.
I see.
That one with the cool hair.
You guys have some serious issues.
You all want to speak.
Okay, you're just
All right, give me
making
just a
yourself
moment
seem normal
here.
right now.
Gonna do your paperwork.
He's
What was
just
your name
German.
again?
Ricky Kaniki.
That's right.
Ricky Kadek.
Ruba, I'ma kick you in the pee-pee.
Oh, the pee-pee. What is this?
So what's this about PD giving up on the state yesterday?
What do you mean you give up on the state?
I don't know. I heard some rumors about PD deciding to just give up and go go-karting.
Really?
Yeah.
Really, yeah.
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 And convincing Rangers to join. You know who didn't? TACMed.
Well, I hate to tell you, but a lot of TACMed also did that.
Alright, I'm firing all of them.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
There's no fun on duty. We're here to save the state,
No,
not have
they weren't on
fun.
duty. They went off duty.
Doesn't matter, should have stayed on.
I'm not on birth control, so you'll have to pull out.
What?
Hey, this is TACMed. How can he
She's not on
help?
birth control, by the way.
I need medical assistance.
Oh, where? What kind? What happened?
I'm 50 shots
pull-out
deep
game better
and
be
my
strong,
foot
man.
stuck on the gas.
What?
Oh, understood.
What?
Where are
You
you?
didn't
I-
hear what the lady said?
Have you tried pushing another foot on another
So
pedal?
you better pull out.
Oh,
I can't move my feet.
Oh, have you tried using your arms?
Shit have no lunch break.
Sorry, what?
We need a
What
shit
about
lunch break.
my
So is it
arms?
good or not?
Use the handbrake.
I'm working on it. Hold on.
Yes.
Oh.
Yeah. That's a nice cheat, isn't it?
Okay.
Hey, listen. We only have 5
Yeah.
minutes before the lunch
Just
break.
keep
so
holding
You
on
saved
to
my
it.
life.
You're welcome. Now
Oh.
call the police.
I got a
They're gonna
question.
arrest you. Yeah, go ahead.
What happened
4
to
minutes
the
to the lunch
elf?
break.
Did they
great
survive?
job, you Ricky.
No.
Yeah,
Idea.
Ricky.
Wait, really? No idea. Okay. The
Okay, Bert,
the
you're
blonde
getting
elf
not-
that
not
was
two
there,
towards,
Santa's helper.
RP.
Yeah, no idea.
Not two?
Anyway, love
Yes.
you.
Oh,
Take care.
man.
Merry Christmas.
I can't go that quick.
Oh, thank you,
Yes,
man.
Alright,
You
one
saved
more.
my life.
Alright, there's a guy 50
Okay,
shots deep
try.
driving around the state, I guess.
I mean, he's still technically your 95. So.
I know, I'm taking him. I wasn't handing him off to you.
No,
I
we
was saying I
cuffed him.
couldn't go Mark 2.
All right, there we go.
They said,
All
"Don't
done. Let's
suck
go. Let's
me,
go. Let's
old
go.
man."
Let's go.
I appreciate you all.
Run, dip, 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 dip. Come on, come on, come on, come on. My center. What the fuck is wrong with you?
All right, call us out.
Dispatch, TAC Team 1 is 76 to Eclipse Medical. No 47s treated on scene.
That sounded like I said no 47s were treated on scene. Is that okay?
Yeah, that's fine. I would typically
Yeah.
call out code 4, patient treated on scene.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess how you want to do it is the order of things that happened. So I would go say, dispatch, latest 52 request is code 4, patient treated on scene, 76 back to Eclipse. Right? Because we first
That makes
clear the
sense.
scene and then we're moving back to Eclipse. Or just staying
I
on
would
patrol.
also, yeah, I would also say that, but as long as the information gets there, you're okay. So-
Yeah, what you said is 100% fine. It's literally just nitpicking. But as we
Yeah,
said,
exactly.
we expect greatness, so we're gonna nitpick you.
Yes.
And
Yeah.
you're gonna take it.
That's completely valid.
No. All right, we survived.
Guess the ambulance is taking a break today.
Here's TACMate. Here's TACMate to take care of everything.
Hey, it's TACMed on
Hi.
scene.
Oh, hey, it's
Oh,
the
so what?
criminal with the legal guns.
Hi.
Hello.
So many pretty people at once. I don't know how to react. I feel very overwhelmed.
Oh, wow. Anyway, bye.
Okay, bye. I will stay safe. Don't get hurt.
Halo?
Don't stumble your toe.
I'll try not to.
Pewnie, pewnie. Tak, tak, tak.
I'll also try not to hit anybody next time.
I get very nervous around pretty woman.
Understandable.
You get nervous around pretty woman.
Oops.
Very understandable.
Are you sleepy? Hmm. Oops.
Grocery. Woo! Oh boy. Oh yeah, any Maria would love the go-karting, except for Maria Tough, which is what Maria was around at that time, so she was very much against it. Alright, let's get back. Donuts. That's pretty much it. I only got donuts? Really? Aww, motherfucker. Well, at least they have one. Energy drinks. Oh, why? Oh, that's right, because it's Halloween item, right? And everyone is losing it. Oh well, you just have to RP that you lost it and you're looking for it until you get it one day. It'll be fine. You know? Aww. No! Maria doesn't play music boxes often. She's mostly just attack man. No, Maria. Marionette. Maria is Stackmet. Look, this is Maria. This is Maria, the doll that dresses up as other people. This is Mariah, who pronounces it Maria with an H. That's just another doll. There was another one that died, and there's also another one played by someone else. But the OG Maria is Stackmet, and she's dressing up as other people. Oh. Smoking through the mask. What did I miss?
Dispatch 196 is 1041. Sorry, what do you mean?
What did I miss?
I just carried you up here. What do you mean?
Oh, okay. Sorry, I was real busy praying to the Dark Lord.
Oh, yeah. No, you looked pretty busy. I didn't want to interrupt you too much, but you just...
Yeah, shoves donut in the face. Oh. Ugh. Ugh. So good.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
I love eating donuts. More AI art, yay! Blech.
There's tacos in storage? Oh no, I did not remember to back up the characters. I'm gonna do it in a second. Somebody left a bunch of tacos in storage.
Are they good?
Yeah, they're good.
Ooh, exciting! Gimme, gimme, gimme!
Hi, Stinks. What? What did you say?
Oh, I said gimme, gimme, gimme! I love tacos.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they're
absolutely.
so wet.
Yeah, they're all like 2-day-old wet tacos. Desert.
Mm. Juicy tacos, juicy, juicy tacos. Are you sure you want to fly?
Yes. Why? Why not?
There's no
Why would I
helicopter.
not want to fly? I was gonna fly.
Yeah, you were, and now you aren't. Where's the call?
Close raspberry. Dispatch 196 plus 1 transitioning to Valkyrie 76 latest 47 Grand North Desert. to respond to dispatch?
Nope. I went off duty after the call came in.
Oh. Then why are you flying?
Because I can. Because I wanna. Because we
You're
both
still
like
on
flying.
duty? What do you mean?
Yeah, now I'm on duty. I went on duty after the call came in.
Oh, on duty. Okay.
After this call, I'm gonna go and back up all the characters. But basically, we're gonna be live for a very long time.
Dispatch Valkyrie 23, latest 47, Grants North Desert.
Oh wow, that's a loud one.
Yep. Hello? Oh, there you are.
Help me, I have lots of money.
Hello?
Oh.
You look like someone who has lots of money. Are you like
I
Mr. Monopoly or
do.
something?
Oh.
That's fine, we'll take it all. Do you have platinum insurance?
No, but I can pay for it.
Alright,
Oh,
well, here comes the medical
see if you
bills,
can pay
then
for it
platinum insurance.
Yeah, we'll see if you can pay for it after. What's your name?
Uriel Whitlock.
Gotcha. What happened to you, Mr. Whitlock?
I don't really recall. I remember kind of flying through the air and then.
Ew, that's what
And I
we're doing
was
right
on the
now.
ground. Yeah.
Alright. I'm just gonna do a quick concussion
Dispatch
test.
Valkyrie, 76 back eclipse, 147
Can
on
you give
critical.
me 3 letters, please?
3 letters. Okay. M for money. R for rich. And W for wealthy.
Got it. Can you give me 2 animals?
Animals. Tiger.
I don't want a tiger.
And
Give me something else.
a bear.
Where do you have a bear? I don't see a bear on you. You're lying.
Oh no.
Give us 2 animals now.
I don't have animals on me. I don't.
Oh, we should have just said so, silly.
Oh.
Can you also tell me what city we're in?
City. City of Fallen Angels.
No, the dad. What are you talking about? Actually, not the dad. The Saints.
Saints.
Yeah.
Yeah, Los Santos. What year is it?
1993.
Oh. Yeah, you might have a concussion, despite passing the rest of the test.
Or maybe he was just asleep since that long ago.
That's true. Do you remember what
I'm rich.
Oh.
Hi, Rich. I'm Maria. Marionette.
And I'm Chloe.
Valkyrie skids down. 23 eclipse. 147 non-critical. Oh, it's like actual Maria takes things literally, but it's also a joke for the concussion test. I always take things literally. Like, I ask people to name an animal, and they say bear, and I say, that's a stupid name for an animal. Come up with a better one. Oh yeah, I'm waiting for someone. It's a purple city, purple mountains. West Virginia. Mountain Mama.
Well, I just haven't had to use it yet. I need to buy it.
Take me home to the place I belong.
Alright, your total today is $23.97 for the helicopter and general treatment, and then you wanted to buy insurance, you said?
Yes,
Younger than the mountains, older
would you
than
like
the
platinum
trees.
insurance?
Country road,
Okay.
take me home to the place I belong.
Hello.
Hello there, darling.
West Virginia, mountain mama.
There you go. You are all good
Take
to
me
go.
home.
Congratulations on
Country
being a platinum insurance holder. If you would
road.
like, you can move to
Hi,
that over there.
darling.
It's
How are
way
you
more
doing?
comfy.
Hi, darling. It took until you said that for me to realise you weren't Lydia.
Oh,
Would
what do
you
you
like a glass of
mean? I'm just
champagne or a
me.
balloon to celebrate?
Oh, I know. No, I know. I know. I know. I just get
Right back.
confused sometimes.
Alright,
Hi, Lucy.
Hi all.
And hi, what's your name?
Hi, my name's James Kennedy, but my friends call me Jim. I'm a genius.
Oh,
book
hi,
detective.
James. Yes, no, I've heard the story. Yes, I'm the one that gave
Alright,
you those
here's your glass
bionic
of
legs.
champagne, and I'm gonna go get you a
That's
balloon,
you.
okay?
And that's
Do
me.
you want me to pour this in your
Yeah.
mouth for you, or do you want to do it
Yeah,
yourself?
that's us.
No, please. Pour it in my
Yay.
mouth. I'm ready.
Yeah,
Hi,
here you go.
Lucy.
Ready?
How are you feeling?
Okay.
Pour it in.
Eh.
You look stupid.
Oh, sorry, didn't mean to go that fast.
No, it's fine. It's fine.
Yeah, the mask with the shirt looks
She
really
does.
silly.
Really, going for it.
Stupid.
All right, another sip. Here
You
we
should
go.
wear the TACMED tub
Rich.
instead.
And I'm getting paid.
Doesn't that taste good?
You were better when you were a
Yeah,
cat.
exactly. It's
Yeah, I need my kitty years back.
No, you don't.
2016, It looks like.
Yes, excellent year.
All right. You're
Sam's
good.
for
Oh,
furries.
sorry. Let me get
Hey.
get your.
Why do
Here
you
you
wear
go.
them, but I
One
don't?
balloon.
What?
There
Why do
go.
you get to wear them, but I don't?
What do you mean? I'm not wearing anything.
I know you're secretly a fairy.
Ugh.
Lucy's seeing things.
Oh, what kind of things
Yeah.
is she seeing?
Cat ears on everyone.
Ah, yeah. Yeah.
Lucy, what kind of things are you seeing?
Ah. Eh.
Are you okay, Lucy?
Are they all right?
Eh.
I don't know. I think she's seeing something.
Mm.
Hmm.
Do you guys hear a cat or something?
Yeah, Lucy, stop making those noises.
Mm-hmm.
Citizens, someone has left the morgue open.
Uh-oh.
Was it you?
You're
What?
welcome.
You came out of the morgue, right? Oh, no, that's actual Lydia.
Crimson Kronk away.
Wow. What the heck? I sleep there as well.
Oh, do you?
Yeah. It's so cozy and cold. I love it.
Mm-hmm.
It's locked.
Oh.
That bitch.
Huh.
He lied. It was locked.
Just a telegram man.
Well, that man's a bad person. He has illegal weapons.
Merry Christmas.
I apologize.
You are
I
apologized.
came up here to grab snacks. I'm starving.
Oh no.
Okay.
Here, I got something better for you.
Wet taco.
What do you prefer, cock or tacos?
Tacos. Ooh, oh, nom nom nom. nom.
Yeah, enjoy them. Made
Thank
with
you
love.
so much. Oh, okay. I'm gonna savor each bite. Yum.
Yeah, you better.
Yum. Thank you. I appreciate you.
Pat's head. No. Like he said unlocked. He knows what unlocked means. He's just a little silly. Alright, well, I forgot. I gotta test some sex magic first.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
Yep.
Sex magic with the
Yep.
Dark Lord.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I'm still experimenting with it. Bear with me.
Have fun. clean your throat when she said that.
Is it okay to hate on Lydianet? J-Dub, you hate on everyone. How could you hate on Lydianet? That's literally the best TACMed, because it's half Maria, half Lydia, the two best people in TACMed. Don't you dare. You are not allowed. Alright, time to make a thingy-magic. So, first up, Maria. Lydianet. Easy. Paste that in. Perfect. Alright, what's next? Ah, yeah. Number 15. The last thing you want in your marionette is a Lydia god. Brittany Nat. Mariasov. What the fuck is Captain Crunch? Why did I make Captain Crunch? It's so fucking dumb. I was looking to make like a pirate character that it's like a fucking psychotic old man that just shoves cereal down people's throats. Anyway. Yeah, let's just play around with this one. Yeah, let's try our best to make Emmanuel. What would be her base? What looks the most like? I don't know, could we turn... I wish I could do American accents. Please let me. Ah, thank you for the hydrate. You know what that means? Energy drink. Oh yeah. Mm-mm. Yep. We're going on energy drinks and we're staying alive for, I don't know, probably over 24 hours at least. Ew, that's fun. Let me see if I can find a picture of. I mean, I would love to, but the issue is I cannot do like an American accent at all. That's kind of the issue, no? All right. I'm looking right now. Let's see. So bigger lips. Yeah, but I cannot look. I cannot talk like an American at all. How do you expect me to do an American accent? You know, that's kind of the issue.
We got a call. Let's go.
Oh wow, a conveniently placed call. You're getting chased, by the way. Just wanted you to know.
Wait, who's on this radio?
This is Tac 1.
What the fuck? I thought I was on 5. Never mind.
It's difficult to make. Yeah, Brach. It's difficult to make.
Dispatch, Tag Team 1 is 76 to the latest 47s at the mall.
No, it's not it. Maybe fashion. Like the fashion appears to be the closest one to her eyebrows, I think. It's a little close.
Dispatch, Tag Team 1 is 23 at the mall, latest 47s.
I think it's close enough.
Dispatch 041 going 1041.
Welcome on shift.
It's not sex with beavers, because it's kurwa is not kurwa does not mean actually fucking. Kurva means kurva actually means whore / bitch. But we use it as fuck in sentences. But if you call someone kurva, te kurvo, then you're saying you whore, you bitch. It's literally, it's whore, but it used as whore / bitch. Pierdolić means to fuck.
One 175 and 196 direct, where are you?
Yeah, this is a lot closer to actual Lydia. It's good. Good enough for me. What the fuck? Beavers mating season. LOL. Penguin, kurwa. It is so fucking random and funny to hear, I will give you that. Oh yeah, this is the fun stuff. Oh yeah, and this is the worst. This is the worst nightmare of. uh, Alumnet. God, this is adorable. I think I'll go for different eyes on this one. I mean, I will show up one day like that. Ooh, purple eyes are so cute with this outfit, I think. I think I might stick with. Oh yeah, these are gorgeous. Go with those. So many outfits for this bitch, and it's only my one character. Yeah, of course we need Leo as well.
Dispatch, Tag Team 1 is 76 to Eclipse Medical with 247s.
It's such a funny outfit, I love it.
1 is critical.
Just a yoke, just a yoke. We don't need to take Corey, we don't need older stuff, we don't need tactical. This is, fuck if I know what that is. Oh, that's, huh. Weird. Random, I don't know what that's about. She looks badass though. I guess normal marionette.
Dispatch, Tag Team 1 is 23 at Eclipse Medical with 2 criticals.
Alright, that's one character. Boop. Yeah, it's a bit too much. I'll fix it later. Aw. It is hard, Morgo. It is hard. It's fine. I know you love other mom more. It's fine. Tell her I said hi, and I'm glad she's not distracted anymore. Hehe. Liar. Liar, liar, pants on fire. Don't mind me having another donut, because I can. Donuts for breakfast? Fuck yeah. I'll never quit being toxic. Yes. Corn poop is the favorite one. Everyone knows that. Mm. Oh. Hmm. It's a command character select. Okay, well. Ah. Hmm. Huh. Well, I I don't remember when was the last time I played Annabelle, but clearly I was having some fun. Activate fishing mode. Oh, Jesus mode. No. F8 is for like 5M commands, but you can also put normal text commands in there. But character select is, you can just put in the chat box, literally just character select. And that's how you can switch characters without having to relog. You're welcome, honey. Delphine, kurwa! Hi! Hi, Lord of the Dragons. Welcome to character backup stream, which apparently has turned into Annabelle has drowned, I don't remember how. I guess so. Annabelle is not a dummy mommy! Annabelle just likes to play into whatever idea people have on her. Most people see her and assume she's a dummy mommy, therefore she acts like dummy mommy. Also, wow, it's the first time the timer looks so small. It's so fun to see. A timer without days, just hours. What do you mean? She whispers because her throat is fucked up. It's not her fault she cannot. She's only able to whisper, you know? So dramatic. Annabelle, quit being so fucking dramatic. Honestly.
Cornto OP would like to say Anna's bell.
Anna's bell! Anna's bell! Anna's bell! But I can do that. I can do that. I can do that for free. Free Anna's bell? Hell yeah. Wait, Katie? Katie calls this person? Katie calls this... oh yeah, right. Katie, right. That's true. I got mommy. God, I miss, fuck, I forgot the name. What was her name? Myrna. There you go, Myrna. Yeah. No, sorry, I just... Look, it's been so long since we've seen Katie on Purple RP. I miss Katie so much. We had such a nice thing going on. You wanna know the funniest part? I started supporting Myrna's shenanigans like weeks before I even knew that she's played by an admin, because I just love supporting people who just mess around in RP. And a lot of people assumed I was giving Katie special treatment, but literally everyone who came by the shop and asked for something silly, you know, to do crime or to do something silly, got it. So Goth Mommy became kind of like, you know, the devil of the state, giving everyone what they want. Also, hi! Katie Cat, how are you doing? I can do it, I can do it, I can do it, I can do it.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god!
Ooh, working on what, if you don't mind me asking? Sounds fun. God, that's a hot look. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, Morgo, look, it's fair. I'm not too memorable, right? Oh, yeah. No worry, I understand. It's just... I assumed you were doing, you know, video stuff, but just wanted to be sure. Whee! What do you mean, Morgo? Stop yelling at me. Weren't you supposed to go to mom number 2? Or is she mom number 1 now, huh? Is she mom number 1? She's probably mom number 1. No, me spanking, never. Never. Don't spank me, ooh. I'm the one that does the spanking here. And you'll better behave. Well, yeah, she made you mod first because I'm afraid of making people mods. Because I feel like, you know, I've never had a single mod. Look, you see how long I've been streaming for? I didn't have a mod before you. Ever. And not like I quote-unquote use you for any mod activities anyway, but it's just, you know, I'm used to just being alone. I don't want to, you know, give other people, you know, the responsibility to make them feel like they need to do something, because I'm fine, I can do this by myself. I ate a whole advent calendar. Yeah, I always ate the whole advent. You know what's my favorite gift? I love giving people advent calendars on Christmas Day. That's my thing. I love buying people advent calendars for Christmas. Because it's like, hey, it's just a cool chocolate box that you can eat. Why did you buy 10 advent calendars? Why would you do that? Also, apologies about being so loud, but I'm playing Annabelle, so my mic has to be boosted whenever I'm talking like this. So we could actually... I cannot do Annabelle's voice, that's not good. Hi, honey. How are you doing? Oh, that's adorable. Oh, that's why I ate a lot of sweets and they're stuck in my throat now. Yeah, whenever I was playing Annabelle, I couldn't eat anything. Sorry, there's no fishing and no watch time on this channel. I'm poor. Oh, wee!
He has a career in like voicing one of the voice packs of Worms in the future.
Blech.
Fucking hell, I lost my house fucking gambling.
That'd be really funny, actually.
good.
That makes sense.
Alright. No, sorry, I was asking the doctor though, but thank you, I appreciate it. On a scale of 1 to 10, how's your pain?
$3 for 10. Jesus Christ, I don't think they're good.
This protective clothing.
Gamble what? There's no points here, corn poop.
Well, you're good to go whenever
You're not on a professional streamer stream. Oh, look. What fucking timing. It's Edward. Hi, Edward. I miss you, you pessimistic
Sorry, you see me go
British
very
bitch.
British there.
Smells
Big
like
ankle. Smells
pear.
like pear. Okay. They're probably drowned.
Looks like the pear.
Transported by local doctors, I'm guessing.
Look, sounds like the
Let me just
pear.
have a look at all these notes on my left arm. What am I gonna do for someone who's drowned? Ooh, compressions. That's what I'm gonna do. Okay, I'm gonna start with compressions, and we're gonna put an O2 mask on you. While I'm doing this, local nurse, can you slash the ID out of this person's pocket? Ooh, we've got a natural doctor here. Hello, doctor.
Hello, I'm not on duty, I'm afraid.
Oh, okay. Annabelle Celestine, okay.
Oh, she's running for governor, I think. No, she
Not
ran
anymore.
For governor, that's what it was.
Okay, so
Is she dead?
put on a thermal blanket. Your lungs seem to be clear of water right now, so I'm just gonna start the invoice. You look okay. For a moment there, I thought
She
she was
looks
dead.
really pale.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna start applying some makeup to you. Ooh, actually, hold on. What if we call Lucy over? She managed to make you look red earlier.
Oh, she could put a couple. Oh, actually, I get what you're saying. That's funny. What?
That's different. That's different. That's different.
Okay.
Is it different?
Oh, good morning.
Hello, beautiful.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, don't thank me. I'm just being honest. What? If you don't mind me asking, what day of the week is it?
It is a Thursday.
That was a good week of drinking.
What did you just say?
You been drinking?
Yeah.
We just dealt with a drunk guy. He tried to stab someone and then got shot a bunch of times.
Oh, well.
You're not gonna do that, are you?
I don't know. Would I have a reason to defend myself against anyone here? I don't think so.
Okay.
What do you mean she's an alcoholic? Maybe she is. Details. Lydia needs those boots. Lydia needs those boots badly. Well, look, it's look.
I'll never say it again.
Okay, well,
Okay,
I
but
just finished
yeah,
up your invoice. Good news is, as local doctors had to deal with you, that means you don't get charged an ambulance fee.
Oh, I don't have platinum anymore.
You do. You do still have platinum, so
Ah,
you wouldn't
there
have
we
got
go.
charged anyways. Doesn't tell me until I click save, but yeah.
Ew,
So
that
you're all good
sounds
whenever you're feeling ready.
counterproductive. Shouldn't you be notified of insurance
There's a
status
bunch of small
before you
improvements
treat?
I'd like to see. I mean, I could look it up manually, but then like that's not on the same screen where I'm doing the invoice, you know. So,
You can't just
but it's
go
okay. It's
back.
all automated, so
Chloe, put it down. There's no ghost.
You know, usually on the computer, you can just press back and go back to what you were doing, right?
well, you can open a new tab, but it's a whole thing and it
Yeah,
automates
but
it for me. So if you've
can't
got
you just
platinum,
click
it
on
just
a
does it for me.
profile on the same tab?
No, it doesn't let you do that.
Are you sure?
Never mind, it lets you do that.
Yeah.
It's my third day.
Oh, it's okay. Don't worry about it.
How you feeling?
All right.
That's good.
I've been
Looking a little bit pale. So if you
Thank you,
follow
honey,
me,
I
I've
appreciate
got an
it.
idea. Hey, Lucy.
Ah.
Take a picture of absolutely nothing.
Lucy, can you help me with this patient? Earlier, you managed to make Chloe look a bit more red, and this patient's looking very pale.
Oh, okay.
Just hoping you can help bring some color to the cheeks, you know?
Hello, beautiful. Yes. Can I help you, darling?
This is.
See, I caught it on camera. I caught it on camera. Hold on.
Wait, sorry, what was your name?
Annabelle.
It's Annabelle.
Annabelle Celestine.
Oh, okay, sorry. Sorry, the bunny is giving me fun.
Oh, why?
Flashbacks.
Flashbacks to what?
What do you mean?
Got some bad
Sorry.
experience with bunnies. You want me to fix that?
Okay.
Are you a furry?
Alright. Wow. What a derogatory term. You know, I didn't choose
Oh,
my
wait.
father. My father just so happened to be a little bunny, and so am I.
Your dad was a bunny?
Well, still is. Only he's a
Oh.
little short king. I'm a little bit outgrown the family.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
Chloe, you've sent me a picture of a wall.
What?
Oh, looks like you have an out of patient. You
Chloe,
need to
I don't
take
see
care of.
anything. Oh, okay. So, what do you need help
Oh,
with?
I don't know. A gentleman over here called you over.
Hello.
Maybe you can help
What
me
happened?
with
Yeah, I'm just a
something.
little bit worried about how pale you look. You kind of look almost dead.
Yeah, what's your
And
name?
my colleague Lucy here was able to make Chloe
Gotcha,
over
you got
there
a
look
shot, I
a
assume,
lot
by the
more red
security guard over
earlier.
there.
So I was just wondering
Oh
whether you could do
no,
the
the
same thing.
reason
Oh,
why
okay. Who
the
shot
reason
you?
why I made Chloe go all blushy is because I just like pointed out the obvious that she was
Let's
in like
check
a
you for,
massive lesbian relationship with a
Let's check you
coworker.
for a...
I don't see
Shut the
how-
fuck up!
See?
Are you in a massive lesbian
ghosts.
relationship with a coworker?
Alright, let me just double check for exit wounds.
Come on, honey, be honest.
Oh, I was talking to you.
I was. Technically, still could be.
Okay.
I kind of fucked my my manager a lot at my mechanic shop.
Oh, did you get
Yeah.
that promotion?
What?
Well, no, some people do it for promotions.
Oh no, honey, I was the CEO.
Oh,
I don't have
okay.
managers. I have
I have
managers.
time to be one of those right now.
Is it Emmy with two?
So, can I help you with anything, darling?
Gotcha.
I don't know, my colleague just wanted to check if you would
Yeah, you're,
needed any
the
help.
doctor's gonna suture your...
I just told him how I did it.
Here and check for anything
Make him
vital
go
that
red.
gets hit, and then...
I don't know, why don't you
Assuming that
try
there's
and make me
nothing
go all
major
red?
else,
I'm
you're
sure
good
you
to go,
could
but
if you tried
try
hard
not to get
enough. You
shot
seem
again.
like a
It's
capable
a lot of
girl.
gunshot wounds.
Yeah, that's.
Huh?
You
wasn't
seem
planned, that's what
like a
Yeah, that makes
capable
sense.
girl. Yeah, let's ignore that in the background. I think I it the wrong way. Oh well, it wouldn't be the first time.
Huh?
You should be good
It's
to go
okay.
whenever
I
you
think
get
whenever
there.
someone makes a mistake, they deserve a
Distracted,
second
grabs
chance.
my chin gently. Hello.
Oh.
Let's focus.
Uh.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Weren't you supposed to make me blush, honey?
Uh-huh.
Well, you're
Oh,
not
wow, it's
trying
that
too
easy.
hard, are you? Well, I wouldn't say it's
Uh,
that
uh.
easy. Yes, I would, but don't tell it out loud.
Huh?
Hmm? Hmm? Hmm?
Uh-huh.
Yes, you whimpering little mess. What's wrong? Do you want me to stop? And there we go.
All right, time for medical treatment. Oh, she's squirmy.
No, I like them squirmy. There you go, honey.
I'm being kidnapped. Help.
Just in case.
Even with all these, I don't think I could take on a ghost though.
Thank you all. Appreciate you.
Have a wonderful day.
Actually,
Thank you. Bye bye.
I'm not done yet. Didn't I hear something mentioned about alcohol for platinum insurance?
Yeah,
we
you
got
want a
whiskey.
glass of champagne?
No, I want a bottle of champagne.
Oh, okay. Let me see what I can do.
Smooches on the forehead gently. Calm down, honey. Leaves a nice little black lipstick mark. Whoops.
Hi. Here you go. Here's a glass of champagne.
Thank you.
Bottle of champagne.
Not just that. Oh, that's vodka, not champagne. Even better. Thank you.
Oh no, it's champagne. It's just in a vodka bottle because we ran out.
Let my imagination flow, honey. I want vodka.
You want vodka? Okay, hold on.
Oh, well, that's lovely.
All right, here's the actual vodka.
Oh, God. Ooh.
There you go.
God, I love you all. Thank you. Well, I'm off to totally not drive because I'm a responsible adult.
Of course.
Would this count as a seizure?
What? Hey, Lucy, what's wrong? What's wrong, Lucy?
Clown. Scary looking clown. Scary looking clown. Scary looking clown. Scary looking clown.
Now that's just rude.
What?
Do I look like a clown?
No.
What the fuck? What are you talking about, Lucy?
No.
Can I just get in here
There
real
was
quick?
scary clown on
Yeah, of
me.
course.
What do you mean?
I'm seeing things.
Lucy, get a hold of yourself.
I mean, it's good if you can see things, because when you're blind, you might injure yourself. I should know.
Yeah, you should be able to see things. But there's no clowns here.
Don't mind my friend. He likes to come around and watch. He's harmless. Promise.
Okay.
Wait, who?
Who plays Lucy? They don't stream, so.
This always works on any.
Oh my.
There we go. Get a hold of yourself, Lucy.
On the clock.
Don't die of
God,
gay.
I love this.
Mm-hmm.
Struckmaster's SOP was specifically booty on duty allowed.
Oh.
Wow.
Do you own? What about Stroke Masters?
What about Struckmasters?
You said something about Stroke Masters.
Ah, yeah, I was the original owner.
Oh, that makes sense.
I have one last question, if anybody has the time, but you seem pretty preoccupied. And it seems like I could only make things worse here. And I'm very tempted to.
Do you? I mean, we're
Oh,
medical
this is Jimmy
professionals.
Kennedy, my friends call me Jim.
We end up making stuff worse. We can always fix it.
Oh, is that an invitation? I love invitations. Are we still seeing clowns, little one?
I'm not on dispatch, but I guess I didn't realize that you were calling
Oh,
through
then
dispatch.
aren't you just
'Cause
adorable
I got you on my
with
phone,
those
but I will
ears?
try
Can
and
I
get
pet
someone out to
you?
you as soon as
Come
possible,
on,
sir. So it's by
Lucy.
the docks by where? Sorry.
Please tell me I can pet
Are
you.
you still dying of gay?
Wait, are
Okay,
those cat
thank you.
ears?
I'll see you as soon as I can.
What?
Are those cat ears?
Bye.
I don't know what you're talking about.
God,
I just
hate
got a
cats.
call which I didn't realize was from
Oh.
dispatch.
Yeah, cats
There
are
was
those
someone in my
cat.
phone.
Oh. Stairs down. Ugh. No, I don't think Lucy was ever in the chat. I don't think Lucy watches streams. The player. Oh yeah, I almost fucking forgot. Annabelle hates cats, and you wanna know the funniest part? Annabelle is part cat because her dad is married. Her dad is a bunny DJ dude, and he's married to a cat DJ dude. So Annabelle is technically half cat, but she hates cats. And we don't need. Oh. Hmm. What a day.
Oh my god.
Oh, that's a pretty car.
I made it. Thank you. I lost my bumper.
Now, where is my car? That's the question. I'll probably check it here.
I don't want to.
How many outfits should I back up for Annabelle? Probably not a lot. I love making Annabelle outfits on the spot, so I'll just back up the main body. Oh yeah, I forgot, and I gotta get the full names and the date of births as well, because I'm obviously keeping them consistent. Wee, I love this car. This car is fucking fun. What is it? Scout Classic? Hey, I was bitching about it earlier, but it's actually pretty fun to drive. Oof. Oh yeah, and I think I saw the dev working on clothing, so there's gonna be some more clothing, I'm assuming, in 1.0, or early in 1.0. There's gonna be new clothing added soon. But yeah, some old hairstyles would be really nice.
How's it going?
Ah, beautiful.
Of course. Oh yeah.
Ew, all this time I was driving without shaders on? How dare I? No wonder it was so smooth. Dude, actually, how much money do we have left? 220,000. Oh yeah. Why would we close the roof when it's raining? We're alone. Annabelle loves rain and getting wet. Hehe. Let's take a look if we could get Annabelle's second favorite car. Other than their Rolls Royce.
Hey. Yeah, sure.
Aw, they don't have it. Oh well.
Hey man, don't be a fucktard if you can't back it up.
But we hungry. It's okay. It happens. Whoopsie daisy. Just a scratch, that's fine. Oh. I forgot my way around the town real quick. Oh well. Just driving here to buy cars. Lol.
Watcha? Now that's a nice car.
Ew. Ugly.
I'll take that one.
Ugh.
I'll take that one there.
I'm tempted.
Maybe there is a god.
They don't have my car. Oh well. I guess Annabelle is not buying a car. Something wrong here?
No, everything's fine. Everything's
Oh.
absolutely fine. Our sister just got her face burned off, but she's okay.
Alright. I mean, it's raining. Surely it's okay.
I like your car.
Thank you. My car likes you as well. Like, you'd probably look very nice in it.
But
what?
She's thinking about faking her own death.
Okay, just
Get
tell
out of
random
a-
strangers.
to get out of a marriage.
No, well.
Oh shit. Oh, he's bloody
Strangers.
Shit.
Oh, okay,
Right.
bye. Damn, she really didn't want to talk to us.
She's so cool.
I'm just kidding.
You're so cool.
What do you mean, honey? You're so cool.
I don't think we've met. Have we met? Oh, hi, Chloe.
I don't think we have, man.
Yes, I'm
Annabelle
with Chloe.
Celestine.
Mentally. I am with Courtney. Yes, I can hear the helicopter. Pretty much, yes. It's all right. It's all right. I see ya. I see ya. You're at the right place. Just want to drop down now. Yeah, that's it. That's it. That's it. All right, darling. All right. Sorry, darling. What's your name?
Annabelle Celestine.
Annabelle.
Pleasure
Have we
mine,
met
honey.
Annabelle?
I don't know. Have we met? If not,
I
it's a
feel
crime.
did you run for mayor? Not mayor, governor, like
yes, I did.
before, ages
Yes,
ago?
I did.
Yes, I recall because I think my sisters, Bobby and Courtney, had met you before, and they said you were
Bertha, do you have her
crazy.
nose?
Really?
Her nose is on, upside down.
Her nose is on her face.
Me crazy? That's preposterous.
No, you seem lovely. I think we could be friends.
No, I think we could be more than friends.
I do as well.
Good.
Doesn't
Alright, well,
matter.
I'm off to do my own thing. You all take care.
Okay, darling. All right,
Your
darling. You
sister
take
is
care.
fine
Kisses.
unless she doesn't want to be
Thank
fine.
you. She'll be all right. Don't you worry, darling.
Good.
Mwah. Love you
Mwah.
already.
Love you more.
What a diva.
Ka-ching, ka-ching, dun, 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 ka-ching, ka-ching, ka-ching. Oh, I forgot how slidey and boaty this car is, but I love it nevertheless. Oof. Well, the question is, can I actually close down the windows so it looks like the windows are up for me as well? I guess I'm stuck without windows locally for me until I park it. It's fine. H2 amazing! Thank you so much for the follow!
I'm not entirely sure.
Hello, hello, hello. We're doing a little bit of a backup. I'm going through all my characters and, you know, backing them up. But obviously, I spawn in on Annabelle, fucking dead. So, yeah. Had a little fun interacting with the hospital staff, which is, funnily enough, the hospital is like the surest way to get interactions now. So I feel bad because on any character I log in, I eventually end up interacting with people at the hospital, and it feels like I'm just, you know, RPing with the same group of people. But the sad news is, hospital is where the most RP happens, especially in this time where no one else is playing the server, and the hospital is really the only, you know, consistent place when RPers are. So I unironically interact on all of my characters with people at the hospital. So it feels like I'm just hanging out with the same crew, but that's not it. I just so happen to be working at the hospital as well. Ooh, and you know what we can listen to instead of this? Oh yeah, it's that time. Yeah, and it's not like a hotspot like the mall where people just hang out. It's just a place where you eventually end up if you're actually role playing, because of all this stuff. And it's just fun because people at the hospital are actually role players, and it's fun. Let's turn up the hard bass a little bit. There we go. Oh yeah, this thing. This is a fucking class 7, but I cannot go up this hill because it's just... Yep. Well, you know, I work at the hospital, right? So it makes sense that you'd see me the most at the hospital. That's like, you know, seeing a PD officer on duty the most, because their main is a PD officer. But it's just so happens that... Oh. Where is the typo? Oh my god. Can you believe I set that up, what is it? Fucking 7, 8, 9 months ago, and no one until this time pointed it out? Of course it's not on purpose, I'm just an idiot. Yeah, I know. I fucking saw it just now. Purple? No. Ooh, Gemini. Oh, I miss the Gemini twins. Oh, such a good time. Nah, it doesn't work. 1? Oof, no. No, that's a look. It's been a while. Neth. Eris. Oh god, Eris. That was such a long time ago. I miss Eris. Sag. Yeah, I think we'll go with this one as the basic outfit. This is cute. Lol. Oh wait, hold on. Are the eyes fucked up on that one? The eyes are fucked up on that one. I need to fix it. There we go. Nope. Narcotic class. Alright, what's next? Am I keeping Orion? Maybe I should keep Orion. Oh yeah, laundry days suck. I can relate. Alright, let's go, GG Crimson. Yeah, just don't wear clothes. What is this? Weird. Alright, what do you want? Alright, so this is Crazy Judy. Crazy Judy. Oh, that's understandable. I live in a basement and I have always my window open right now, even though it's winter, because my, you know, my PC heats up so much. I have a 3090, so it's killing my, it's killing with the heat. Crazy Judy. Yeah, if you're ever looking for a heater, I'm like insanely warm all the time. That's how all of my exes used me. I was basically a personal heater. Only enough, even before I got a 3090, there was no need for heating in our small apartment, because whenever I was in the apartment, the temperature rose by a few degrees itself. So it's funny, like you could literally watch the thermometer, and as soon as I left, like 3 or 4 degrees, it went down. It was crazy. But I'm also, you know. Alright, got this. Yep. What are you wearing? Yeah, sure, that works. Or maybe that? Nah. There we go. There we go, that's Judy backed up. Oh wait, no, I fucked up. Hold on. We don't want the tail. There we go. Perfect. Judy joining the Saints would be funny because she's already wearing all white. Look at you pretty with all those freckles. Alright, so you got that. Time for next character. I mean, I would love any of my characters to join the Saints, right? I have Judy, but the thing is, yeah, I was gonna say Judy's probably gonna go the legal path again after wipe, go back to towing. So she would be more like, she would be more sane. But Judy loves helping people, so you know, there's that. Then there's Bunny. I'm definitely keeping Bunny as my extreme criminal. No, Judy is not crazy. Judy is not crazy anymore. It was just a you just met her in the wrong time. She went through the whole thing to become not crazy, and then the stuff with Trucky made her slowly go crazy again, but since that never went anywhere, I've decided to drop it, and we're going back to Judy how she was post therapy after her DID was treated. Yeah, that was crazy, Judy. That was crazy, Judy. Night at prison. This is normal Judy. Okay, Bunny bottom time. Oh, well that's... Why would I log out like this in the middle of nowhere? God, I love Bunny. I love the way he fucking looks. It's just a perfect character. Totally not a self-insert. Never. Nuh-uh. Alright, there we go. That's Bunny's outfit. God, I love this outfit so much. It's so cute. Alright. Rob. Hell yeah. One day we'll be a cop. One day. dumb outfit. I'd say this is all we need. This is the basic Bob. Basic Robocop outfit. Hello, how are you doing? I love Rob. Do I keep Orion? That's a good question. Could, technically. But I don't think I will. Penelope. Let's... I guess let me back up all of the dates. So I remember who's from when. Yeah, sure. Let's back up my first ever character on purple as well. Why are you wearing cat ears? Oh yeah, because first day on the server I saw you can buy cat ears, so I bought cat ears. Ah, Penelope, your face looks so fucked up, as always. But it's... you're not looking like yourself. Is there a hairstyle that looks more like you these days, or still a no? Nah, Penelope's not a furry. I really fucked up how she looks like. There's not really a hairstyle that screams Penelope Inc. anymore on this server. I guess this is close. This looks like Penelope's OG hair, but unbraided. Yeah, I could go with that. Oh yeah, this is actually perfect. Yeah, let's go with that. Question is, could we adjust the face a little bit? Hmm. Yeah, sure, it's close enough for you could also go for these eyes. Yeah, let's go for these eyes. Let's go for something that screams a bit more her.
Name is Penelope. Penelope Ing. You can call me Pink for short.
God, I forgot how to do Penelope. It's been a while. She's a sporty type bitch, which means, I mean, this could work, but I think there's a better one. Okay, I want white ones. Oh yeah, this is perfect. And then it has to be all white because that's all Penelope wears. I mean, that could work. Ooh, that's even better. And then shoes. Totally not obsessed with the leg warmers. Totally not. Yeah, that looks like Penelope. I guess the eyes are a little bit too much. But her face is fucked up like it's supposed to be good. We might become a ranger again. On Penelope. Why not? We can do like a shift or two a week. Why not? You know? And also Penelope is very similar to Amy. Yeah, I think we'll do that. I think we'll bring Penelope back in and try to get higher as rangers again. Bum bum ba-dum, bum bum ba-da ba-da bum bum ba-dum, bum bum ba-dum. Yeah, like Penelope is the most innocent, the most good-hearted person you can imagine. Like Penelope's thing is that she wants to help people, and like she's the type of person that would get robbed and then, you know, plead the officers not to press charges because obviously the person who robbed her needed the things she had more than she did. And she always gives everyone everything for free. Like her whole thing on Onyx when I used to play her was that she was a taxi driver at first, who would give, you know, free rides to everyone, plus would give free food away to people, which was a huge thing. Food on Onyx was extremely expensive and people were really desperate for it. So the fact that she gave both free rides as a taxi driver, which on Onyx taxi was a big thing, unlike on Purple, So you know, she gave free rides and free food. Everyone in the whole state knew Penelope, and then Penelope got hired as a DOC guard. That was my first ever government job, and the first ever I did before, you know, getting banned on Onyx anyway, and coming to Purple. So, you know, Penelope, already loved by the whole state, became a DOC guard, and, you know, then she got even tighter with all the inmates because, you know, criminals love DOC. Yeah, I got banned on Onyx. It wasn't like it wasn't like a rule break or anything like that. It was just they didn't like my style of RP, so yeah. Basically, one day they just, let's just say one day after someone didn't like the interaction they got with me, I got hit with like 12 different tickets altogether. That basically ended with me getting tossed off, and it's fine. Hey, that's the best thing that ever happened to me, because despite me loving role players on Onyx, they are amazing. I'm gonna be blunt. Onyx is not a place for me. Totally. While I do love the role players that Onyx breeds, I did not enjoy the server and the staff on there. So I'm, funnily enough, getting banned from Onyx is the best thing that happened to me, because if I didn't get banned on Onyx, I would have never applied for Purple, which means I would never be here. So, hey, you know, silver lining, right? Funnily enough, I'm like, looking back at all the fucking days I spent crying about it, because obviously it wasn't a straight up decision. They gave me like a day or two to defend myself, etc., which was pointless anyway, because I never could have defended a single ticket of mine. Which is another thing on Purple that's lovely. I got like 2 or 3 reports made against me on Purple, and funnily enough, I just explained away and I didn't get in trouble. It's almost like there's context to situations. One of them was the whole ordeal with the flamethrower. That was the whole ordeal with the flamethrower. I got in trouble because I did /me. There's no flamethrower in the... whatchamacallit? There's no flamethrower in the... yeah, I know. You know how lockers at Sam's work, right? They're personal, so you have to /me, you know, if other people are checking in. So I did /me. There's no flamethrower in the locker, and there's no flamethrower in the locker number 2. The thing that I did was because they specifically were told by the Underseer of TACMED that all of us have 3 lockers, and then for some reason they must have misheard, and then Wrangler and fuck, what's her name? Wrangler Ham came in to check those lockers, and they only told me to show 2 for some reason. They must have misheard Randy saying 3, and they told me to check 2. So I was like, oh my god, I'm getting scot-free, right? Because I was ready to, you know, give up the flamethrower and admit to it. But since they said 2, I just said, well, Maria is not dumb. She's gonna show the 2 lockers that there's no flamethrower in, right? And keep the others a secret. So that's what I did. The only issue is, after the fact, I realized that I forgot in which locker I put the flamethrower in. So I technically, you know, did /me no flamethrower in quote-unquote this locker, but the truth is, there was a flamethrower in this locker. The other one didn't have a flamethrower. So yeah, I didn't get in trouble because they understood, like, you know, there's 3 random lockers, right, on each side, and I just I totally went with the RP, you know, until they messed up the number of how many they wanted to check, which was entirely on them. So I was very much fine to, you know, play it the way I did. I just literally just messed up forgetting in which locker I put the flamethrower in. So thankfully that was all right. Yeah. So something like that will get me banned on Onyx. Doing the same thing. But on Onyx, it was more so just, ooh, why did your crim not give up? Like, for example, I was playing a crazy crim who kept...
Hi.
Hello. How are you doing?
I'm not too bad.
Ooh,
Hey, do
that's
you have any
fun.
money that I can buy ammo with?
Yeah, what do you need ammo for?
To defend myself?
Yeah, I don't have a lot, but there you go. Is that enough? I hope so.
Yeah, I only need like $200.
Ah, gotcha. Yep, defending yourself is very important.
And-
Thank you.
And hey, I don't know if you have a shotgun, but there you go.
I don't think those are legal.
Ammunition's not illegal.
But why would I need ammunition for a gun that's illegal?
I don't know. You could sell it.
No, you can keep it. It's fine. Why would I
Alright.
sell something? I'm.
The ammo's not illegal to have.
Yeah, but it's for a gun that's illegal, so you know it's kind of supporting illegal practices.
Merry Christmas.
Hello, Merry Christmas.
Hey.
Skin. Outfit.
Fit. Fit. Get it? Because it's a fit. It's an outfit. That's fit. What is this? Ooh. It's the OG. Nah, I like this one more. New clipboard. Penelope Ink.
My name's Penelope Ink. You can call me Pink for short.
That's the thing I always forget to do. Now on Penelope, you know, I have the giggles on Maria. And on Penelope, I had the thing of, you know, ending every sentence with think I'll ever make a lawyer? Yes, Annabelle is gonna go for the DA's office now. I mean, she's gonna eventually aim for, you know, a judge, but I definitely don't have enough experience for that. Like, I would like Annabelle to become a judge, eventually, but I haven't RP'd a lot of law RP because of, you know, my only real law experience in RP was from a shitty public server where I did a lot and I was very good at it, but yeah, it still wasn't, you know, a good learning experience. So I'm more than happy to stay, you know, as a lawyer for a very long time and learn a lot. I'm very excited. Plus, Annabelle is a very, very difficult character to get somewhere because of the voice. A lot of people hate the whispering voice. That's why I'm struggling, but I'm sticking with it. I'm never giving Annabelle a normal voice, because that's the whole point of that character. She is supposed to have a fucked up voice from the massive injury she sustained in service, and I'm not gonna just give her a surgery to make her sound normal. She's gonna be whispering till the day she fucking dies. So yes. Well, yeah. She won't be a public lawyer. She would normally be a public lawyer. But based on all the stuff happening with the DA's office, etc., she's more interested in becoming a paralegal and then ADA, and eventually a DA. So yes, I'm planning to come back to the law RP after the wipe with Annabelle. That was my thing, right? I was going to say if I don't win governorship, I'm gonna go for something in the DOJ, because that's normally where like business owner and DOJ is where that character is supposed to be. So I'm gonna go for both after the wipe. I'm gonna try to get another mechanic shop, which I probably won't, because everyone and their grandma will be grinding money after the wipe, which I won't be doing. So there's no way I'm gonna be getting a mechanic shop on Annabelle like I did in early. But yeah, we need a strong DOJ. And we need people who are passionate. I'm very passionate about the law stuff. So I will be sitting there for hours doing stuff. Oh yeah, I mean, it's improving, but there's always yeah, it's good that we have some sort of leadership, because I'm pretty sure there was no leadership before that, right? It was just the DOJ left to do, whatever, and no one really there was no really, figure at the top. Which is funny, because I remember the day Dan got hired. It was not that long ago. Yeah. People are gonna grind money and crim stuff right off the bat, and it's gonna be, sadly with businesses and mechanic shop, it's gonna be the same thing as always. It's just gonna be, groups of criminals owning mechanic shop. I mean, that's how Annabelle got her mechanic shop, is she partnered up with a group of criminals. That's the only reason why she was able to get Stroke Masters, open up the first mechanic shop in PURPLERP. because she, you know, grouped up with a bunch of idiot criminals, and she was just left to run it. Yeah, that's what I meant. Like after Gil left, there was no leader. It was just everyone, which is sadly never gonna work in anything. As much as it pains me to say, there needs to be someone at the top above everyone else. It's not good when there's not a single person at the very top. It's good when they'd let, you know, second in command. It's good to have multiple second in commands and let them work together, but there needs to be only one person at the very tippy top. It's just gotta work like this. It won't work any other way. That's why when Annabelle decided to give up on Stroke Masters because the criminals were being little assholes, and she wanted to run a mechanic shop by herself, she had to deny all of the other people wishing to quote-unquote partner up with her. Yeah, exactly. Like 2 or 3 people second in charge, depending on what organization, but 2 is normally enough. It's good to have a team that can make the decision and then have one person that can oversee everything. That's basically what's needed in any organization. So I'm glad that it's like that in the DOJ now, because it was really needed. Even if I haven't personally experienced it, my friend who was playing Babaran at the time was very interested in it, and I basically got to hear a lot about the DOJ while I was working at Stroke Masters, etc., and running for governor, because she was the one interested becoming a well, everything. Judge, court clerk, just anyway, yes, I will be joining the DOJ. I don't see a reason why Annabelle would be denied. Obviously, I don't have the skills or the knowledge to, you know, rise through the ranks too quickly, but I definitely have enough experience, enough RP imagination, and enough of a character to definitely stay and eventually rise through the ranks. Oh yeah, that's, yeah, I can imagine that. It felt like it. It felt like there was definitely no one there to do anything ever at the DOJ in the early days. Well, not the early days, but when DOJ actually started to become, you know, useful and needed after you know, people got a hang of the purple and, you know, businesses start opening up and shit. Like right before, like a month before the election began, that's when the DOJ felt like it was really in a shithole and like something that just nobody can ever go for anything because nothing ever gets done there. Literally just a department that doesn't exist. Actually. Aw. Daisy. Oh, that was a while ago. Oh, my favorite bit is Penelope always getting kidnapped. That's how she got banned from. That's how I got banned on Onyx and quit the DOC job and came here instead. I RP'd it out as Penelope getting kidnapped because Penelope's father was a hitman, and he was training her, etc. But she's too innocent to know that he was a hitman, etc. So she that's why her face is fucked up, because they used to torture her. Her father's handlers used to torture her and her mom to get her father to do the jobs he was supposed to do. Hence, Penelope's face being so fucked up. Since it was often dipped into fucking acid baths over and over. But that's besides the point. That's my favorite bit, is Penelope getting kidnapped every now and then whenever I stop playing her, or for some reason have to leave the character alone for a bit. It's just she got kidnapped again and tortured, and she just doesn't mind at all because she's used to it being her normal life. Oh my god! Oh my fucking god. Wait, hold on, it's fucked up. I don't know why the rate thing is fucked up, but... Thank you for the raid! God damn it, how do you pronounce that? Galwishes? Galwishes, yeah, sure. Thank you so much for the raid. How was your stream? It's supposed to scare me, so it does its job. Oh my god. Burke? Burke, now that's a name I recognize. That's a name I recognize. Let me go ahead and do a little cheaty cheat.
What the fuck is
Oh my god!
happening?
Whoa.
Thank you for the follow,
I'm
Luden
not
TK.
entirely sure.
Appreciate it. And again, thank you for the raid so much.
freaking
And you, Galwish.
What the
Thank you so
fuck
much
is
for the...
happening?
Thank you
Whoa.
so
Why does he
much.
got a knife?
I'm not entirely sure.
Oh, Trooper First Class Berg. That's where I know that name from. Hello, hello, hello. Do I sense someone being new to streaming? Did you start streaming 2 weeks ago or something like that? If so, congratulations. I'm glad to have you as part of the streamer family. If you're talking about a TikTok, like a short one, I think I did. Well, congratulations. I'm glad we got you, because amazing, Trooper. We love you. Hold on, let me do this real quick. Everyone, please check out Galwish's great role player, and now a streamer too. Exciting. Oh, let's go back to this. My Electro Swing from the 20s. It's a very my OG music I used to play in early Purple days before I made a playlist for each of my characters. That was different. This was my go-to. Oh, thank you. I'm currently in the process of backing up all my characters, including this one, which is my OG. Speaking of OG characters, you know what? I feel like staying on this one a little bit. Maybe getting a car or something. Let's see. What do we have on this character? Absolutely nothing, because I never played this game. Thank you so much. Definitely will. Oh, I never got a badge. I don't think I ever got a badge. That's a shame. I was a ranger for like a day. Not really. Oop. God, it shows you how long it's been since I went to the fucking hotel. I never know on which side to open the room number 2. Oh, wrong way. Right. Oop, wrong way again. What level is this? Oh my god, look at that. 110 level. Yeah, this is an early character. Extremely early character. I think... Yeah, I think everything is gone. Yep. E-baby level. Silly way to pull out guns. Who do we have as our contacts here? Melvin, the person I met like first. Of course, Bruno, Green, Stephanie. Those are the I don't know Jet. Who's Jet? Oh, the person selling parachutes, okay. And of course Daisy, the crazy pink-haired lady. let's check up if we could find any rangers and ask about applying. British flag hung. Ah, what a time that was. Aw, adorable. I guess someone died.
Yeah, bloody
It don't mean a thing if it ain't got the swing. Bam bam bam. Bam bam bam. Bam 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 bam. Da-da-da-da. Don't mean a thing. They got the swing. Do I 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 do I. How many of my characters just wear white? Oh wait, that's why. I know why Judy wears all white, because Judy was based off of Penelope.
Hello. Wow, that's a pretty dress. Hello? I'm just getting ignored. That's. I guess I'm used to it. It's okay.
Hi. Bye.
Car? Thank you. Which one though? This one? No. This one? Yes.
Nah. I'll check if I have everyone backed up and we're going back to Maria. We're gonna leave the application for when, after wipe.
Hi. Yeah.
Wait.
Alright, let's see. Who do we have backed up? We have Maria. We have Annabelle. We have Judy. We have Bunny. We have Rob. And we have Penelope. That's 6 characters. So we're leaving behind Orion Celestine. We're not bringing Annabelle's kid to the city. And we're leaving the fake Maria as well. Oh yeah, we need a drink. Nice. We have 5 people. Dispatch. How to sound more like Chloe? That's a good question. Oh wait, hold on. Before this, let's get a good badge. Nope. Nope. Where's the... Oh, I'm gonna stay awake after the wipe as well. I'm not going to sleep at the wipe. Definitely not. I got... Who do you think I am? I have... Ooh, good idea. I'm gonna... go ahead and name them about them time. Yeah, I know, but I'm gonna be DJing for 2 days. Look, my first shift at Stroke Masters was, whatchamacallit? My first shift at Stroke Masters was 28 hours. I can stay awake for a while. It's fine. This one? There's no picture on that one. This one? Did the pictures break? I don't think so. Can't get you out of my mind. Morag. Can't get you out of my mind. Oop, badge. Gal Kane, what the hell? Don't mind me. It looks a lot closer to Chloe, right? I feel like it looks a lot closer to Chloe.
Hi! Oh, I know!
And just wait here.
Oh.
Hey.
Oh.
Hi.
Oh, hello.
Are you on duty?
Yep.
Oh, nice.
Oop,
All right,
that's
Red
2
Lizard.
calls. How do we handle that?
We're gonna do... Sharon, why are you in the ambulance?
It's an emergency.
No, we're not going to the mall.
There's one right outside.
Yep.
It's Scoop. Lucy and Sydney take care of this one. No, actually,
Where
we'll
are we
just,
going?
we're gonna pick them up. We're gonna go back to Eclipse with them in the ambulance. Yeah, there we go. And you're gonna... Hey, can you please step away from the patient? Step away from the patient, please. Step away. You have 3 seconds.
Step away.
There you go. Alright, let's go.
Can we unlock the ambo?
He's a super villain.
It is unlocked.
Alright, yeah, Sydney and
There we go,
Lucy,
there we go,
you're going back inside with the patients, and then the rest of us are going to the Red Desert.
What happened to Hope? What do you mean? Nothing happened to Hope. Hope is just not playing. Hope,
Also,
Hope's
you know
player's
how,
maining a
like,
cop right now.
Earlier we had a talk of like you being like, oh, how did you notice?
What?
Oh, one
What?
of those talks.
I'm not sure what you're talking about.
Yeah, neither am I.
I know.
So confused.
I totally know.
So confused.
What do you mean?
I don't know.
Sure, Chloe.
Take the patient, please.
Just saying, it's so convenient that the 2 people that know are going to be the ones taking care of this patient.
I'm not sure what you mean.
All right.
Dispatch, TAC Team 176-2, latest 47, Del Perro Pier.
I'm so confused.
Yeah, me too, actually.
Is it too warm for a scarf?
Is it too warm for the scarf?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know. I'm pretty comfy right now, actually, in the ambulance.
Mm-hmm.
How about you?
I'm comfy with the scarf on.
Ah. Yeah, my neck is a little chilly, actually. Dispatch, TAC Team 1 is 22 mile left. A little bit closer, actually, first. Dispatch, TAC Team 123 to Del Perro Pier.
Hello, this is TACMed.
Hello, this is TACMed. Can you hear us?
In the water. I can see them.
Yep.
There's someone carrying them.
Oh, where are they going? Are you okay?
So I fucked up pick it. Oh.
Deck
Go.
1, we may need scuba gear for this.
No, it's fine. Go ahead and grab them. Bring them closer to the edge. I'll scoop them up.
I don't even know where they are anymore.
Just somewhere here.
Oh yeah, no, I see them. You're gonna be okay.
I think there are 2 people in water.
One of them is not.
Let's see.
Unless
there's another one.
there was a non-injured person and this guy.
Okay.
I don't know if there's a second injured person or not.
Okay.
He's fine. He's got scuba gear. We're good.
Okay.
Alright, so we're gonna get you back to the ambulance first. Slapping you on the back to get all that water out of your mouth and out of your lungs while we do that. Can you explain to me what happened? You know, you can buy scuba gear from like the gun store.
Oh, I got to know.
Oh my god, it's Mr.
I
Wong!
can't remember anymore.
Speaking of throwbacks, there was Edward earlier, now it's Mr. Wong.
Oh, you're fine. You're gonna be okay. There's definitely no chance of you dying on me right now, sir.
Oh, yeah.
If you hear that, just go ahead and ignore that. You're definitely not gonna die.
Oh, Mr. Wong, never die.
You are immortal. That just means you can't die of old age. It doesn't mean you can't die.
I'm old, you know. I'm like 64.
Okay. I'm 27.
Oh, you got full life ahead of you.
All right, what's your name, sir?
Mr. Wong.
I think it's Yoshi
Gotcha.
Wong, right? Yeah, I remember this person owned a restaurant up at Eclipse Boulevard.
Oh.
Oh, yeah.
So you drowned while we're drowning?
I just tried to drink too much water. I think to myself, I saved my friend.
Dispatch,
I drink
Tacking
all the
1,
water.
76 back Eclipse, 147 uncritical.
Thank you for calling TACMED. How can we help you?
It's Jerry.
Where? Yeah, we'll have a team that way shortly. We got a call for it. Yeah. Okay, yeah, we got him. Thank you.
Scoop and swap.
How's your dice going?
041175, are you 10-8? Yeah. Can you respond to the latest 47 at Boulevard Del Perro? They're a subway entrance.
I'll take them. You can take you can take initiative. I'll take them both and drive over there.
Okay.
Right, unit at Eclipse, 25 at Garage. We'll go to the latest call.
Ugh.
So I am not 10-8.
Here, get this guy back upstairs. I got the paperwork done for him.
Thank you.
10-4. 041, could you 25 at the Garage?
76.
Dispatch, taxi team 176, latest 47 at Boulevard Del Perro.
Yep. And then there goes the mansion.
The what?
Mansion. Yeah, don't worry.
Hmm.
Wow, that's a lot of pen and paper sounds.
Subway entrance. Subway entrance. Okay.
Yep. Tag team 1, 23 latest 47. Subway entrance.
Is this another scoop and go?
Well, they're all scoop and go because there's a lot of calls.
Gotcha.
Hello.
Oh, it's a
Go.
mine.
117 is just restocking real quick.
I took a picture, just in
Okay.
case.
Yeah, it couldn't hurt.
Oh, there's no police. Like, there's no police.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
there's not a single police officer.
Yeah.
All right, I
That's
guess
correct,
the picture
yes.
will not tell and will not help.
Dispatch, tac team 176 to Eclipse, 147 critical.
Gunshot wound, stabbing.
It looked like stabbing and a lot of
yeah, it looked
writing
like
in
stab
blood,
to me.
so he's probably bleeding for a while.
All right. Get some bandages on there. Hold some pressure.
Shame there's no police
nice.
to report it to. Hello? Please don't park
Dispatch,
here.
tac team 123 to Eclipse,
It's an emergency.
No, it's
no,
not.
please, still not parking here. We're gonna ram you next time.
It's emergency parking.
No, it's not. You're gonna get rammed next time, and we're not
Okay,
gonna
but
pay
it's
for the
emergency
damages.
parking.
No, it's
I'm gonna
not.
fucking shit myself.
Oh, well, okay.
Why?
Because I want to shit my panties.
Have you considered just using the bathroom?
No, it's like a lot of effort.
Oh, alright.
I don't believe in bathrooms.
Well, the bathrooms believe in you.
I don't believe in bathrooms. They're scary. I don't know how they work. This bitch has been in this bed for the past like 12 years, I swear.
Alright.
Yeah. I've just got their first name as Vic. So.
Vic. Get up.
Good luck to her.
Alright, 117. Let's go. We'll
Hold
take the mission roll call.
Oh.
Okay, sir. Let's get these bandages off you.
I'm a very professional.
Alliance from 196, can I get 2 available badges for base 47 and mission row?
Negative 131 plus 071. We'll take the mission roll call. You go ahead and take the latest one with available badges.
How's it going?
10-4?
Yeah.
Is it 071 or did I mess it up?
117.
017. There we go. Sorry. I'm still learning.
10-9, please.
Alright, you 10-8, Sydney?
I can be. I'm just doing some paperwork for the mime.
Retech 1 or tech?
From
Tac one.
25 in the
TAC
garage.
Team 1. Technically. It's another nickname, but technically TAC and TACCOM means radio station, right? So if you're going to TAC 1 or TACCOM 1, that means radio station 1. Technically. So if you're calling out teams, remember to not say TAC Med or TAC, just TAC Team. TAC Team 1. Because it's a lot of similar things and we don't want people to get confused. Oh, we're going to the wrong place. We're going to mission row. Alright, if that one is not critical, I'll go ahead and start the paperwork on scene for you. You can go ahead and take care of patient because you seem very confident in that. And we'll go ahead and drive them over and I'll finish at Eclipse. Oop, that one is definitely not gonna get a response. Could you go ahead and respond to the mission roll call as well?
Go ahead. Yeah, I've got one.
Yep,
Sinistry,
you
we
did.
switched
You did. It was just to update the ping because I forgot where exactly it
That's
was. Should be somewhere. Right here, I believe.
Dispatch Tac Team 1 is 23 at mission.
Hello, are you conscious?
Oh.
Hello, what happened? Are you okay?
Oh. Nah, I think I was sleepwalking. I just woke up.
Oh,
Pardon,
all
I'm
right,
not sure.
all right. Do you remember name?
My name's Maybe.
Maybe?
Santos.
That's
Yeah.
That's a really funny name. Would you mind showing us your ID if you
Perhaps,
can, or is
yeah.
it in your wallet?
It's in my wallet.
All right, let me take a look. We recommend having ID in your specific ID pocket. It's much easier for medics to reach it than having it in a wallet, especially if you explode. It's gonna be real pain in the ass to pull it out. So, just a recommendation. I suggest having everything in your wallet except for your actual ID. Oh.
Noted, I will.
Oh, well,
It
I
also
have
means
I have
that,
some
you
bad
don't
news
have to
for
worry
you.
about us.
Some bad news for you.
No.
I think you've been robbed. You don't have
No.
anything on you. Yep.
You're
That's fine.
lying.
No, you have a phone, so it's good enough for us. We'll verify your identity at Eclipse, but for now, let's
Thank you.
let's get you back. You seem very sleepy.
Attack Team 1 from 196. If your patient is non-critical, can you swing by Invention Court 47 as well?
You
Actually,
mean
22 that last. It's been a while.
Yeah, it's been a while. We're 76 back to Eclipse.
10-4. We are 196 is one transitioning Valkyrie, 76 is 47, and 811 call in Zancudo.
Just to check, we'll swing by the 47 in the canals anyway.
10-4. Thank you.
Who knows? Maybe they maybe the local team hasn't found them yet. Always better to check.
So checking their ID with their phone, is that just as simple as grabbing the contact?
Yeah. We'll check on the patient's profile. We'll see if there's a phone attached and just give them a call. And, if they respond, that's them.
Perfect.
Alright.
Tag Team 1 is 23 at Invention Court. 140.
Hello, are we conscious? Oh, this one doesn't seem. Oh, that's a lot. That is a lot. Yep, that's a lot. Whew. All right, that's a bit better. Hello, sir. Pokes cheek. Are we okay?
What's going on?
Hello. You there doesn't seem too much going on anymore. Did you go on a little drinking bender? It smells and looks like it, if I'm being honest.
Ow, I think I hit my head.
Aw. Yeah.
What happened?
Well... Were you partying before you hit your head, perhaps?
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
Definitely.
yeah.
Did someone
yeah.
piss on me? What the fuck is this? Did someone piss on me?
Well, we can only say that there is definitely piss on you. We're unsure if it's someone else's or yours or dogs, But, yeah. Yeah.
Dispatch Valkyrie, 23 to Mount Chiliad State
There
Wilderness.
we go, put gloves on.
In my professional opinion as a genius boy detective, though, it does look like 8 sake's worth of piss, so...
Well, he's very slippery due to the piss. There we go. Alright. That's dealt with that. Alrighty. Back at Eclipse, you can go ahead and take the Insomniac. Just,
Okay.
Oop, that's... Sorry, didn't want to, There we go. That's better. Right, dispatch, tag team 176 back Eclipse, 247 non-criticals. Whew, what a busy shift.
Yeah, it's not been too bad. It's just been very thin on the ground, but
Yeah, it's a lot of calls. It's normal during this time of the day. It goes back and forth. It's just usually we have a lot more personnel to spread over these calls. We at least have 2 full teams plus people spare. On a good day, we have enough for 3 teams plus spare. So there's never a situation where a call has to be answered by the same team, something like that. But yeah, people are taking it real easy. Before Friday, I guess they just decided to have one extra day for the weekend this week. Just fair, people deserve a bit of a break. We have enough people to handle the state.
Dispatch Valkyrie, 76 Eclipse, 247 non-critical.
and thankfully that Doomsday cult seems to have calmed down a little bit today.
You mean 23, right?
Negative 76 to Eclipse.
Oh, you said...
247.
Okay, you said 26. I'm sorry. I shouldn't be doing that over radio. I'm sorry. Alrighty. This one. Hello. Never mind. I guess I'm taking the Insomniac. Hola.
Hola. Oh my god, you read my mind.
There we go. You said your name is maybe...
Maybe Santos.
Alrighty. That's a really fun name. Oh my god, more calls. Hello. Oh.
He doesn't look okay.
He chainsawed my leg.
I'm sorry. But don't worry. Our doctors are already taking care of it.
Help it.
The doctor's already taking care of it. We're just here to do paperwork.
Has anybody seen a mine here?
Yes, a while ago.
Oh, did it? Is he alive?
Yeah, should be. I think.
Oh, wait.
Ah, my my glasses are falling apart. Alrighty.
Sir?
Let's take a look. I'll let you be dealt with the nurses while I go ahead and take a look. Maybe.
Hansel, do great work. Thank you.
Do you know if you have your phone muted?
I should not have my phone muted.
Alright, let's take a look.
I see a phone call.
Dispatch Valkyrie.
Yeah, you can just answer it.
247 is non-critical.
Ah, there we go. Thank you.
Oh.
Yeah, it's a quick way to verify identity if someone, lost their ID.
Makes sense. Makes sense. Thank you.
Okay, so what I'm gonna go ahead and do, it just seems like in terms of injuries, you just got some bruising to your head, nothing major. So I'm gonna go ahead and apply some ice pack. I'm also gonna give you some over-the-counter painkillers, just some paracetamol. Should just help with the pain there, just take the edge off slightly. Also just gonna flash a flashlight in your eyes, just make sure there's no concussion or anything like that. Your eyes, how are they responding? Have a look.
Yeah, what's your last name?
Yeah, it's Honk.
Oh, Hong Kong.
Honk.
You sir, though, there's no Johnny Miller in our
Okay.
system.
Doesn't
Do you
appear
have
to
like
be any
a
concussion or
government
anything
ID
like
or
that, so
something
that's
we can
good
check?
news.
Yeah, sometimes sometimes names are fucked up and we have to look up by the state ID. So if you have a number, we really appreciate it.
Uh-oh.
Do you do you have a
Perfect. Okay.
an ID?
Yeah,
you
that's
could show
exactly
me?
what I looked for. It wasn't on there, but thank you for that. That'll help out.
All right. You feel free to take as much time in the bed as you need. Go ahead and rest up. Your paperwork is all done, so now it's just a case of you
Yeah, that's
feeling like
probably
you're
it.
back to 100%.
There's a lot of Millers in there.
No
too,
worries.
So it might have been just like a paging issue.
Have a good rest of your day.
Miss Honk,
Thank
is there
you.
any way you could show me your ID?
Okay, I'll be right back, sir.
Here I'm Honk.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
All right.
No problem.
Okay, Sydney.
You got the paperwork there?
Make sure next time you come and get us, you take off
This
the
time,
shoes
still
because
you.
the tall monsters don't come and get you. I must say, I was a little bit
Oh,
worried.
sure. Sorry, this is a little loud back there.
Yeah, no worries, no worries. We're going to the highway call. Go ahead and I guess respond to as many as you can. Sorry, forgot you. Hello.
I have a quick question.
Yeah.
Where do we
Sorry, I'm moving so much. What's up?
Where do we write the death reports?
What do you mean? You said
Like
where
on the
or?
MDT. Yeah,
Oh,
where?
It's just a medical report, and if there's an autopsy required, you can also put it in the ME department. But it's just a medical report, and if you look through Kanban boards, you'll find like
Yeah, I found the template already. Also, how do we know if an autopsy is required?
You'll ask the police officers involved, right? If you had a DOA, you're gonna have to contact PD. Although in this case there's no PD, so I guess you could radio in or call the Rangers about it and tell them that there's no PD available, but there was a DOA. I'm assuming it was a DOA.
No, it wasn't. They
Okay.
they just had a very low pulse and then they ended up dying.
I gotcha. So died in care instead of dead on arrival. Yeah. Just go ahead and contact Rangers, ask them to come over, and they'll decide if they wanna investigate it or not. If not, that's just medical report and nothing more.
Okay, I'll have to see if they're still there.
Yep. No worries. Thank you.
What do I do if they're not
Dispatch
there?
196-10-100.
Well.
I just say there's no autopsy required.
Yeah, I guess autopsy not possible. Body snatched up by local coroners and tossed into the fire already. Yeah.
Okay, got you.
Yeah.
Okay, let me see.
Sorry about that.
All good. Let's go.
Yep. Dispatch SAC Team 176 latest calls at freeway. It's gotta be at least 2 or 3 people there.
Okay. So scoop and go again?
No, not necessarily. Also, don't take this left. Just keep going straight.
Fucking hell.
well,
Why is that made of concrete?
Yeah, well, it happens. Don't worry about it. Yeah, just keep going straight because we're going to the highway. So, GPS is going for, shortest distance, but it's not the quickest way. Because we just want to get to the highway, which is just straight. Yep, and then you take this left, and we're going straight onto the highway.
Alrighty.
Actually, you can slowly go off-road here.
Oh, I see.
And just drop onto the highway. Yep. There we
Oh,
go.
nice. Nice shortcut.
Quickest way to
Okay.
reach them. And now they should be
Yeah,
on the
I
other
like that.
side. Ah, there we go. There's the car. Dispatch Tac Team 123 latest calls at Los Santos Freeway. Hello, this is TACMED. Oh. Well.
Hello, TACMED. Anybody here?
Dispatch, be advised, did we have some self-transports at the hospital? We just came to the call at Los Santos Freeway, but there's no one
TACMED.
in the car.
Anybody hear us?
And there should be a lot of
10-4,
calls.
there's at least one, possibly two self-transports.
Hey, firm, thank you. TAC Team 1, 76 back Eclipse, you know, the Los Santos Freeway code 4 UTL.
There you go.
Yep, thank you. Guess we're going back.
What the fuck? I unlocked it.
Don't worry. Yep, what?
There we go.
There we go. Alright, good job.
Oh, thank you.
And now, back to Eclipse. Go ahead and take this off-road here.
Gotcha. Alright. Another handy shortcut?
Yep. And, yep. Straight west to Eclipse. Well, not straight, we're gonna have to take one turn.
I need to get my ambo repaired soon.
Yep. Hey, I mean, if you want, we can do that.
Dispatch
Right now.
196 is back 1041.
Is any mechanic shop open? Yeah, Hayes is open. We can go ahead and swing by.
Okay.
Dispatch TAC Team 1, 10-7 vehicle repairs.
10-4, good copy.
It's so funny trying to talk like.
Whoa! What the fuck?
Yeah, he came out of nowhere. He was hiding in the rain.
Yeah, absolutely nowhere.
Actually, if you go back to Eclipse, I'll show you a handy way how to go to Hayes. So if you ever want to go to Hayes or any call in that area, all you have to do is literally take the left here. Yep. So left here.
Right here? This way?
No, that's right.
Left here.
Left. Yep. You just take Eclipse Boulevard and go straight through Eclipse Boulevard. And we're just gonna continue going straight this road. And we're gonna end up at Hayes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, there's no need to take the jumps and drive all across. Just straight this way. It's you know,
I see.
It's a little loopy, but we end up at Hayes.
Yeah. Okay, thanks.
Yep. It's much quicker than, you know, going down to the city and driving, because there's cops there, there's a lot of traffic. Here there's only traffic, nobody really drives here. There's no chases, there's no PD. Yep, so right here. And then the only turn is you take this left, and you end up at Hayes.
Nice.
That's the quickest way. Obviously, GPS will tell you otherwise, but you know, GPS doesn't take into account how quickly you drive through the streets, because you have to take an insane amount of turns when driving through the city. Meanwhile, here it's just straight up.
Yeah. It also doesn't take into account how bad our ambulance handle, I guess.
Well, I'd say they don't handle bad, but personal opinion, I guess. Hello.
Your dogs.
Hello.
Okay.
Just repair, please.
Yeah.
I'm getting a new car.
They're gonna think that we're crazy.
Keys in the ignition.
So how goes? Ah, sorry. There you go.
How much will I owe you for it?
Whatever you want to give me.
Okay.
Is pepperoni pizza okay?
Yep.
There you go.
Hell
And some
yeah.
tacos.
Oh, thank you so much. Are these leftover from Wet Taco Wednesday?
Yes, I will. Yep. Still have a lot more.
Hell
There you
yeah.
go. Consider that a
And
tip.
$1,000. Hell yeah.
No, I'm not. This is Marionette. She's dressing up as
just
Chloe.
fixing the
Chloe's the one with this hair. Hi, Lilybet. How are you doing? It's been a while.
Oh, what did you
I've
say?
also been I've also been the black-haired EMS who picked you up from your labs. Yeah, it's just Maria. Maria dresses up and acts as other people.
All right.
So this is Maria and Chloe disguise
All right. Come over.
for cosplay.
You can do whatever you want.
Dispatch 196 is 76 to Bahama Mamas for the latest 811 call.
I'm pretty good. I'm pretty good. Excited for the wipe. I just backed up all of my characters. I'm bringing Annabelle back. Annabelle is gonna. I'm gonna go for a DOJ on Annabelle. We're gonna.
I appreciate you. You didn't have to do this. I hope y'all have a good and not very eventful day.
Okay. Stay safe, sir. Thank
Yeah,
you.
Thank you so much. Have a great day.
Take
We'll
care.
probably be back.
All right.
Yep, I'm staying up until the, we're staying up, even if the subathon ends, which we have 21 hours and 30 minutes left.
Oh, that's good. All right, let's get the fuck out of here.
Yep. Then you can go ahead and take this left.
Shit. Okay.
Any left is fine. You just, you just
Alright.
go back to that Eclipse Boulevard road.
Gotcha. Yeah. Just
And then go
hanging
straight.
right on Eclipse.
Yep. Yep. The
Alrighty.
Eclipse Boulevard is kind of like a highway. You can just get on it and get back through the city extremely fast.
Gotcha.
It's something that, once you actually know your way around the city, it's extremely useful to use. Because you can just get on a road and just
Bahama
drive
Mamas
straight.
is code 4.
Let's see.
No injured patient.
We'll get there one
Yeah,
day.
that's my
10-7 for
that's my weakest point actually. Is like
P4
specific
repairs.
streets. I
Is there
think.
any
Yep,
place
yep,
open?
yep. 10-9 won't.
Sorry, 22 my last.
10-4. Were you asking for a mechanic shop that's open?
A-frame.
Yeah, it's only Hayes right now.
It didn't look like Hayes was open.
It
Oh, well,
is.
it-
We just left it. It is very much open.
Oh, okay. 10-4, thank you.
Good job. I know we didn't do anything on that call, but good job anyway.
Dispatch 196
Thank you,
is 22 to Hayes.
Mr. Sandman, bring us a dream. Mr. Sandman, bring us a dream.
Oh, what happened to Kennedy?
I'm stuck in the shadow realm.
Oh. Well, I guess we just gotta bring him out of the shadows, right? Shines
Is anyone
flashlight
available
in the
to
face.
carry me out of the
Oh,
shadow
hello.
realm? I'm kind of like stuck in here.
Just go ahead and. You should be fine to just, trip a little bit. That usually does it for me. Yep, that
Ow.
works. Ow.
Hold on. We're not sure. We're not sure.
I'm fine. Please stop the violence.
Hold on. Just gotta. Then I'll make sure.
Thank you for exercising the demon out of me.
That's okay.
Of course. Yeah.
I don't.
Not you, but him.
All right.
didn't know
so when
that-
it comes to
I didn't know it was
dead
like a coach
patients,
or anything.
the most important detail to get as soon as they die is to double check an email address for the local coroners. That's like the thing we need most, because it's not a problem if a body is taken away as long as you have contacted the local coroners to reach them
Yeah.
post mortem.
I like didn't get anything.
Yep, that's fine. If,
completely forgot.
look, there's nothing to do, and there's no police anyways. Like, I took a picture of the scene because I'm assuming it was the mime that died.
Yeah, also I'm pretty sure they were really new in the city because they have nothing. They have nothing. Like no.
Oh, or
emergency
they were
contacts
just
or
robbed,
anything. If they get robbed, do all their emergency contacts get removed?
Most people don't have emergency contacts actually.
Yeah, but they had no medical reports either. No invoices or anything.
Well,
except,
maybe they
the one
didn't
today.
Yeah, again, nothing to worry. Just for future reference, right? Like the first the first thing you get is you gotta contact PD if somebody dies, and also just grab that email, because then even if the body is snatched away, we gotta wait to reach the local office to get what we need from
I
it.
feel so bad. Like, I wish I could apologize more because I was kind of like out of it because I just woke up.
It's
when that
it's
happened.
you're not the only one. I also just woke up.
I could have done better.
Yes, but you also weren't trained how to do that, so. Look, we know you're here trying your best. You don't have mentors most of the time to, you know, help you through stuff, which is bad. So we're more than happy to help you with everything we can. Obviously, I don't know everything because
Yeah.
we're not doctors, we're not trained in it. I just have been working here for a long time alongside doctors, so I know most of it by now, but
I still never got taught how to do a prescription either, and that's still something
yeah,
I should probably
with that
learn.
I cannot help. I've never done that.
Yeah, I asked Chloe if she knew, and she was like, "There's a template," but the template doesn't really help on like what I'm meant to do, because I know we have to buy them for well, we have to get them from the receptionist people. Forgot her name.
Dispatch
that
196,
diva.
23 Eclipse, no 47.
I didn't know if there's any other people to do. For it.
In this case, probably not, but I'm gonna contact the Rangers. Dispatch Rangers from TACMED.
Go ahead and send it.
We had a recent patient who died in care, and also the person who reported the patient has admitted to me through text that they weren't the one who killed them. So there's currently no police available. Would you guys be interested in opening an investigation about that, or?
Unfortunately, when it comes to something like that, unfortunately, that is in the hands of the police. There's
Of
not,
course, 10-4,
much
thank you.
we
We were
can
just
press there.
yeah, no worries. We were just checking because, you know, there's no police, so we didn't have anyone else to reach. But yep, thank you so much. Have a great day.
No problem. Thank you. Apologies again.
No, not your place to apologize. Hope you're having a lovely day. Switching back to Takam 1.
10-4, you too.
Hoping and praying that more higher ranked doctors start waking up more.
I'm sure they will. I think it's the time of year, you know. People are taking some time off, spending time with the
But
family and
even
stuff.
then, for the past like few weeks, it's been very.
No, I'm talking about this month specifically. I have a feeling that in a week or two it's gonna be a lot of people.
It's really hoping.
Dispatch 196,
It just seems we have a lot of doctors on like there's usually many doctors awake like earlier in the day, but then it gets later and then it turns into
Yeah, that was the
few.
previous issue, is that we only had doctors for the earlier shift, none for the later, because TACMED was more evenly spread. And then, you know, slowly but surely all of the doctors left. Well, they didn't leave, but everyone's, you know, on an LOA or just dealing with stuff. So I guess we'll have to see next week how people start coming back, and we'll just start hiring at the times when there's not enough. There's a lot of people interested in being doctors. It's just bad time of the year.
Sometimes that's like I can handle it, but then sometimes it'll be like 20 people coming.
Oh yeah, and never feel like you have to handle anything. No one will ever blame you for just sticking with a patient and ignoring the rest. Like we have staff here who will, you know, actually heal them, and it's not your fault if we don't have enough.
What the shit?
Let's put the guns away.
The fuck is
Let's
going
put
on?
the guns away. Is that Sharon?
Oh, Powerpuff Girls are here to
Is that
save
you,
the
Sharon?
day. Yeah, Powerpuff Girls here
You
to save
do
the day.
not use keys while you're off duty. First of all. Second of all, no running at the hospital with a gun out. That's brandishing.
Powerpuff Girls are here to save the day.
From here, exactly.
We can cancel TACMED. We're here now.
Yeah, we're here to save the day.
Well,
Assistance do
I
you need,
think we
citizen?
could use Doctor instead of Powerpuff Girls, but I guess no one has, you know, the guts to work the tiring shift, unlike some people who are amazing at sticking around and helping as much as they can.
Like, you know, she doesn't have any.
And someone should go out more instead of being just clogged up in here and do nothing with their life. But you know, we don't go like out
Well,
loud.
I don't
certain
think
shit.
talking down to people who save others' lives is really nice for
Exactly. You
superheroes.
should take note of that. Thank you.
Hear me out. What if we take them to a mall call and see what happens?
So what?
Yeah, sure.
What if we take them to
we
a
could
mall
use
call?
we could use Powerpuff Girls at the mall. There's so many calls coming from there. I'm sure it
we
could keep it
will.
safe.
Let's go.
Like no. one
We
does.
promise not to shoot the guns unless he says so.
Good luck. That's so gonna get arrested.
What the
How
fuck
is
just happened?
Sharon not fired yet?
I think the air conditioning units
I
probably
know
just been
why.
like spreading like acid.
Oh.
I think we all just had an acid trip.
I don't think so. Yeah.
It has
I'm
her
gonna chalk
face
it up to
right.
general craziness that everybody thinks that the world is
But I
ending
think
tomorrow.
it's more of the fact that it's like.
I'm just gonna check these vents real quick.
What do you mean? Is this
I think
me?
Brittany really likes Sharon, so she doesn't want to lose her.
Yeah, but Brittany has a.
through.
Hello.
You got one.
Hello.
One coming through.
Oh.
coming through.
Yep, right over
You got
here.
some more injured downstairs.
Up, thank you. We'll go ahead and deal with that. Come on, we have injured downstairs. Oop, any more downstairs? Oh my God, is that a police officer?
On the mas.
Oh,
yeah, somebody's
hi.
got to keep the police.
Yep.
Some of the cities.
Still in the shadow room? There we go.
Hi, Leo. How are you
Hey,
doing?
Maria.
Hello.
I'm doing great. Somebody's got to keep the police safe. There's nobody on duty, right?
Yeah, there's not a single police officer on duty, but you didn't
I
hear that
broke
from
into
me.
the police station.
Oh.
There was
a police
none.
officer, Leo?
Yeah,
Yeah, somebody's got to keep the city safe.
Yeah, someone's
much.
gotta. I mean, we're doing it, but I guess you can help.
Yeah, you know, I gotta have a good deed today.
Yeah, you got a police car?
No, I don't.
Oh. Hmm. I guess we have
Might go
cars
look
that
for the
look
danger
like
one,
police
no.
cars, but I can't really let you borrow one.
Who's saying I'm not gonna hold you up for one?
All right.
Yeah,
Leo,
I got you
Leo,
lacking.
Leo,
Yeah.
would
yeah.
you promise to give the car back?
Yes.
All right.
If it doesn't get destroyed from people thinking I'm a cop.
That's fine as long as you don't willfully keep it. One
I'm
might.
not gonna keep it. I'm not gonna
All right.
keep
One might just. All right.
Is he gonna be
this is-
okay?
Yeah, it's Leo Escobar. He should be okay.
Okay.
I'm just getting the invoice now. What's actually the issue?
No, don't put me on these peasants' back.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
he's flapping.
Guys,
He's flapping. Hi, Todd.
Famous
How
SoundCloud
you
rapper
doing?
Lil Bo Peep needs to be looked at.
You're gonna die.
Anyway, Leo might be getting a quote-unquote cop car.
Oh, good for Cop Car Leo. Cop, he's turned his way.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Officer Escobar got shot in the leg.
Yep.
for
First day
doing
on
a prank.
duty.
Yeah,
That's
well,
right.
it happens.
Yeah, the prank gone wrong. Super bad. Prank gone wrong.
I love them all.
I'm sorry if I did.
LAPD, Leo Escobar Police Department.
Leo, what do you think? Leo,
LEPD.
There's a charge just for me.
Yeah, Leo.
Assault LEO, which
Yep,
is me.
assault
what
of
a yell.
Leo, yep.
Mm-hmm.
All right, come on,
You
Leo.
guys better be safe around here, okay?
Oh yeah, we're staying safe. You stay safe. You're alone on duty.
Are you brandishing?
Yeah, actually,
No, I'm with my park
medical.
ranger here.
Actually,
Yep, that's right. I have a flashlight.
I have a flashlight too on this thing.
I love animals.
Fuck, okay, hold on. Let me just
Especially that one laying in the bed over there.
Flashlight is the one that I use during our.
All right,
EMS day.
let's come.
Hey, come on, Gato P.
Okay. Oh, I got your gun.
Oh yeah, give me that.
Okay, hold on.
Downstairs.
I'll give it to you right here.
Okay, ground floor.
Garage.
Okay.
Hey. No doubt.
Oop, that was the wrong one. You're not getting the pink one.
Oh, okay.
Yep, someone's in their Chloe era.
Oh yeah.
How did I? What?
Is this the one?
No, I think I pulled out the same one second time. Hold on. Oh my god, Blade, thanks for the shout out.
How's it going? No doubt.
What the fuck is happening?
Whoa.
Why is he gotta know?
Give me one of
Much
these.
for the phone.
Wanna be responding?
I don't have any more.
Come here.
Where did you get it?
My friend gave it
So
to me.
I don't know what happened, but someone stole our command cruiser that just so happens to look a lot like a cop car.
Wait, can I steal your uniform?
No.
Please,
Nope. Nope.
Hold on, this is further proof. This is further proof that I stole it. Yeah, Maria, thank you for the keys. Now you say
Maria, give me your fucking uniform!
You better take that vest
No.
Give me your fucking uniform!
No.
Wait, Maria!
Nope. I have to work.
Maria, can I borrow it, please? God, please.
I have an
give me
idea.
your
Come on.
uniform.
Come here.
Wait, Leo, tell Leader, hold on. Tell Leader, hold it.
I have just the thing.
Leo, she's gonna help me out. Hold on, okay? She has just the thing. She's gonna give me a uniform, okay? Just hold tight, just hold tight, okay? You took off to put his fucking
He's so
shirt on.
excited, Poppy. We gotta look so good on that, you know.
I don't know what you said, but I agree. Completely. 77? What?
I guess someone stole these from us.
Good. Oh, shit.
Thank you very much.
I gotta go, Leo. I'll see you very soon. We need radios. You don't have radios? You know, you get them from Life in the so I did it on that.
Magic System, thank you so much for the follow. Appreciate it.
Dispatch 196 is back 10-8.
10-4. We got a peer call we gotta respond to. And also, Leo might have stolen a command cruiser and some outdated uniforms.
Oh.
It happens. Yeah, Leo is the
Yeah,
only
right.
police officer on duty.
Come on.
How's it going?
Oh, I see.
Mm-hmm.
Good work, ladies.
Good luck, you guys.
Good luck out there. Hey, do you have any of those vests?
Nope.
I need a vest.
No.
I need a vest.
Nope.
We don't have any, sorry.
It's not complete without the vest.
I know. Oh, sorry.
We don't have any more.
We can't.
Dispatch 196 plus 2, forming tag team 176 247, self pair up here.
Jim still 10-8?
I don't think so. Actually, he might be. It's fine. We'll come back and grab him for the next call. I mean, what, do you expect me not to have the command car stolen by Leo Escobar and let him actually pull over people with lights in a car that looks like a cop car? Hell no. Oops. I got distracted.
No.
I was cracking my neck. I'm so sorry. My neck hurts, and I tried to crack it, and cracking didn't help.
I took out half my armor plates.
I'm sorry. Oh yeah, it's raining. That's why it's so difficult to drive.
Yeah, there it goes.
Oh, is it?
It just started, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I see. It's just like sprinkling.
Why is there so many people?
Oh
that
yeah,
have
now
to
it's
hear?
getting heavier. Yeah.
Yep. Tag team 1, 23 PR, code 6. Hello, this is TACMed. Anyone here? Hello, this is TACMed. If you're here and injured, make yourself known. Alright, I'm going into the water.
117 is 10-8.
10-4, welcome back. Blech. Hello, this is TACMed. If you're here, make some noise. Are you upstairs? I think they're up on the pier. This is TACMed. If you're here, make some noise. I think they're up. Oh, I'm sorry. What a bad mouse. Hello, this is TACMed. If you're here and injured, scream, shout really loudly. We're looking for you.
Did you find anyone?
Negative. Hello? Anyone here?
I'm checking up top some more.
Hello? Hello? Ugh. Hello? You got Sydney?
Yeah, A-firm, I see her. I'm going for her.
Alright, I'll help you pick her up out of the water. Over here. You got it. Do you got it? Ugh. Ugh. Actually, you can wait. Chloe? Chloe, where are you? I can't see you. Oh. All right.
Oh,
Yep.
fucking hell.
Yep. Oh boy, where are you? Oh no. Ugh. Oh, that's one. Alrighty. It's very wet, no shit. Ah, I need a drink. Fuck. Am I the only one who knows how to swim? I'll take that as a yes. Chloe, are you okay? No, I guess mouth to mouth isn't needed.
Hey.
Hello. Oh, is this an actual trooper? Yeah, we're fine here.
Yeah.
We're fine.
You sure?
Oh yeah, yeah. They just don't know how to swim.
Alright.
Just,
Oh. Okay.
I think I coughed my lungs out.
Wait, what do you mean actual troopers? Are people impersonating us again?
Well, yeah. There was not a single trooper on duty, so they decided to take it up into their own hands.
Oh, for fuck's sake. Is that why the entire PD is unlocked?
I think the PD went off first. They were playing whatchamacallit. They were doing go-kart racing yesterday because they gave up on the state, and I think today they decided to just stay at home.
Alright, well, if I see people running around in my PD, they're gonna get a shotgun.
Yep. I think one of them stole our command cruiser because it kind of looks like a cop
actually,
car.
I'm gonna help out your friend here.
No, it's
I'm
fine. You can help this one. I got the other one.
Oh, you got the other one? Okay, I was gonna help carry him up.
Yep, no, it's fine.
Alright.
I got this one.
You all stay late.
Hi.
Of course.
Hi.
Thin red and blue line, you know what I'm saying?
So, I guess we're gonna have to teach.
Made it.
Yeah, you did. I guess I'll have to teach you how to swim with. Yeah, I'll have to teach you how to swim with patience. Once you pick them up, it's very hard to swim up unless you know how to use your
Apparently.
Yeah, you gotta know how to use your legs. Don't worry, I'll teach you.
Oh, thank you.
It's just all about, you gotta spread them and close them real fast.
Look at those clouds
Okay.
that I'm looking in the complete
Yeah.
opposite direction of what's
Yeah,
down below.
oh, beautiful Ferris wheel, yeah.
Pulls up.
Actually, a really nice Ferris wheel.
Thank you.
Yeah. I like it when the piers all with it. Looks cool.
Yeah. And then the lights and sirens added to it. I like it.
Yeah, a little
I didn't need mouth to mouth.
Oh, well, I mean, I can take you to Eclipse and I can still give you some if you want.
For Eclipse, there's some more fun activities.
Oh, okay. Right. Thank you, Trooper. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Feel free to hop on the radio and ask. I would have told you that we're code 4. It just took a while to get them out of the water, but yeah.
I saw the 13 pop off.
Oh
and
yeah,
I just
yeah,
started
yeah.
driving.
It's I appreciate it, but you can always just hop on the radio if it's just a
Yeah,
Bravo.
yeah,
I would let you know that we're fine here, and and would also let you know that you have some fake troopers and rangers to look out for.
Okay, good to know. Good
All right,
to know.
take
I
care.
will make
Thank you.
mention of anybody else that's on duty.
Yep.
I literally just, I woke up, I suited up, and I headed out.
Yep.
Well, that happened.
Yep. Don't worry. I'll teach you how to actually swim. That's why we should, because technically we shouldn't be doing water rescues, but I guess knowing how to swim is useful, especially with bodies.
Yeah, because when I like vaulted over that railing to get to the lower level, as soon as I impacted on the lower level, I went through the shadow realm and
Oh.
ended up in the water back in
Well,
the real
it's
world.
fine. It's more about Chloe drowning while trying to rescue you, which was very
Oh.
silly of her.
I was also trying to
Dispatch
swim
Tactic
upwards.
176 back eclipse, 247's non-critical.
You
I
almost did.
I know you
yeah.
almost did, but yeah, you should not have struggled at all if you know how to do it.
Is it not the same muscles I used to jump?
What do you mean? Of course swimming
Like-
is not the same as jumping. What do you mean? Jumping is like
Okay.
jumping and that's about it. That's like saying, is
Well-
talking the same way as walking? No, it's a different thing. Of course
Well,
different
egg on my face,
muscles
then.
have to be used. It's okay, I'll teach you all later. Attack team 1, 23 Eclipse, 247s, non-critical. Yeah. Chloe Net's gonna show Chloe how to use her legs. 017, could I have your garage help me transport?
Careful.
Thank you. Sydney's gonna be in the car. Actually, no, she won't. Kicks Sydney out, parks car. There we go.
Sorry, I was having MDT issues, so I had to
No, it's fine. Don't worry about it.
Yeah,
fuck off for a bit.
So, does this one require recovery or straight to OR? Question mark.
Chloe.
I might need surgery.
Oh, okay.
Chlorine
I'll deal with
more!
it. It's okay, I got it.
The doctor. No, I'm the doctor.
No, I got it. You deal with Sydney. Sydney's a
Well,
bit
you need
more
an
messed up.
assisting surgeon.
No, it's fine.
it's
Yeah,
very, it's very,
no,
it's,
I,
it's
I'm
very
the
important.
assist. No,
Chloe,
yeah, I'm the
Chloe needs many naked lesbians in the room. It's fine.
What do you mean?
What do you mean?
It's fine. Let's go.
No.
It's fine.
I won't say no to you.
Coughs up water.
She needs surgery.
Actually, I think I'm okay.
Yeah, she's fine.
Stevie taking my top off saved her life.
No, you can put it back on. You gotta have to, yeah.
I got it. I got my paperwork.
Good, very good. Let me know if you need some help. I'll check on Sydney.
I'm actually like part of a secret moon cult also. Let's combine our powers.
Descended forth from thy hand, that our feet
Oh,
may
wait a
swiftly
minute.
carry out thy command. So we shall forward forth to thee.
All the shadow realm spirits leaving.
Oh wow, the Hillier maneuver in action.
The shadow realm's held on me, just breaking. I'm back in this physical world again.
Yo, dog.
Hello.
Oh, thank you for treating me.
You're welcome.
You're so professional.
Ah, I'm back. Ah. Oh, thank you.
Ah.
I'm feeling so much better.
You look really wet. Oh my. Is it
Yeah.
getting hot? Is it getting hot in
I
here?
am-
Or is it
I
just
am very wet.
you?
No, it's just Chloe. Chloe is very warm.
It's true. I'm very hot.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
All the time.
Yep, all the time.
It's getting really hot in here.
I mean, you can open the window.
I think there's more. that I
Oh,
have to
more
do.
patience.
Yeah.
Hello.
Work when he
Hello,
stops
Who
hello.
the fuck are you?
What do you mean? It's me, Maria.
What the fuck?
Get in bed.
Shadow
Get in
realm
bed.
dust
Get in
you can
bed?
give me?
Well, yeah. You gotta recover.
Let me
You just woke up. I know you don't feel alright.
I don't feel great. Put me
Yeah,
in bed.
get in bed.
Alright, you carry me.
Alright, fine.
Hey, thank you. Ow, my back!
It's okay. I'm really strong.
My OC and my crack.
Yep, that.
106, 203, Josh Guy Hood terrorist. On God, I just got burnt and ran into a pole going 150
No, you're fine.
miles an hour.
Oh wow, you got treated.
Yep.
Yeah, I think it's.
Yeah, she's treating me.
Yeah, the.
Skin is dirty.
Oh God, she treated me.
Alright. Yes. Oh, feeling
So
much
what's your
better.
name so you can get started on the invoice for you?
I got you. I'll restart it.
Dispatch
You ready?
102, 1041.
I think I'm just gonna lay here for
Hey,
a
what's
while.
going on?
welcome on the
Josh
chef.
Guy Hood Terrorist 106 203
Uh,
aka Switchblade Block Killer of God.
He's Eclipse. Sorry, not Eclipse. 102. Do you need pickup from the mall?
10-9 in the mall?
Yeah, what do you mean? He's not at the mall.
22 my last. I thought I saw your blip at the mall. Apparently, I was dreaming. Hey.
Hi.
Alright. Chloe, I'm taking you for the Humane Labs call. Sam's, you got two initiates, and if there's the latest call at Vespucci Boulevard, you can go ahead and take.
Sydney's an operator.
No.
Sorry.
They're not operating anymore, but they are still getting bed rest.
Okay.
Sorry. I'm gonna snatch you up the roof, I guess. Oh, no, that's recovery. Why are we going here?
TACMAN PD.
Go for attack, man.
Go for TACMAN.
We have an injured person up at Humane Labs. We're rolling out now just to make sure it's safe. But if you
10th
wanna
floor,
start rolling
Valkyrie,
that vehicle-
76, the same location. Thank you.
10 floor. We'll see you there.
Alright, TACMET shirt, gator, mask, and parachute. I'm gonna go ahead and drop in.
Okay.
It looks like the injured person is in the parking lot, so I'll get to be actually cool and drop in on the patient instead of just in front of the MPT doors.
Yeah, sounds good.
You sound good.
Dispatch Tech Team 1 is 76 to
Sorry, what?
347
You sound good.
Vespucci Boulevard.
Nah, that's not true. You sound amazing.
Oh,
I love the way you sound. I
Yeah, well,
really love
the
your
way you
voice.
sound.
Well, thank you.
I love your voice.
No, I love your voice.
I love your voice.
Oh, alright. How long until the wipe? I don't know. I'm just gonna sit here and not go to sleep until the wipe. But ow, my fucking shoulder hurts so fucking bad. Ah. Damn, Maria. Well, you know. You know. Oh, you cannot see it because smooth as fuck. Yep.
Dispatch Tech Team 1 is
Go up
23
higher.
of Vespucci Boulevard.
Oh yeah, for the.
Hi, Bertha. What's up?
Hello, darling. I'm just calling because we're having a Christmas dinner and wanted to see if you wanted to come. It's all right if you're working.
Yeah, I'm a bit busy right now. Can I call you back?
Yes, of course.
Hello, this is TACMET.
Oh, wow.
Very
Shit.
cool.
Wow. That was.
I like that.
Okay.
So
I
Joe
get why
here,
you're called
he's
TACMET.
been here supposedly for like a week.
That's
longer. I've
that's
just been hanging out in the lab. You know how it is.
I know. Believe it or not, I think you're the 26th person today we're picking up that's been asleep in the same spot for like days or weeks. So I'm really used to it.
Wow.
So, yeah, insomnia hit people hard, I guess, this time of year.
All right.
Yeah, I think it's the like the daylight hours.
Yeah,
being
it's
shorter,
probably,
you know?
so he'll be all good.
and
We'll
I-
just take him to Eclipse and let him some rest in an actual bed. What's your name, sir?
Joe Jonte.
Hello.
Hello.
Any chances you have an ID on you that you could show off?
Probably not, but you can check.
Why don't you check? Your arm seems like they're working. Just flash an ID at us.
Dispatch Valkyrie 76.
Oh yeah, it works. Perfect.
147
Little bit expired, but you know, it is what it is.
Yeah, that doesn't really matter, to be honest.
Nope. Not to us.
I think the only people that care about that are PD.
And only when they're want to be assholes, because all of their IDs are expired anyway.
Yeah, it's true.
Hentai. Morgo, don't tell me you don't know what hentai is.
Dispatch just had my ambo stolen.
10-4. There should be a police officer on duty. Let them know.
10-4. 102 swapping tech on 5.
Have you ever been in a helicopter before, Mr. Jonte?
Oh yeah, definitely.
Do you like it?
Yeah, no, it's pretty fun, I guess.
Yeah. I imagine it'd be more fun if you didn't get injured.
Why would that be fun?
What do you mean, like
Yeah, it would be fun to fly a helicopter without getting injured, you know?
Yeah. Yeah.
I never get injured.
Oh,
Except
you're
for now.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Alright, paperwork all done.
That's why I'm saying it would be more fun if it was.
102 back TACCOM 1.
If you weren't injured.
Well, I don't have any money.
Oh, well,
Yes, hentai is
The bank will pay it for you.
anime porn, basically.
And then charge you the.
Hentai is the word for anime porn.
rest is debt.
It's a porn that's Japanese and animated.
I
There
don't
you
have
go.
any money in my bank either.
Oh, that's fine. You just go into medical debt.
I'm hundreds and thousands of dollars in debt. I don't
That's
want to add
not-
on to that.
Well, you
Well,
just
you'll add a
did
little bit on,
$2,500.
We could drop you out of the helicopter if you'd prefer.
I'll bring him down to treatment floor. You go ahead and pick up Sam and whoever's there.
For which?
Sam.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah, his ambulance got stolen.
Dispatch Valkyrie 23 to Eclipse. 147 non-critical.
I mean, I think all anime is hentai, you know? If you... could you get out?
How you want us to deal with these 47s down on Vespucci?
We're, Valkyrie's got a 76 to your location.
How many 47s?
3.
How many TACMET?
2.
10-4, we'll bring a boss over.
10-4?
Yep, not enough. That sounds so tasty.
Yeah, it is. It's.
I need a drink. Do you need a drink?
My
I'll go ahead and
tacos
grab some
even wetter
coffees.
than Wednesday.
Yeah, they are. They're
Oh, I
so
bet.
wet. And we're wet.
They're so wet.
So it's like double wetness.
Yeah, I'm currently dripping.
Yep,
I'll
I'm
meet you in the
so
garage.
Nope. Nope, maybe I will. Alright, we'll leave you in the bed. The nurses will take care of you. Maybe give you a little IV in case you're, you know, missing
All
on
right,
some
yeah, I
crucial
don't
stuff,
need
but-
that shit.
Oh, well, I guess I'll just leave you in bed, with the teddy bear. Why not? This one just fell asleep for a few weeks. It's very common today, so go ahead, just chat him up or something. Yeah, paperwork all done.
Yeah.
Ah, oh fuck, my shoulder hurts so bad. I must have slept so bad.
There's a guy, his name was like, what was it? Whoa, my God, there's two.
I'm being shot. I'm
Oh,
being shot.
Yep,
I'm
yep, yep.
bleeding.
All right. Oh, no, stop it. Just stay on my shoulder. Please stay on my shoulder. Just stop falling off. Thank you.
Welcome to the shift.
It's all the fun. I'm slippy.
Yeah, I can believe it. I don't know Bad Dragon Legos, but I know I designed Bad Dragon dildos based on Dragon Ball villains.
That car in the garage I didn't arrive in totally isn't on fire
We're
right
medics,
now.
we don't care. Alright. Doctor, this one has
Okay.
actually been shot and is bleeding a lot. if you could, we gotta go pick up other one. Hello, Doctor. The person that appears homeless, but I haven't asked, has been shot a lot. They just arrived at Eclipse. And also no paperwork done since they just arrived and you gotta run and grab that, so thank you. Yep, his paperwork is all done. Thank you, Anis. Hi, Toho. How bad is it? Well, there was no cops on duty, so Leo Escobar became a cop and I gave him a command cruiser, so he looks like more like a cop. Oh, this one hurt as well?
Did you do it again?
I can't feel my face. He
Oh,
slapped so good.
Hey, there you go again, Jet. You deserve every bit
Oh,
of
what
this.
kind of OC mean?
Yeah.
Oh, that's why there was no PD. Yeah, there's so much PD now.
I
Okay.
can't see straight.
Have a little respect for the ladies.
Thank you.
Let's go pick up Sam's.
Yep.
Can I have a ride?
Where?
No.
I don't know. Wherever.
Unless
Yeah,
you wanna
sure,
go to Legion
sure.
Square.
Yeah, sure. Hop in.
Yeah.
All right.
Dispatch Tech Team 2 is 76 to Legion Square.
+1. Cool guy. Really cool guy.
Last one, courtesy ride. Cool guy.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, police are on duty. I think they had a meeting or something because they all just appeared.
That sounds about right.
Yep. Ooh, that's fun. I guess I'm gonna take a good look at the penal code changes as well, since I'm gonna be joining the whatchamacallit. Since I'm gonna be joining the I'm gonna try to join the DA's office.
All right, this is your stop, cool guy.
Thank you.
Yep. Hello. Oh.
Alright, who's next?
We need more information. There was around 3 of them.
Hi, Todd.
Oh, well.
Police officer uniform.
Yeah, navy blue rather than grey.
Yeah.
Alright.
Oh, the Powerpuff Girls.
Yep. All of them, huh?
Yeah, I believe so.
Uh-huh.
I could have seen that coming.
All in the same spot.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, let's get him going.
Yeah, we had a bunch of
Alright,
fake
you ready?
tech med here.
Thank you.
Alright.
Thank you, Trooper.
Thank you. And just as a reminder, we had 1 ambulance stolen and 1 command cruiser stolen. So there's 2 TACMED cars out there that people are driving.
Alright, thank you.
Thank you.
No invoices have been started yet, so.
Alright. I guess I'll take Sharon.
Oh.
Is it? It's Sharon.
Going 1042 for approximately.
Take me to dinner first.
Sharon Slatsky. What happened to them?
Gunshot
GSW.
wounds.
How many?
1 each looked like.
Oof.
And one of them's got one lodged in.
Alright, Sharon all done. Oh, server going down in 3 hours? Ah, that's
who's
fine.
the one in pink, sorry?
Oh, is it going down and it's gonna be down
I think that's Sharon.
for the whole
Who's the one
for the
in
whole
blue then?
time?
I'm Juliet.
Gotcha. Well, that makes sense, I guess. We'll find something else to do. Down. It's fine. We'll find something else to do.
Was that Juliet Du Bois, sorry?
Missed it.
Yep.
Yep, it's fine. Still a little bit distracted. I don't know what Helldivers is, and it's probably gonna.
What?
I
Please
don't
stop
know.
looking at my titties. Maybe I'll be distracted less. I see you
She
eyeing me
cannot see them. She's
constantly.
on the front. We don't have a window going back. We have
There's many
live
reflections
options.
in the
1
world.
and 2 are
Hello,
going
this
to
is
do eclipse,
Tagman. How can I help?
347.
Hey, there's a fella on the road down here. He seems pretty injured.
All right. Hello.
Oh, hi, I'm good.
Hello.
Oh my
Yeah,
god.
he's got mushrooms.
What's the location?
Yeah, there's 2 of us.
We're on Del Perro, right
Oh,
next
alright.
to the under the freeway.
Yep.
Right.
We'll wait for the call coming and we'll go ahead and
damn it,
scoot him up. Thank you so much.
Oh my god.
Thank
Get
you.
this fat bitch off of me.
Are these the Powerpuff Girls?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh,
We were trying to
that's
save lives
awkward.
and we got caught.
Yeah, I've actually been hired to kill.
Can you park your ambulance, or are you going back up? We have
Yeah.
13
Gonna
Alpha.
drop. All right, yeah, take them in the inside. We're going to
damn,
13 Alpha.
13 Alpha already? Jesus.
Well, there was no police, so there was no one to 13 Alpha before.
Not just any 13 Alpha either. This is a bad one.
Oh yeah. And it's just him. All right, we're moving straight, and I don't care.
Okay.
I'm gonna show Custer what I think about him being a dick to Tagman.
Yep.
Dispatch Tag Team 1, 76 to leads 13 Alpha.
Hello.
Whoops.
Well, just roll up. Hello. Are you done with the chief? Can we pick him up?
Yeah.
All right, good.
See,
Thank
it's
you.
like if he's got his servants, if he doesn't have it, just leave him.
Yeah, sure. All right. Hello.
Oh, look, twinsies.
Yeah.
All right, let's take a look at what happened here. I'm gonna assume it's some.
Hi, Chloe. How are you?
Yeah, I'm
Holy
good.
the
hell
How are you?
happened?
Just give us a little.
Oh, he just arrived. He probably has
Billy
these two. They went
Bobby
on the scene.
just robbed me.
Oh,
And I
well.
was
Hands up.
deputized, so I was trying to pit the fire truck. It was fun.
He shot me with a fire truck.
Yep,
And I
it
got
looks
him.
like your
He blew
clothes
his
are
load in my
all
face.
torn. Yep, it's really strong, that water. Let's go ahead and take a look. Start a little IV. Ooh, that's gonna be a lot of some skin grafts. Some of it got blown off by that water. It's so high pressure. Dispatch Tag Team 176 back Eclipse 147 non-critical.
I'm not that critical.
Yeah, I said you're not
Yeah.
critical.
Oh, not critical.
Yeah.
Oh, non-critical.
Yeah, you're fine.
Oh my God, I think you need a checkup on this car.
No. Why?
147 non-critical.
It sounds terrible.
Well,
Ambulance?
it crashes a lot. It's Chloe's ambulance.
Hey. You're right, but hey.
Oh, that was almost sick.
Whoop. No, don't do that, please.
All right, up we go.
Do you have platinum
Do you
insurance?
have I was just about to ask.
I guess I'll check.
Do I have insurance? Maybe. I have no idea. I think I should have platinum.
He does not have platinum insurance. Into the poor bed he goes.
Oh.
Yeah, does he have anything?
Poor bad.
He doesn't.
Well, just give me platinum insurance.
Well,
okay, well,
we
yeah,
only sell
I'm not
platinum
even gonna
insurance
tell you
after
there.
you get treatment and charged.
Oh,
People
okay,
don't
no
get to
insurance
skip
for me.
charges like that.
Yeah, and you just
I
got
see,
the
I see.
cardboard bed for now.
Thank you so much for the follow, Hungry Sphinx.
you gotta know? I'm not entirely
I don't fucking know, dude. I'm not gonna reimburse that for all my officers. You know how much money that is?
Yeah, but yourself though.
Well, I never leave the office, so my chances of getting shot are low, but never.
Yeah,
zero.
but like if you get platinum, you get special treatment. You know.
Right.
Yeah, exactly.
Instead,
I've gotten special treatment here once or twice.
Well,
It
that's
was
Would you
only
like-
because of
pleasant
Brittany.
experience.
Would you like a any glass of medical champagne or a balloon or anything like that?
Wait, hold on. We need to see ID first. He might be a minor, like that ham trooper who then arrested
Well, it's-
Tagman for giving
I
medical
am
champagne.
not a
to
minor.
them.
It's
Are you
medical
sure? We need to
champagne,
see
though.
ID.
It's non-alcoholic.
I
Yeah,
mean,
I'm not a minor. You
Are
It's
you
just
sure?
grape juice
Chakmed
from
got
a
arrested for
particular-
giving medical champagne
there you
to
go.
a trooper before.
Yeah,
Oh,
I
wait,
think
that's
that's
not
because
my
Sam.
ID.
Yes.
Hold on.
Wow, a trooper with a fake
That's not my ID.
You are.
That's my ID.
I did not see that. That's fine.
All right.
Oh, let me show you again.
Oh yeah, we have IV guns now. If you ever need to and you don't want to just bother yourself, you go ahead and aim at the arm and just go. You know, go ahead and shoot them with an IV. It's really fun.
I'm gonna start doing that. What the fuck happened to you?
That's a bad picture.
What?
What happened to you?
Somebody blew their wet in my face.
1041.
Then far, welcome on shift. Ooh, what happened to you? Alright.
Wait, what'd you say? Sorry.
No, I was just asking what happened. You got new hair.
Some like hobo squirted blood all over me.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I mean, if you want, you can go ahead and take a shower.
Yeah, I had to stab myself with like 50 different vaccines just in case.
Yeah, that makes sense. Hello, Terry.
Just in case. Okay, I'm gonna take
I need to repair my seat.
Yep. Am I good? I'm good, yes. Everyone else good on vests and medical supplies?
All units
and...
from 196. Just a reminder that the shift meeting will be in 20 minutes.
Hello.
Hello.
No, that's a meeting.
What?
Hey, Chloe.
You took
Right.
Bill Babs load all over.
What's a meeting?
Them, because, you know, he did it to him, so it's...
Oh.
There you go.
Oh, I see. I have plenty of copies.
Ah, sorry, I thought it still hadn't.
Yeah, really cool guy made that.
Yeah.
Does he have platinum, or do we not care about him?
Oh.
You don't care about me?
That's right. Would you like platinum cards?
No, we don't care.
Are you
We
shitting
can
it?
leave.
Yeah.
None.
There was
Oh,
no
what?
toilet paper.
Yes,
Oh,
correct.
well,
That
I
stolen
don't
tac
think
med
we
car
can-
went west, by the way.
I'll go-
Like
I'll
past
come right
past
in.
the hospital.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Smoking some gauze?
Dispatch 117 gun 10-6 real quick.
Where's the Chloe tattoo? Wait, what? Am I drunk? What is the Chloe tattoo?
Taking more. I can't. I can only take out one medkit at a time. Yeah.
There we go, this one. There we go.
Ain't no way.
I do not know. No, I didn't even know that it's gonna go down now, so I guess I'll have to check that out. There we go. We got that backed up.
Dispatch 117, 10-8.
Well, some idiots are playing Russian roulette over by Hayes.
Oh well.
Yeah.
Dispatch 195+1.
I
Going
think I just got a
10-7 to
distress
pick up
call,
a paycheck.
but oh well.
You got a what?
A distress call from someone, but I mean, I can't do nothing about that unless they come to the hospital. Damn, you got the coloring on her fucking hair, which is perfect.
It's a wig.
Mm-hmm.
I know, but like, still.
Mine's not.
Well, I know yours isn't coloring. I need to stop staring at you guys. Something about women in uniform does something to me.
Huh?
Something about what?
Something about what?
Women in uniform.
Oh.
Oh, yeah.
Really? I mean, it's a pretty uniform.
Yeah.
Hi, everybody.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
What'd you say, Anais?
I said hi, everybody.
Hi, Anise.
How are y'all?
Oh, shots outside. Nope. Might be garage. Shots fired.
Checking reception.
Sam Furman's garage. Seems code 4.
Trust me, I have a good
I'm not sure you got a license for this
well,
guy.
I got a license.
What
trust
happened?
Me. We're trying to get the sick fucker out of the trunk.
It's stuck in the trunk. We found this person on the highway. They were bleeding out.
Alright,
We picked them
is it
up.
a
We put them
rental?
in the trunk.
Well, he
Yeah.
ain't. He's stuck in there.
Can you step away a little bit?
Thank you, sir.
Again, with the
What?
search, it.
He ain't wanting to move.
Can you park it?
It is parked.
No, Huh?
Can you speak to the gentleman over here?
Yeah. Can you go ahead and have it valeted?
Oh,
If not,
yeah, no,
I have.
This ain't my car.
Oh, okay. I have one last thing. Follow me. In the car, of course.
Oh shit!
Oh, there
no,
it
we
is.
saved him.
There you go. Yep. I mean, the last thing that would have helped would be a fire hydrant. It would use the water to blow him out of the trunk, but this
Right,
works.
but no life saved. By the way, he hasn't been responding. He's nonverbal. I think he might be.
Totally
Yeah, well,
nonverbal.
usually when people are non-verbal, it's not that bad, actually. It's when they are verbal about dying that is bad.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Or at least unless there's some obvious injuries.
Yep.
Talk about what?
There's misgendering that's happening.
What do you mean,
I'm
ma'am?
old school, but that's just rude.
Hold on, drop him. Let's see if we can
Yeah.
find an ID first.
Well, I think the problem is I ain't drunk enough yet. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, can you
Oh.
leave?
Can I leave?
Yeah. Fuck
Why?
off.
What's your name, hon? Or can you flash me?
What'd I do to you?
Patient
You
waiting.
told me, you know,
Hospital.
you did
Why you
misgender
been-
me a couple times.
I'm
Get out
sorry,
of here.
ma'am.
Go away.
So- well, okay, what if I give an apology?
Okay.
Alright, let's go ahead and hit
Alright,
your
I'm
eyes. You're
listening.
bleeding?
What's up?
I
Check.
am
Your eyes are
mostly
bleeding.
sorry for my incompetence that would have offended you, ma'am.
One sec. Do you have insurance, huh?
Yeah, I'll take
don't
it.
think
It's
so.
fine. Don't do it again.
76 latest 47.
Yes, ma'am.
What
What you say?
I checked if there's an ID in pocket. Here's the
Copy.
ID.
How many badges do you have?
Like ripping out
This
the
is my
back of your
lawyer.
hands.
This is my lawyer outfit.
You're just gonna
I
get
will-
insurance.
Well,
Sorry,
Lord.
10-9?
Then-
my lawyer is over
Look
there,
up.
so-
2.
All right, thank you.
10 for a good copy.
Hey, can I get a hug?
If someone can come to the outside of the the hospital, I can pick one more badge up.
I see it.
10-4, I'll send someone your way.
Hey, Jim, go outside and out
Alright,
front
this
and,
one is
like,
non-verbal,
other
so
taxi.
I'll just let him rest, I guess.
May I have
Yeah, I did slap him and punch him. So that was satisfying. Not gonna lie.
All right. Ow. Ah,
Yeah,
my
also,
shoulder hurts
also
so
is
bad.
that. Oh. Yeah, I got
Yeah.
you.
Ah.
Starts rubbing shoulder.
I was moonshine, baby, but
Ah.
I ain't kidding though. I'm seriously
Still
I'm
hurts.
seriously am blind. I can't see the moonshine. It really did take effect on me.
Ah.
So you okay? So
Yours okay?
Second one.
Ah, my shoulder
Added
hurts.
one more badge.
Ah.
And added to the latest 47. 76.
Ah.
10 Kroger copy.
I guess this is as good as it's gonna get. Ah, thank you.
Ugh, what does that smell?
I don't know.
Ugh.
Mm.
You're really touching really low for a shoulder wound, Jesus.
What do you mean?
No, it's fine. She's a professional.
Yeah, exactly.
It just seems a bit low for the shoulder.
Mm-hmm.
Aw, that's adorable. I love this character already. He's very fun.
Dispatch tank team 1 is 10-6. Code 6.
Could I stay take a photo?
It's registered to me, Jet.
Dum 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 dum.
Trust in you.
Kind of want to go push that guy over.
Hmm.
You're so real for that.
Yes.
Any calls? I don't think so.
What?
No, I was just checking if there were any calls. Ew, so many people clocking on duty.
We're up to... Oh, we got Chino. Okay, cool.
Yep, Chino and Dimitri is about to clock on as well.
Sorry, what?
Dimitri is also about to clock on. He's on the radio already. So he's probably, getting his stuff.
Mm-hmm.
No. We're just having a harmless conversation, baby. Thank you, sir. Anyway.
Do either of you lovely ladies have something to drink?
Yes. There you go. That just lasts you a while. You're welcome. Always. Hello.
No, what's up?
Can we help you with anything else?
You got any drugs you can give me?
Huh? No, not really. I was more so implying to the fact if you're done receiving medical treatment, if you could leave the hospital. We're about to have a lot of people coming in, and we only let patients stay in here.
Copy.
You only let patients
Come on,
sit?
Jet.
I mean, it's a hospital, not a hangout zone, Appreciate
well,
you.
what if
Have
I
a good
like
day.
it
Stay
here?
safe. Well, it doesn't really matter. I'm in charge here. I tell people to leave. They gotta leave.
Can I get a job here?
Gosh, that's attractive. Let's go, Jet.
Well, God damn it, Johnny.
What whiny toxic shit? I have never pulled any whiny toxic shit. Hello.
Did that person get treated or...
No idea. Probably not.
I walked in, laid at my bed, and walked out in complete silence.
Well, they responded to me, so.
Did you try to treat them?
They didn't ask. But did they really make the sign of being hurt?
Hello, can we help you with anything?
I came and got Tylenol.
Oh, from who?
From the nurse up there. Do you need my name?
Oh, well, if you came
You
here
would
for
like it?
treatment, yeah.
There you go.
Nice.
You
Just hold up.
Dispatch. Latest 47 is code for UTL. We're going 10-7 to wait.
They really are very.
2 back from 10-100.
10-4, good copy.
Yeah, those tacos really are nice and juicy.
Oh yeah. It's kind of hard to eat them without making a mess, though.
Yeah, exactly.
Just
Do I have any on my face?
a little bit, yeah.
Hold on.
Yeah, that's it.
Did I get it
I
all?
I think you missed a little something.
Oh, did I?
Come here.
Did she?
Yeah,
Hey.
Just
Oh.
right there.
Oh.
Taco Queen Scarlet,
There you
come
go.
here.
Thank
my
you.
dude.
No, it's fine. Yeah, I got it. It's fine.
Dispatch tag team up tonight patrol.
Tag team 1, can you 76 back to Eclipse for a shift meeting?
476 now.
Yeah.
You,
Hey Maria.
Hey.
Over. Hey Maria. Your
What?
car? How messed up was it?
That you stole it from me? Yeah, kind of messed up.
Yeah, Doug. Yeah. Hey, do they sell repair kits around town?
No, but there's a mechanic shop open, Stroke Masters. You can just bring it there.
Well, we literally hit one little speed bump and this thing caught on fire but didn't blow up.
Oh, then just call Stroke Masters and ask them for help.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, and yeah, I will rob you again.
Don't rob me. No.
Okay.
Okay, bye.
Thank you, Maria. Bye.
Yeah, of course.
Pushes in the corner.
Oh, gets pushed.
What's wrong? You seem like you're having some, well, you're upset about something.
I don't think so.
Mm-hmm.
What do you mean, what the heck? What the heck? What the heck? I mean, I already did. He wants to be a police
In
officer.
that case, you don't need this kiss, I guess. That is
Well,
gonna give
but
you.
I mean, I'll take it.
Mm-hmm. Do you want it?
Yeah.
Good. Kisses. Make out noises. Mwah, mwah, mwah.
Wet taco noises.
Wet taco noises.
You got something left there. Leans
Oh,
in.
do I?
Cleans it with mouth.
Ooh.
ERP
Thank
season.
you. It's hard to tell, and I think you might have some on your cheek there too, as well.
Really?
Grace's cheek.
Oh, leans in.
Yeah, there we go, all nice and clean.
Thank you. Puts gloves
go,
on because didn't notice Chloe's wearing gloves.
All right, well, we should go to the shift meeting.
Hello, this is Stackmat. How can I help you?
Hi, I'm just in casino lobby, down at cashier's desk, and there's a guy unconscious on the floor down here.
Excuse me, could you
Calling
repeat that a little bit
please,
slower?
25
There's a guy unconscious on the floor in the casino lobby.
Oh,
Next to cashier's till.
Gotcha. Yeah, we just got a call. We'll be there soon. Thank you so much.
Okay, no worries. See you soon.
Everyone is gonna be broke in 2 hours and 30 minutes. So Scottish.
Sorry, I thought I saw two of the same people. My bad.
Oh.
Yep.
I think you might be crazy. Is this everyone? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
Yep.
6, 7, 8. Lovely. All right. Hello, everyone. Welcome to today's shift meeting. Today we have just a reminder that people have been going absolutely insane lately. Be on your guard whenever you're out in the field, TACMed. Make sure that that we're checking scenes before we show up, because I mean, in particular, in case PD is either preoccupied with some absolute mess or is off doing something weird like go-karts or something. There's a point last night where they just said fuck it and stopped doing anything.
Can we go go-karting?
If you're off duty. But also, it's discouraged. If you, please don't leave us and the state completely with no medics. That would be very less than ideal. So, but also, you're not required to be here. So, if you are requiring a break, what?
It was more of a team building exercise, I was thinking.
We can build the team by working together.
Yeah, exactly.
Being more
What
competent than
better
the
way to
police and
build a
rangers,
team?
staying at the state and helping people instead of just deciding to give up on them because they went a little bit crazy. I think that's a good team building exercise.
Also, in addition to that, on a related note, there's also been several points the past couple days where PD have decided not to respond to calls in locations, just the mall. So if you get a call at the mall or places in Southside, make sure that you are quick, that you are on your most alert, and feel free to not go to them if the situation is sketchy. So also listen to your shift leads. We have the shift lead system for a reason, so today at the moment the shift lead is Maria, and she'll be coordinating things. Don't answer calls from PD and TACMed, or sorry, PD and Rangers, unless your shift lead has not answered it for at least a couple moments. And what else?
Dispatch,
Yeah,
041,
I think-
1041.
10-4, meeting
I think,
time.
76.
I think that's everything for today. Just a reminder, no fun time on duty.
You wanna repeat all of that you just said, just for particularly no reason once Sydney gets here? Just in
Sure.
case someone just so happened to miss the whole thing.
Yeah, that makes sense. All right, once again,
Once
just
we're
to go over the meeting in its entirety real quick. Follow the instructions of your shift
Oh yeah,
lead.
me too. I'm excited to become a park
make
ranger.
sure that you let
Actually,
them
I went through
respond
training and then
to
never did a
calls
single shift
and everything
before
from
getting
PD and
fired.
Rangers
So
and
now I'm actually
dispatch.
I'm gonna join
And,
park
you know,
rangers. I
don't
think
do
I'll
that
just
unless it's
skip
been
PD
a
and just
few
do
minutes
SAMs
without
and park
any- or
rangers,
like a
and
few moments
then
without
DA. That's gonna be my
a response.
3 things I do.
They've been given an opportunity. Secondly, the entire state is on
Motherfucker.
fire. PD have not been responding to certain things, or have at other points just entirely said fuck it. So, you know, be on high alert. You know, we have to make
Yeah, it's
sure
gonna
that
be my
we
most innocent character.
are doing our jobs and doing it well, without disruption.
Being a park ranger.
Um,
The character from Onyx
and
has
also,
to be the OCR.
if you see any,
I'll be your DA.
we also had a couple off.
You won't like me as your DA.
Not off-duty,
Annabelle is becoming the DA. You're not gonna focus on shit.
false PD and attack med and rangers running around today, so be on the lookout for that as well. Check people with their badges or check their transponders.
Oh my god! Gorda is
both.
gonna meet Annabelle again. It's been so long. Gorda actually knows Annabelle a little bit from Onyx.
If you're off duty, don't have
No,
your,
no, 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 no. I'm just
equipment on you.
looking for something else. I tried to become a
Can we
PD,
help
but
you?
didn't accept.
I think she thought it was a one-way door, so we couldn't see her.
Oh yeah, we love Diva here. We loved her on Onyx as a
well,
cop.
anyway,
we love her as
I
DA
think
here,
that's
and also as
everything
cop
that I
since she
have.
has an alt.
Yeah, make sure we're keeping up with paperwork. Don't feed into people's illusions. Some people are like, you know, yeah, it's gonna be some weird apocalypse today or whatever. So if somebody starts talking about that, try not to encourage them too much. They need help. We don't offer mental health treatments, of course, at Eclipse, but you know, they need help. So, anything else?
Terry, would you have something to add?
Yes. Hello.
Hello.
Is this the is
Yep,
is this
yep,
thing
we
on?
can hear you.
Can
Yep, we can hear. Yep.
Okay. Can you hear me in the back?
Yep.
Okay.
Hi, Terry. Hi, Terry.
Hi. Okay. I know I'm just a lonely operator and stuff, but I just wanted to say I'm so fucking proud of every one of you. You guys are all doing the best, and you're saving the city one day at a time for a great cause and stuff like that. I have also taken it upon me to be a little bit whimsical, but within the rule, I feel like it's kind of in the rule, because I kind of have
I
launched a
also
little
am
team
gonna do
building
a little
competition.
tiny bit of towing on Judy.
I have hidden a few superhero figures inside the hospital. If anyone finds them, you're not gonna win anything, but you're gonna feel good. Pick it up and keep it as a trophy for your great eyes.
We should collect them somewhere. If you find a, oh sorry, I'm not speaking the microphone. Yeah, if you find a superhero figurine, we should collect them down here in the meeting room. So
yes,
keep them
and
forever.
just put them on the desk, and we'll like make a little arrangement, and then once we've got all of them, they'll be there.
Yes, I think it's
And
5
we
or
can do
6.
whatever we do next.
And also a huge ass chest thing.
Yep. All right. That's gonna be it for the meeting. Thank you, especially doctors. You're doing amazing. We're very glad to have you.
Yes.
Me, Chloe, Terry. We're going to Pacific Bluffs call. Other 4, you got the Vinewood call at the racetrack. It might be a person inside the. It might be a person.
Oh,
please
fuck.
don't punch out.
I'm
It
going,
might be a
I'm
person
so
inside the casino
excited.
near the near the cashier, but we're not sure. So just go ahead and stay safe. Dispatch, TAC Team 176, latest call at Pacific Bluffs.
Hi.
Already found one of your figurines.
What? Where?
Wow!
Stairwell.
Immediately.
What?
Stairwell at the bottom.
Nice.
Did you not want to be shift lead?
No. I just didn't know it. Be sure everyone respond on dispatch to your calls as well.
Yield to emergency vehicles.
Which one are we going to?
Pacific
Bay
Bluffs.
City Incline.
Yep. Gas station. Probably an explosion or something.
Yeah. Do you want to do the paperwork, Terry?
Okay.
Oh, yeah, it's a pirate hat, but he's actually a clown that I hired on. Walkatov is like, why the fuck did you hire a clown? And Maria's response in her mind is, well, you hired an furry EMS who shot me in the face, so, you know, let's accept that we all make questionable hiring decisions. At least the clown didn't try to kill me.
159, 1041.
Welcome to the shift.
Team 276 Pinewood Park, latest 47.
You wanna let him know to wait at Eclipse and join our team once we're back?
Yeah.
159, can you wait at Eclipse until attack team 1 is back?
Tempo.
Alright. Dispatch, Tac Team 1, 23, latest Pacific Bluffs, call code 6. Anyone can take a look where exactly it is? Should be
It should be up further. Up
yeah,
on
it's
the
above.
hill.
I think I hear them.
Yeah.
Or maybe they've
It
fallen
might
down.
Be the same, might be the same slopes to the old.
Yeah, I see him up there.
Yep, alright, we gotta go this
They're up.
around.
They're up top. Yeah.
Yep.
Um.
Don't worry, we're coming!
159 from 196, 22 my last, wait around until attack team 2 is returned, and then 200, please, when you're back at Eclipse, wait for attack team 1.
We got 2 initiates, so splitting them up.
Yep.
Tempo.
I think they are lower.
Yeah.
God, this thing is such a maze, so you gotta go here. To the left, staircase down.
Here, I'm gonna get out and.
No. Yep.
Oh yeah, here we go.
Yep, there we go. Hello, it's TACMed. We're coming to get you. Where are you? Keep making noise.
My crazy guy put me in handcuffs.
And he killed me.
Off a roof.
Oh, okay.
I found the patient. He is by the wheel.
Call the police.
10-4.
Right, hello.
Hello.
Any injured?
Get me out of these.
If there are handcuffs, I probably cannot. But
I don't know what
it might
they
be
are.
zip ties. Let's take a look if I can cut
Well,
them.
it looks like I have handcuffs.
Yep.
somewhere.
No, it's zip ties. There you go.
Oh.
Alright,
thank
anything
God.
happened to you as well?
He kidnapped me, put me in the trunk, and then drove off the roof. And then he jumped out halfway through, and then the car landed on him and crushed him.
Wait, this guy?
It's Vincent Adult, man.
Yeah.
Alright, would you like us to, alright, let's contact PD.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
He smokes meth.
Dispatch, PD from TACMed.
Send it.
Latest call at
Dude,
West
obviously
Eclipse
I'm the
Boulevard, the
victim here. I was
47.
in
We
fucking
arrived on
zip
scene.
ties.
One person was handcuffed and is claiming to be kidnapped by the person who got injured.
Oh.
Alright.
You guys need to drug test him for meth. There's a
Oh.
picture on a Life Invader of him doing meth, and then he went
There's
crazy.
also, I'm pretty sure there's also a picture of you holding him up, so I don't think it's gonna fly.
Where?
If you scroll down, fun times at the mall, that looks like you with a chainsaw to him.
Hey, I just have that out at the mall for self-defense.
Well, you know how it looks.
I think there's a difference between just having a landscaping tool out and
that's-
handcuffing a guy and jumping off the thing intending to hit the gas station.
Well, yeah, but it's just testimony gets testimony. So
Yeah, you know what? You might be right.
follow me. Are you
I'm gonna
injured?
take my red. I don't think so. I think his body landed my
Oh,
fall.
all right. Well, I guess if you're fine, PD hasn't responded anyway. So Coming, sorry.
That's okay. I just wanted to come
Yeah, I
help.
was on
Just the
PD
other guy,
radio.
okay?
They don't care. Yeah, PD doesn't care.
Dispatch 041,
Yeah, it
back
checks
after
out.
an unexpected 10100.
But also, the guy who claims that this one kidnapped him has pictures on Live Invader of him holding the security guard up, so I don't think the PD would believe him anyway.
He kidnapped me.
So how did he end up in zip ties?
I don't know. They made me. They kidnapped me with shotguns and SMGs.
Oh
and
yeah,
chainsaws. And
Mr. Amanita
held me
posted a picture
and
on Live Invader.
They held
so,
me at gunpoint. They made me smoke meth, and then they took photos of me smoking meth, and then they sent it to my boss, and then I blanked out, man. And next thing I woke up and I was on the ground, and you guys were coming to save me.
Yep. Don't worry, there's a lot of proof on Live Invader, so if you want to make a police report, I'm sure they'll believe you.
Thank you. Thank you, Tackman.
Whoever's doing paperwork,
anything
please
around
mention that they were found on the scene with a handcuffed person who appeared to be homeless, who claimed that our patient was the
I
one
believe the
taken.
paperwork was
Yep,
already,
thank you.
yeah.
Yeah, it's already done, ma'am.
All right,
Sorry.
thank you. I don't know, it's fine. Well,
Dispatch
crazy,
tag team
man.
1 is
It
23
is,
to
yes.
Eclipse, 147 non-critical.
I'm gonna.
Yeah, this entire city's lost its mind.
Yeah, but oh well, we got it covered. I know it's your job, but we had reports of police ignoring calls at the mall, so it might be very dangerous.
They did. They told me directly, Vincent
they were
Outman,
down the street.
we
Yeah, they
hate
were down
you.
the street.
We hate you and everything that you live for. You piece of shit, mall cop you, and we're not going to
Oh,
come to the mall anymore. And if you
Jesus.
die, then that's on you because you're a mall cop.
I believe. Well, we're gonna take care of you, and if we get calls at the mall and we have enough units, we're gonna respond. You know, we're not
Thank
gonna
you,
just let people
Pac-Man.
die.
Thank you.
Although it
You're
might be
way, you're
some
way like
scoops to
cooler than
go.
the police.
Yeah, absolutely, sure are.
Good. Pulse
Yoink.
card on patient.
Hey!
Hey.
Pulls cord on patient.
Ow. Ow.
Oh, you're slippery.
He's very slippery. Right. This one, a lot has happened to this one. He's been kidnapped, fed meth, and other stuff like that.
Yeah, I saw the photo on.
Yep.
I saw the
Yep.
photo.
Right. So, which one of you wants to stay with us? We're replacing one of you for an initiate.
I was gonna have Vic join TAC 2 because
Alrighty.
he's.
Yep.
I'm doing shift lead stuff. I gotta stop. I need more restraint training.
You
I've just been shift lead so much recently.
It's okay. Well,
I like it.
I know you like it, but you know, I'm here. I'm awake. I can be shift lead. I am shift lead.
Yeah. I just figured you took it over after I.
Well,
that happens.
Oh.
All right. One initiate who's not doing paperwork, go with us.
Chino, come with me.
Oh, there we go.
Greetings, TACMed.
Hello.
Hello.
Greetings,
Please, no mask
passenger.
at hospital.
There's 2 of you now.
It's a very pretty mask.
No mask at hospital. It is a very pretty mask. I
But
love the
yeah,
colors.
but right? I
Yeah.
used to
I
have one
think-
of those, and then I think I
I
gave it
think-
to you actually.
I think I have one if you guys want one.
Nah, it's okay.
No, we don't wear masks. It's just pretty. It's the fact that the colors are pretty.
It looks pretty,
Anyway, dispatch taxi
Well, nice.
176
Bye.
latest calls down the road.
I gotta go to a call. Sorry.
Right, call me if you want it back.
Okay.
Dispatch tag team 176.
Already called us out?
22 miles.
Which one are we going to?
Seatbelts.
Which call are we going to?
These ones.
Rockford Drive and West Eclipse Boulevard, right here.
They're
In the
gonna
house.
be. All right. The one appeared to be inside, but they're not. So probably by the.
Oh, is this Petey's place?
Yeah,
I
this is
think
PD's
so.
place. PD,
I think
Chanel,
I've
and Morag live here.
Oh well.
Tag team 123 Rockford Drive.
Apparently,
I've been here.
Yeah, we went here the other day, I think, and PD made some really good chili.
Ooh, chili. That sounds nice.
Uh huh. Yeah, it's very spicy.
I'll check
but in a
outside.
really good way.
Hello, this is TACMed. Anyone injured here?
There's Molotovs, I think, in there. Or
Molotovs
fire.
inside area is very unclear.
Careful.
Hello? No, no, it's fine.
It's Chanel money.
It's
Dumb
Chanel.
bitch.
Came out the front.
If you see her, open up.
Hello, please, Morak, calm down. Come here. It's okay. Come here. The fire is spreading. Come here. Morak, did you put the fire? Did you start the fire?
No!
It's Chanel.
She's on the stairs.
She's up the stairs.
Got one patient, individual on the staircase.
He's okay. Tell me the he's okay.
How are you guys
I don't
feeling?
wanna be-
What happened to you?
I don't want to burn here. We just got punched.
Oh,
I
okay.
just don't want to burn.
Okay, it's fine. The fire's out.
Yeah, I hit,
Alright.
I hit those bitches because they were trying to shoot me.
Alright,
trying
well.
to shoot you, bitch. I was trying to go.
Hi, Bobby. Hi, Chanel.
So much.
Hello, how are you doing?
Fine now.
Oh, you got a puppy.
Tag
That's
team 1,
puppy.
can you respond to that latest picture, Bravo?
my puppy, please.
It's been an
Sorry,
awful
tag team 2, I mean.
Yeah, 10-4.
And I missed. What's a milestone?
Imagine needing a bat.
Alright, well, let's take them to ambulance.
Oh.
No, I only got a highlight. Just
Bobby!
It's gonna be quicker that way, trust me.
Don't forget to come back. We've got party games to play.
Oh!
I'll see you back for the party games.
Are we invited to the party games?
Go for TACMed.
Yeah. You don't want to be.
Can we get you down to San Andreas?
Hey guys!
Near
Hi, Miles.
Vespucci PD, we got a 13.
Oh my god, there's
Hey, firm, TAC team 2, are you available?
Yeah, we
asked them.
currently 76.
I can take this individual for
10-4, thank you.
Oh, right, darling.
Thank you, guys.
I have.
You're
have,
learning.
come
Chloe,
forward.
you wanna come
to this Christmas
It's me.
Who's
Terry,
that?
you want to come?
What?
That's me.
That's Maria.
What do you mean?
Who the?
Me.
What?
Hello,
Are you
Santa Claus.
Chloe? Are you
Alright,
Chloe?
we gotta
It's
go.
Maria.
Oh, that's Maria. What is Maria? Is
No,
she
I
a
don't.
shapeshifter?
No.
Dude, why you look like Chloe?
102 back.
It's just a wig.
Go ahead and stay inside.
Oh.
Nope,
Oops,
nope,
sorry.
nope.
Sorry, Bobby.
Dispatch, TAC team 1, 76 back eclipse, 347's non-critical.
Oh,
Alright.
You guys should come to this Christmas party.
We
I think
might.
I
if
was
we have the
invited and then
time.
I got distracted.
Yeah, we have a lot of
Oh,
calls to
fuck,
take
we're
care.
kind of preventing the
No,
state
no,
from
fuck.
burning down.
Absolutely
Okay.
not.
Yeah, no.
Someone has to save lives.
Yeah,
PD
someone
gave
has
up.
to do this.
Rangers aren't around. At least we work.
Okay, what's your name? Was it Bobby?
Bobby Burner. She's a doctor.
Yeah.
So is Skazi. Chanel
I'm
used
also
to be a
platinum
doctor.
insurance member.
Yep.
Okay, I'll do your paperwork.
Alright, I got you now.
Or do we have time?
TAC
Or
team
should
1,
we leave it to the
23,
doctors?
23 eclipse, 347's non-critical.
Oh, I'm so dizzy. I hate riding in the back of the ambulance.
I'm sorry.
It's okay.
it wasn't that far.
Thankfully.
Hi, Snark.
Oops.
Don't think so.
Come here.
Actually, you can get. It's a clone.
Hello. Tosses on the shoulder.
What's your name, ma'am?
That's Chanel money.
Alright. We have 2 doctors and 1 ex-doctor, all badly beaten.
Okay.
All of their paperwork should be done, so... When it comes to invoicing, that is. There you go, Skazi. Take your time.
I just assumed from the fire. What happened to you?
No, she
Don't
got
hit me with a
beaten up.
bat.
No.
Your platinum insurance?
Got it. Well, here's a nice back for your bruises.
She's fine to go into platinum
That's
bed.
scratch.
It's Chanel money. She deserves a platinum bed.
I'm queen.
I got
Yes,
you.
you
You're
are.
a loser. You bald
Who is-
bitch.
Who is doing Bobby's invoice? I'm doing
I
it
am,
now.
but I need. Oh God, that's a very
That ice
welcoming
pack feels
position.
It's Bobby Burner. Unless you
Yeah,
unless
yeah.
you got it, Chloe.
I'm
Pick up
getting
your
Bobby's.
arm,
Yeah.
get you
I-
lit.
I have
set
got.
up here with some
I have
pads,
Bobby
okay?
Burner. What?
Thank you.
Yeah, Chloe, why are you taking
No,
paperwork
I-
from...
Is that-
He started.
you
He
need
just
to
needed the
do
name.
Alright.
this or you handle it?
It's Bobby
Oh, I
Burner.
didn't realize that.
I need
What
the
happened
call
to
sign for the
you?
initiates.
131... 131...
200.
So what
One,
happened to you?
sorry, what?
hit with a bat.
200. I
I just
what
got
happened to you,
How's that
Scuzzy?
feeling, Scuzzy?
Where
It's
are
dead.
you?
It's dead.
I got hit in the face a
nothing to
couple
that.
times, but this this ice
Don't
wrap
see
on
resurrection.
is doing wonders.
Gotcha.
Heroes never die.
Just got a bit of pain meds, dude. Just give him a little bit of like
It's
some
alive.
liquid
Hi.
ibuprofen.
Merry
Ooh,
Christmas.
hell yeah.
What
Thank
happened,
you,
Bobby?
Thank you.
Chloe, there's no
Chanel hit
invoice
me with a
for
bat.
there's no invoice for Scuzzy if you could.
Yeah, I'm working on
We'll have,
Scuzzy's.
like, a
Ah,
cute
sorry, I
little
didn't
spot
see you
come
holding the MDT.
Oh,
on
gotcha.
that wood.
I'm
so
adding.
I was just checking,
I'm
and
adding
no invoice
hazard
had been
fee
done
for
yet. So.
Bobby because there was fire that attacked me when I got in.
What? Don't give me a fucking hazard fee. Are you
No,
insane?
don't
no,
do a
it's
hazard
fine. It's
fee.
fine. We did
Listen,
not.
What is wrong with you, Terry? I was struck the fire. I was on the
feeling
ground.
hazard.
Wait, wait, hold on. Is everyone platinum insured here?
Yeah.
No.
All right, yeah, add the hazard fee.
Yeah. Oh.
I'm too late for Scuzzy.
Oh my god.
Technically, it does fit.
What happened, Bobby? What happened to you?
I got
You lit
beaten
on
up by
fire?
an
You
animal.
got
Well
burned?
done, Scuzzy.
I was
Where in all
With a
the-
bat.
hit with a bat, Terry. I said it 3
Thank
times.
you so much. I feel.
This one is just, out
Yeah,
of it.
unresponsive.
All right, Bolingbrook.
Is it inside?
Sams, are you in a team or?
Negative.
All right, those two are your team for now. We'll go ahead and do the Bolingbrook call real quick.
Scuzzy,
10-4.
Scuzzy, Scuzzy.
All units from 196 that need an available attack mat on the roof, please.
Yeah, 131, 76.
Need 195 as well?
Negative. 3 units at Eclipse. You're attack team 1 now.
Dispatch 196+1, transitioning to Valkyrie, 76 to the latest, 47 at Bolingbroke.
Attack team 1, you may stay at Eclipse to protect doctors if there's no calls coming in.
Is it just 5 of us again?
No, because there's one team out.
Oh, okay.
There's 1, 2.
Yeah, that's,
Sorry, 1, 2, 3,
Sam,
4, 5,
Terry,
6,
and-
7, 8. There's 8 of us. Yep. So there's
Awesome,
2 teams of 3 and us 2.
Yes.
Dispatch TAC Team 1 is 76 back to Eclipse Medical, no 47 treated on scene.
I believe you're attack team 2. No.
No, they were. Oh, yeah, they were too.
My mistake. Apologies.
Yep. 10-4. Attack team 1 is at Eclipse currently. Attack team 1, feel free to go out on patrol. Attack team 2, you may remain at Eclipse for the time being.
10-4, we're heading out on patrol right now.
10-4, thank you. Alright, there's people running. Is it here? There's someone in the car.
Yeah.
Right,
Does look like it should be around.
yeah, there's a person in the car that might be injured. Hello, this is TACMET. Is anybody injured in the car? Yep, definitely. Alrighty. Oh. Alright.
Okay.
No, land. Hello, anybody injured here?
Hello. I don't know.
That looked like somebody injured. Hello, is anybody injured here?
Maybe inside, yeah.
Yeah, someone just got pulled in.
Wow.
Why has he got a knife?
I'm not entirely sure.
I'm freaking out.
Drop the patient now!
Dispatch TAC Team 2 is 23 Eclipse Medical, no 47s.
Drop the patient now. Drop the patient now! Drop the patient now!
You have 3 seconds.
We're giving you a countdown. We know it's a patient. Drop him.
He's a
Drop
patient?
him.
Are you a
Yes.
3,
Drop him.
Hey, okay, I'll do it. I'll do
You
it.
you
I'll
don't
do
want to
it,
be
I'll do
shot
it,
in the
I'll do
head.
it,
Everything is fine. We're
Don't
not
shoot
here
me,
to cause
don't shoot
trouble.
me,
We're
don't shoot me.
literally to take care of him.
Please, please, don't shoot me.
All right.
Drop him,
Well, drop him. I'm counting to
Please
3.
don't-
1,
Don't shoot.
2.
Don't.
You will be shot in the head if you do not drop our patient. Thank you. Step away.
Step away.
Come here.
Thank you so much.
All right. Go ahead and yep, inside start an invoice for field treatment. I'll get you the details and I'll be on the guard.
Okay. Sounds good.
Actually, you can go ahead and get the details. I'll drop him here, so you're not in danger.
Thank you. All right, let's take a look at you.
Yeah, it's just
What's
gonna
your
be a
name?
field treatment.
Ango Gato.
Yeah, but what's your actual legal
Ow.
name?
Scotty Perez.
Nice to meet you. Are you Leo's Escobar
Nice to
friend?
meet you too. Oh, yeah. You said it was Halloween.
Yep.
Where did he go?
Yeah.
Leo. Is Leo here?
I don't know, but I.
Hello.
Severity of your injuries, so let me just check.
Okay.
You got the identity?
Yep.
All right. Just put him in a bed. We'll have nurses help out with treatment. It's still gonna be field 1.
Okay. Here we go.
Oh.
All right.
All right.
So,
Mr. Gato P, the doors are unlocked, so you can leave by yourself. But if you want, we can give you an escort if you want to get out of prison.
Oh, okay.
Were you kidnapped here? It looked like you were kidnapped here.
No, I wasn't. I was shot. They were trying to get me help, and I guess I don't know,
Well-
the doors are open.
Well,
can you see if he's got an exit wound?
yeah, sure. Just quickly check. You know, when people are refusing to let someone be taken care of by actual medical professionals, we assume they don't want to help them. Because the quickest way for you to get help is for you to be in our hands.
You hear all those shots? Somebody's shooting outside.
Yep.
All right. I don't. I see an exit wound. Nothing serious.
Okay.
Right. Mr. Gato, the nurses will help you up whenever you feel like you're ready, and we'll just move out of here. Unless you want to stay. As I said, the doors are open, so you can just leave.
I'm okay. Yeah.
Tag team
all right.
2 is
We'll leave you here
treating
then.
2 individuals who are blown up in front
Once
of
it's done with
Hayes Autos.
paperwork, we're just leaving. You ready to run? We're running straight for the Valkyrie.
Yep. Paperwork done. Let's go.
This is TACMED. See shots. All right, let's go. Let's go out the gate.
Okay.
I got it. I'll be opening and closing. Ah, it's electrocuted. Yep,
Sorry.
yep. When I say I got the gate, do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I know. Have it. I'm
Restrained.
sorry. I have very little restraint.
Hello.
That's slim.
I don't know. Dispatch, Valkyrie, seen at Bolingbrook, code 4, patient treated on scene, 76 back eclipse, no 47s.
Pac-Man PD, we've got 2 injured
at the mall?
10-4. Valkyrie will swoop in and scoop them up. Are they 95s or?
Thank you. No idea at this point.
A-firm, thank you.
TACMED from base. Figure that out.
We'll go for TACMED.
50 times.
We got a stab wound here on a person at the mall. Can we get ambulance?
10-4. We just got a call for 2 injured at the mall. Is that the same one or?
I think so, yeah.
Alright, Valkyrie is 76, thank you.
Switching back to PD.
Dispatch Valkyrie, 76 latest, 52 at the mall.
Air one.
I guess, nope, taking a look right now. It's only civilians outside. Might be inside.
You wanna go inside the
Yep.
upper way or lower?
We're gonna go in here. Alright. Dispatch Valkyrie skids down. 23 at latest 52 request. Maybe. Hello. Where are the injured individuals?
Good night.
TACMED, he's outside.
Outside? Alright, thank you.
Outside by the side wall. Watch out, tear gas.
Hey, technical med.
We were called. Sorry, we were called for 2 injured. Is there another one?
That's a pretty bad place to park.
I only know of the person.
Stop throwing tear gas!
Hey, tag med is just go behind you.
Yep, I know. We just had people throwing tear gas.
Yeah. How do we get on the roof?
Parachute. Yep, got him.
Just the one. Oh no, you do have two.
Yeah,
Alright.
we got,
Yep,
we
yep.
got two 52 requests too.
No, it's fine. It's fine. They were.
Alright, let's
It
go.
was same thing.
Yeah.
Unlock. Thank you. That was some
You okay?
strong tear gas. Yeah, I was just. Alright, we're leaving. Well, we're almost
Yep.
leaving.
Yep.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Dispatch Valkyrie skids up. 76 back eclipse. 247. It's non-critical. That's a hazard fee.
Can I get a unit staged nearby at the mall? There's shots fired. Someone's gonna get hurt. Keep your distance, though.
Thank you. I was about to make that call.
What?
I was about to make that call.
Team 2 responding.
Miss Shift Lead.
Sorry.
wanna
I
be
keep
shift lead?
doing that. I'm so sorry.
I think part of your training needs to be that when you're not shift lead, you're not shift lead. Because you're a good shift lead, but as soon as you give that title away, you cannot be shift lead, because that defeats the whole purpose of the shift lead.
Yeah, I got it.
Get better.
Yeah, I need to go.
Dispatch Tag Team 1 going to the Stroke Masters to get my tire fixed because we let it shut up at...
10-4. Yep. Pulls up patient. There we go.
Dispatch 073 is going 1042. Happy night.
Thank you for your service.
Thank you for your service.
That guy tried to stab me. They have a patient.
I believe it.
and then
Oh,
I
well.
shot him.
Oh, well. You're not 95, so I think the PD doesn't care. I think they're
I don't
too
think they care about anything anymore.
Yeah, I think they're too preoccupied with people throwing gas in class 3s.
Yeah, I had a tear gas thrown at me after I fainted.
You're not the only one. Alright, don't worry. We'll get
My
you
lungs
treated.
are burning.
I can imagine. Upsy daisy. Ugh.
TACMED PD,
Go for TACMED.
we got 295s down at the across from the mall.
10-4, we have a unit staged.
Thank you. It's code 4. You can roll in.
Alright,
Stand
TAC
for
team.
TAC team 2 is rolling in.
Yeah, be quick about it. Scoop them up and check them on the way. We're not staying at the mall. Ugh.
2Gs or 1?
2Gs.
Gotcha. 1 moment. Yeah, I got you.
I'm very sorry about that. I know you're a celebrity, but would you mind reminding me your name, sir? Is it
Vincent Adult
Goodman?
Man. I'm not a
Adult.
celebrity. I'm not
There
a
we go.
celebrity.
Well, you're kind of on the front page of a magazine, sir. I'm just saying.
Oh, I suppose that's true. That is true. Yeah, they did put me on the front page of More Security Weekly.
What was that last name again?
Adult Man.
Adult. There you go. Thank you. Units at the mall, reminder, invoices to have hazard fee attached.
10-4. Top floor square.
Attack team 176 Eclipse to resupply.
I feel like if this shit doesn't calm down today, then it might be my last day.
Oh, well. Would you like some morale? I believe that the PD has given up already a few times yesterday, so you got more heart in you than PD when it comes to saving people. Kind of like us.
All I need is a nightstick, and I can start dealing with all these people who run in the mall.
Well, I think a flashlight could do just as well.
Shots fired near Eclipse. Be careful.
All right, Mr. Vincent, your paperwork is all done. Please take all the
sounds like
time
it
you
was
need
down
to
the street,
recover.
though.
Let me just. Nope, I'm gonna just. Here's
Attack
an oxygen
team
mask
76
with a little bit of a
Eclipse
backup.
Medical
You
295.
should be good for like a minute or two if you're feeling a little hazy to use that, and that should help
Okay.
out.
Thank you.
Alrighty.
For good copy.
Alrighty, we got that handled.
Alright.
Oh yeah, I think it's just
Do you just want to stay Valkyrie?
no.
Okay.
Actually, where are we going?
I'm trying to check.
We're coming back here. Those are coming back to resupply. We got a call, so we'll just snatch one of them
Yeah,
in
there's
the
up on
ambulance.
Bay City Ave.
Yep, go ahead and
What is that noise?
Dispatch attack team 223 at Eclipse Medical with 295 non-critical.
10-4. Unit in the ambulance that's not doing paperwork, go ahead and stay at the garage. We're gonna go to the next call.
Alright.
That's you? Yep.
I can do paperwork. I'll do paperwork as well.
Piper, you okay?
I don't see my ambulance.
I don't want to go to jail.
Well,
Hold on.
shouldn't be the crime.
Alejandro, could you? Thank you. There we go. Sorry, it was at the very end of the list. All right.
I got. Oh,
Yep.
sorry.
All right. I'll park. I guess.
I got 4.
You got 4?
Yep.
Well, what's?
Oh,
What do you mean you got? Okay, leave. I guess.
I didn't. Yeah, I didn't see you pull out your.
What do you mean? I
ambulance.
said who's going, and we're not taking 4. We're taking
I'm
3.
coming with you.
Yep. I guess so. Come here, Terry.
Okay.
All right. I'll stay here.
Hop in, Sam's. I guess.
Okay.
Alright. So, are you going there, or do you
We're
want?
going to the latest call. You can go to the call up down at the Vespucci.
Okay. How many do we have? We got 3.
Are we going to Bay
102,
City?
196 director. You
Nope, we're doing this
10
one.
8 currently.
Was that me?
Negative.
102.
Ah, my
10-4
glasses
with
broke.
the tech team that just went out.
Oh, 10-4.
Seatbelt.
Alright, we're tag team 1. We're tag team 1. 23. Petty Pacino's house. Other units tag team 2.
Dispatch tag team 276 to the latest 347 to Bay City Avenue.
Hackmed back again. What happened?
Yeah, I found one. Hey, how you feeling?
Chanel's an evil lady.
Yeah.
She can't be trusted.
All right.
I got burned. I burned.
She can't be trusted. She
Petey
Molotov
and Chanel.
She Molotov me.
Yeah, all right.
She Molotov me and shot me 1,000 times. I couldn't defend
Chanel set us
myself.
on fire and shot us all.
I'm an innocent man.
That doesn't sound fun.
You know I'm a good boy, right?
No, it wasn't, honey. Are you gay?
I mean,
Yeah.
do you still have some of that
Love
chili
that.
left? Chloe said it was really tasty. I'm really hungry.
Oh, well, I'm woke. So, and
Yeah, Chloe said you made
so
some
I'm kinda
chili.
like, you know, different too.
You are Chloe.
That's not
Yeah.
really different.
Yeah, do you
though.
still have some of that chili?
That's
We'll
different
go
from
get the last
pan.
one.
Yep.
Hey, afraid.
Hi.
Hello, Bobby.
You know, this feels like the perfect ending to the day.
If you try the pussy, or did you eat my chili?
I didn't eat anything except fire.
Oh, Miles.
Yeah.
Rookie mistake,
You guys pick
Miles.
up my boyfriend.
Yeah.
Which one was that?
Green hair.
Did we get a green one?
No, we didn't. Is he also here?
Pac-Man PD.
I'll go
Go for
take a look.
Hackmed.
I'll do PTs.
We are not responding to any calls at the mall. It's too unsafe and unsecure at this point.
10-4, so same as yesterday. No worries. We'll probably not be responding. Thank you.
Tactic 2 is 23 to dispatch calls on Vespucci Boulevard.
Alright, we can't find him. He might have been taken to Eclipse already. Or
Yeah,
kidnapped.
I couldn't find that one.
Okay.
Dispatch
Oh, I
tag
think
team 1.
Chanel took him, actually.
76
Maybe
back
that's what
Eclipse.
happened.
447
Oh,
Snunk
yeah,
Golf.
alright.
She's probably all being horrible to him right now.
4 of them.
Probably stepping on him and spitting on him.
10-9.
Alright.
She's
That's
an
talking
evil
to my tech
lady.
team.
Don't you guys think so too?
What's your call signs for everyone in the car now? I don't remember.
131.
008, M008,
Not anymore.
1042 for the last time.
Mine's
What happened, PD?
8008. I got
Four-
burned
four-
to death. I got terrorized. I got hurt. I got pain. I got misery. And I got nothing but sympathy. I'm a good boy.
Don't leave your car here,
William.
please.
It was bad.
No.
Okay, so you're
You only
burned
say
and you
please.
have a bad case of the whites.
Yeah, I feel like a big baby right now. If I could turn back
If possible, please don't
I'm
park your car here.
Yeah, sorry. A lot of shit going on.
Yep, no, we know. We're dealing with it for like weeks straight.
Yes.
Hello.
Yes,
Hi.
Ow!
Ow.
So much
I got the guy in the helicopter.
I've been eating so much
There's one more on me.
Hi,
Come to me.
Chloe.
Hello.
Some random shot Snorky.
Well, go in the elevator. Go ahead and drop him.
There you go.
Thank you.
So is my ex-husband.
Yeah. Oh my God, Spock!
Hi. How are you, Miss Mo?
Merry Christmas.
How to do, you crazy kiddos?
It's okay, Alex. We love you. We'll see you soon.
What's your
number?
Miles
Oh, we can wait. We can wait.
Okay. Pity, what happened to you?
Pete.
Thank you, sweetheart.
Of course.
Pete is done.
Oh, that wasn't even the real one.
I feel better.
Tag team
What do you mean? It is me, Maria.
Yeah, but no, but not. You're not Chloe. You're dressed as Chloe, aren't you?
No, I'm just as Maria. What are you talking about?
Who's Maria?
What, me? I'm Maria. Marionette.
Oh, well, Marionette, I need my job back.
Not my place to give you your job back unless you're looking to apply as TACMED.
What are we gonna do with the overseer?
What do you mean?
We need to talk to the overseer and get our mind out the gutter. I think she's intimidated by the fact I'm an older woman.
I don't think so.
And no, I just know that I did.
I think you just upset her and she doesn't like you. And when she doesn't like you, you're kind of fucked.
But like, why? Like, why does she not like me? Like, that's
I do not
unprofessional.
know. I'm not in her head. Why do people ask me what overseer thinks? I don't
Well,
know.
I'm sorry,
not
but
the
if she's
overseer.
incapable, then she shouldn't be in charge.
No one said she's incapable. You're the one who's saying that, and that's probably why she doesn't like you.
I mean, I think she's incapable because she's barely around, and when she is around, I mean, what does she do?
The same thing we all do. Good job.
Yeah, but I don't ever see it, doing anything.
Well, we see her doing something. Sounds like if you were still working here, you would have seen her working, but you don't work here because you're
Well,
doing
I'd like
some
to
bad
think
things.
she stepped up.
Of course, she always has stepped up.
So what does she do successfully? Quickly.
10-4.
Yeah, I didn't think so.
I did not hear what you said at all.
Ah.
I'm shifted. I'm listening to the radio first.
I know, no, this is what Marinette is like now. I don't know what happened to her. She used to be nice, but then she just
What do you
got
mean?
cold.
I am nice.
You used to be nice, but you're not
I am
anymore.
nice. I.
You know, you have a really cold, nasty, vibe now. You used to be chill, but now
You know
you're
what?
real spicy.
Miss Morag, you insult the overseer and a lot of people here all the time. I'd say if anyone is cold and nasty here,
I
it's
don't really
you.
insult anyone around here.
I feel like you kind of ruined
I
your.
just had Bobby over at my Christmas dinner.
Well, yeah, and now you come here and you start insulting
And
the
I'm friends with
overseer,
Brittany.
and you want a job here. That's kind of,
I mean, I didn't insult the overseer. I mean,
You called her incapable.
Well, yes.
I feel like she's more capable than you.
Well, I don't know. Maybe I won't work here ever again. I feel like whatever you did to this hospital, the whole vibe and energy has changed, and it's just not giving.
The hospital isn't the same without Chanel and Monarch.
I will agree with that, but it's not like we threw you out. It's more like you left.
This place sucks now.
She
This
did not.
place used to be so cool. I used to come here all the time, and now I never come to the hospital.
Yeah, it's just rough. I don't know. Everyone just became so cold. Like, even Chloe changed. I was so confused by that.
I will agree that the doctors are struggling, but that's more of a Brittany thing.
Dispatch tag team 276.
But it's not Brittany thing. It's
Yeah, it's not at all. Brittany's doing her.
non-control.
Yeah, Brittany's doing her best.
Well,
I don't think it's fair to blame her.
I'm not saying I'm blaming her. I'm just saying none of the new doctors are trained in anything. We have to teach them. We have to teach them everything as TACMED.
But, like, it can't be all on Brittany.
Well, she's
What about
kind of the
Benji?
underseer. What about Benji? He's not the underseer. He's not in charge of
I
anything.
mean, if more people respected her like the underseer, then maybe that would be the case. But the doctors, they're just not giving. And honestly, I do believe that, I'm being 100% honest with you, and I do say that the vibe is nowhere near what it was before.
Yeah, it's not. And there's also not a single vibe. There's no doctors left working.
And that's because it's just not giving.
Uh,
The hospital needs to go
Actually,
back
we
to
had a
giving.
lot of good scrubs, and they all left because they didn't have any, doctors to teach them anything.
We need more pussy queens.
13
We need
Bravo
more
is
slay
having
bosses.
an okay
Exactly.
situation.
We need more
I think.
of that.
I think these two deserve a second chance.
10-4, we'll have a Valkyrie on route.
a second chance. I think
I
I'd beat you the best
agree.
doctor the
I
Leeds
agree, but
hospital
I'm
ever seen.
TACMed. I cannot do anything, but I cannot do anything
You
about
dress
it,
up.
okay?
You say
Nobody
you're
knows
saying
the
you're
hospital, but
okay,
better
but
than
you
PD
say you're not in the overseer's head, but you dress up as her.
No, I don't. I dress up as
Have
myself.
an intimate.
Could I have one unit meet me on a rooftop?
Wrong floor.
Hey! Through that.
I can't do anything about the doctors.
Back to this guy, what is 22, that's sorry.
Alright.
131196 direct, do you have a co-pilot? Valkyrie?
Negative. Not yet.
Or I'm 76 now.
10-4. Oh, I feel so bad. I want to give Morak attention, but I'm shift lead. I cannot. Literally tired. Not tired. I'm busy. Sorry. And also my glasses broke. That distracted the shit out of me. So annoying. I'm gonna have to actually glue them back together. Hello, this is Stackman. How can I help you?
Hello, do you know like the ramp down by the behind the mall where you can go and park in on the
Yep, we do.
there are 2 dead people here.
All right, they can stay there. We're not responding to mall calls. It's too dangerous.
Oh, okay.
Yep. We're handled to. Yep, there we go. Dispatch Valkyrie 7613 Bravo at Roxwood. Sorry, I kind of wasn't able to keep up. Morag was yelling in my ear for 5 minutes straight.
Yeah.
Insulting
that
the
makes
overseer,
sense.
then complaining she's not getting her job back yet. And
yeah,
talking
sorry,
about
I
how
was,
the vibe
I
at
was
the
trying
hospital
so
is not
hard
the
to
same as it used to be. Yeah.
I was trying so hard not to respond. The restraint training is so hard for me.
Mm-hmm. You'll get it one day, but as soon as you say, or someone else says, they are shift lead, you are not shift lead.
No, I know.
There's no ifs and
I
buts.
understand every single time I fuck it up. I do understand that.
Well, it's fine. I'm gonna keep repeating it until you get it.
I know.
You look nice.
Be advised, we just had someone turn up in a stolen command car.
10-4. It's probably Leo Escobar returning it.
That's right.
Yep, go ahead and park it.
There's like 9 people outside of Clips with class 3s.
10-4, please notify PD.
If we're all do it.
Yep, everyone.
Swapping tech on 5.
Yep, everyone pull out their guns and stay at treatment floor protected.
Die with honor.
Well, don't do that.
No, if you're going to die, die with honor.
The Rangers say what happened to Squall?
No, but it's code 4.
Yeah.
I think. They're kind of difficult to understand. But it's a cute voice.
Dispatch Valkyrie 23 to Eclipse.
Fired Eclipse.
22, that last. Dispatch Valkyrie 22 to Roxwood. Oh, I need to eat something.
Hello, so what happened here?
He got punched once in the face and then drowned.
Oh, well, so, alright,
Oh,
is he alive? Or did he actually drown?
Yeah,
I'm very alive.
Oh, alright. Why is there an egg?
Chloe, why are you
here?
so wet?
It's raining.
For a small swim to save someone.
Oh my god.
Is he the only one injured?
And also, it's still raining.
Oh.
Were you
Am
cooked?
I dying?
Where are you cooked? It looks like you were dropped in like a bowl of ramen or something.
No.
I think I feel the gay panic coming on again, Chloe.
That, It smells like beef, not beans.
Does Tackman not wear shirts anymore?
We do, unless we're
My shirt
drunk.
is soaked.
All right. I mean, we can leave if you don't like the service.
No.
Yeah, we can. Yeah,
no.
Chloe, I think we're
Curious if that
leaving.
was for me.
Yeah,
Okay,
she is
she's
fine.
passed out.
Oh well, just give her a moment. Maybe she's tired. We got an actual patient
Oh,
to take care of.
gentlemen, it looks like the more of us that pass out, the less clothes they wear. I'm going to need some more of you to pass out.
Hey, Squabble.
Hey.
I guess we're leaving.
Hold on.
Oh no! Everyone pass out.
I'm
Where
doing the
are you
paperwork.
going?
And we're gonna
Nobody
take this
asked
one
you to
with us.
leave.
We have PD en route to the hospital at the moment. There is multiple people here with
Hey, you wanna,
We're gonna
okay,
save you,
You don't
yeah.
want to feel cheating?
No, we don't. Oh, she's fine. We can leave.
Oh, thank God.
Okay. I'm glad you're okay, Amy.
Oh.
Love you too, Amy.
Or we can make them walk back. Yeah, that's true. Yes.
They're gonna pick me up, right?
What?
Probably, maybe.
Oh, okay, good.
Bye, Rangers.
Be safe. They're so supportive of me.
Yep, they are. Dispatch Valkyrie, 76 back at
What
Clips,
happened to you
147.
again? You got punched in the face and then.
Oh yeah,
And
I
drunk.
got smacked pretty hard there. Yeah. Then I was wet, and then I wasn't wet.
Oh, yeah.
Dispatch, units out of Clips, what's the status?
Oh, okay. From the rain?
Yeah.
Suspects are unseen at the
Oh, they're gonna kill me. I left my truck out.
10-4, you're all staying safe at
Oh,
treatment floor?
I'm getting fired over this. God damn it.
Everything is code 4 at the moment, but everyone is still on scene.
10-4, just stay on treatment floor.
Team 1 is about 23 to Eclipse. Where do you want
your shift going?
Everyone is doing stupid shit constantly today.
Oh yeah. I'm up in Roxwood and my coworkers are bullying me.
Oh,
Didn't seem that way.
Yeah.
About what?
They just are. I think they're bored, but I also think they don't want to go into the city. So.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, it's that smart. Stay out of the city as much as possible. It's a mess here.
I'm gonna go to Grove Street after this.
Seems pretty safe, to be
Where's
honest.
that?
It's in the hood.
Yeah,
Probably
gross.
safer than the mall.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, no kidding. Yeah.
Mall is full of class 3s and...
Yeah. Yesterday I drove past the mall and somebody said, "Fuck the police," and ran after me and then started spraying an AK in the air.
Yep.
Maniac.
Yep. We had like about 6 tear gas grenades thrown at us at the mall.
Holy shit.
5 going 10-7 for approximately 5 mics.
10-4.
You
All
guys
right.
ever get the classic, hey, tack bed, and then they just shoot you in the back of the head?
This
Nope.
is 117 going 1042 9.
It happens to me a
10-4,
lot.
take
Hey,
first
Rangers.
service. We get the no hey Tackman and getting sniped in the back of the head, don't we, Chloe?
Oh.
Yeah, I got.
I don't want to risk it because of the combat PDWs.
Yeah, they're kind of, more pussies with the Tackman.
You know, with us, they're just like blatant, like, hey, what are you gonna do about it?
Yeah, so far I've gotten a don't move,
What do you think? Going 1041.
nothing from the sniper, and then I've got oh my god, Hightower, and then I've gotten a you shouldn't have hit me with your ambulance, and then blown up.
It's a given to hit somebody with your ambulance. It's like
Actually,
a right, almost.
Yeah, I had lights and sirens. I didn't yield to an emergency vehicle.
I've worked DMS
And I
before. That's a
said
right to hit somebody with
Valkyrie,
your
23
ambulance.
Eclipse,
You don't have to
147.
do that.
Yeah,
Part of
I
the
also
job.
said sorry and then gave them money for repair, and
we
they
took
still blew me
responsibility.
up. Yeah, exactly.
Can't take responsibility.
Can't take responsibility.
Chloe, put the vest on.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hey, where was the class 3s?
Outside, I believe.
Outside.
Dispatch, what's the
159, back on
status
10,
on
100.
class 3s? Were they outside?
Me in the class 3 fire? I'm never gonna be able to leave this place.
Leave the
Code,
situation code 4.
Sorry,
just take me
Squabble.
back. Throw me off the roof or something.
They said they were
10-4.
outside.
I was gonna field treat you.
But I wanted to know where were they? The people outside?
Outside, they were shooting at a bunch of people.
10-4, thank you.
Dispatch 115, 10-4-8.
Have a great night.
No, none. 10-8.
Oh, my bad.
Hello.
Hello.
Backman Rangers.
Go for attack, man.
Permission to land, Eclipse Medical Roof.
Permission landed.
Massage parlor in the city. I
Good
go
for
to it
it,
every
thank
day.
Final
It's a lot of work, though.
You know,
Yeah.
Rubs always
Your
work.
ranger is currently
That's
getting
what's the
treated.
fun in
kind
it,
of
you
works
know?
for.
10-4, good copy.
Yeah, it works for both. You know.
Thank you for helping me, Doc. I feel
Now, guess
so
what?
much better.
Rangers.
problem.
Rangers.
Don't get shot in your tummy again.
I won't get shot in my tummy. I'll get shot in my ass next time.
Alright. Everything is called for. Please, got it. Thank you all.
Yeah, basically,
Sounds like
Leo
a mistake.
and like PD Pacino showed up.
I'm getting outta
with, like
here.
20 people, and they just all started shooting.
All
each other in
right.
front
Oh
of
my goodness gracious.
Yes.
I need a
kinda
back team to
honestly-
25
Alright,
me at the
Sam's-
garage. We got
hey.
13A.
Hi, Tower. That is shift lead for a reason. Please don't yell on radio anymore.
Apologies, I need to fix my radio.
No, it's you screaming, actually screaming. Alright, Sam's take one initiate and one person go to the call at Vespucci. Will handle 13 Alpha.
10-4.
Or just these two.
Yeah, right.
Duty back on. I'm coming.
Yep. Who's this?
Terry!
Alright, come on, Terry. 13 Alpha. You're going
come
with
with you guys?
Sam. No, initiate. You're going with Sam's.
Go with them.
Yep.
I got you.
We're going to this.
Yep.
Yep. Come on. We're going this.
Yes.
Alright. How many people
Wait.
in the ambulance?
4, I believe.
Alright. Go to the Alpha.
Yep.
On a more positive note, they seem to really enjoy the.
TACMed from PD.
Go for attackman.
Can we get one of you guys down to the cells at RPD, please?
10
We have
for
a downed
tacting
officer and a
370.
downed suspect.
Oh, is that the 13 Alpha? Or you have a unit on route already.
Yeah, 10-4. Thank you. I appreciate you.
We're gonna go ahead and pull into garage if you could have a if you could have a unit escort us in.
10-4.
Takes mask off the hospital.
Alright. Unit going to 13 Alpha, you're TAC team 1. Unit going to Vespucci, you're TAC team 2.
Good copy.
I like your glasses.
Yeah, Temple. We unfortunately can't see where the Vespucci
I'm
call is.
Pan, but it's on the LGBTQ
Pan.
spectrum. Yeah. I'm not gay, but my
suppose.
boyfriend is.
Brittany's boyfriend is gay.
Nice.
Yeah.
TACMed from PD.
Go for attack, Matt.
One of your TACMed gave me a shirt last night, and I forgot to give it back because I went to bed. I'm going to Eclipse to give it back, okay? Are you at RPD? I'm here. RPD 10-4, 76. Thank you.
TAC team 2, go ahead and take the latest call in Vinewood Hills. By Beaver Bush.
Temple.
I'm ready to protect you with my life, ma'am. But
No, we
pretty
need to
good.
protect each other with our life. That is our duty.
Yes, of course. That's what I'm saying. I'm ready to protect you.
Alright, take mask off.
If you want to protect me, I would highly appreciate it.
Yeah, the mask looks silly with the glasses. It's either one or the other.
Okay, ma'am.
Yeah, I found out yesterday that I'm one of those frontier men because I arrive in a minute.
Hello. Anyone injured?
No.
Alright, hello.
How you guys doing on food?
I
Running a
have
little
no
low.
idea. Oh, there you go.
Sorry, what'd you say?
I'm running
Apparently
a
we're
little low.
running low. Have you checked cafeteria?
Yes, it was not much there.
Oh, there you go.
Okay.
Tag team
I'll go make some and bring
223,
some on by.
final hill.
Excellent, thank you.
Down for.
Code 6.
I love the car, by the way. Really take care of that one, because that's a collector's item. That's just gonna go up in value the more you hold.
Hello, this is Stockmat. What is the nature of your emergency?
Hello, we're having a party at La Fuente Blanca, and we're probably gonna have a fight night, so you'll probably get calls for us.
10-4, no worries, we'll respond.
Okay, and if y'all want to come out and hang out, you can. I know you're
No,
probably
we're busy working. We're not like PD or Rangers. We actually save lives.
Oh yeah, no, I get it.
Alright, thank you.
Appreciate y'all.
Stay safe, or
Thank
don't.
You too.
Dispatch, be advised, Saints are going to have a party and fight night at La Fuente Blanca, so we might get some calls later. Hello.
My bike.
What?
Nice.
I just paid $2,000 for it.
Oh, okay.
Congratulations.
Yeah, me and Chloe bought
Dispatch,
a
Tag Team 1,
super
76
bike.
to
It goes like
147
150
is
miles per
95,
hour
also
in 2
critical.
seconds.
Really? How much
Yeah.
is that?
Like over $200,000.
Oh, I don't have that. I gave all my money away to the people at the
Oh well,
casino. 'cause I
don't
felt
stay
bad.
in, don't stay in it here. Gonna get rammed by ambulance.
It's true.
Big nine, big nine.
Dispatch, Tag Team 1, 23 Eclipse, 247. Well, scratch out 147 critical.
How far?
Sirens.
PD treated on scene.
Yep.
Tag team 276 Eclipse 047.
Down for. UTL or treated on scene?
Field treatment, sorry.
Down for, thank you.
How you feeling, buddy?
PD giving up anytime soon and going go-karting or?
Maybe.
Oh, well.
I didn't give up yesterday.
And neither did I.
Chloe, do you want to go to the most recent 47?
Nope. Nope.
Yeah,
Mall
Mall is,
call. Fuck Mall.
being
We're not
abandoned.
responding to Mall.
Yeah, fuck them all.
That's still happening?
Yes.
Oh, God.
We just got
Yeah,
like
well, it just
6
started up again.
yeah.
To...
Oh, wow.
Thankfully, there's gonna be party at the Saints place, so that's gonna calm down a little bit because I assume people behave there better than at Mall.
Yeah, actually, it was extremely well behaved last night. So they
Oh
had a
yeah, I
party
know.
last
I went
night,
there.
too. You went there?
Yeah, I picked up Brittany and hang out for a little bit. We had a chat about me not being a furry and other stuff.
Oh.
Oh, so, Maria, a quick question. I heard you had a little altercation with Dale the other day.
What do you mean? I don't have altercations with anyone.
Oh, nothing. Dale just said that Yeah, you know, never mind. That's for Dale.
Call yourself out 23.
What did he say?
I'll just go.
Tag team 223 clips.
Down 4, thank you.
No. This guy's too much of an idiot.
Yeah, I guess I have my shirt straight.
Hello.
Hello. I'll be myself.
Is the 47 and 95?
I'll beam you all. Beam.
I assume so.
The one I
Assume
carried
so.
up was a full-on criminal.
Yep. I was asking if. Well. Ah, there we go. Come on.
What's that?
Hello, what happened here?
I have no clue.
Oh, alright, so 47?
In fact, I think this is my husband.
Oh! Well, congratulations. Let's go ahead and have him treated.
Yeah. Hey, go ahead.
Is that you, Terry?
Yes.
That's
alright. Grabs mask, and pulls it off, and puts into hoodie pocket instead.
What happened?
No clown makeup at work, so I put on human makeup so to cover over the clown.
Hello.
102.10 for a couple max.
Down 4.
Oh, Jesus. I need lick one. Lick one.
Cargo, you have a fingerprint kit? Fingerprint him.
Alright, are we conscious? Ooh, that's not looking good. Alright. Doctor, get on it. I'll go ahead and check for an ID real quick if there is one. This pocket, that's just this pocket. Okay. Oh, perfect.
Tag meta Eclipse, please form a tag team if you don't have anything you're doing right now. And go on patrol.
Hey, Chloe. I got shot again.
You got shot again?
Random as shit.
Is there an exit one?
Yeah, just put her through the
Hey, babe.
Okay.
The heck?
Where'd you get shot at?
159 available.
No way.
Dispatch 159 available.
See you later.
Took my car. 10-9 last?
Yeah, I saw that.
Dispatch 159 available.
They shot me.
Did they rob you?
No.
Alright, I'll find your car. don't
Dispatch
worry.
184 available.
Oh my gosh. First time I'm on the street.
Yes, ma'am. Where do
and
you
they're
need me?
breaking the law.
Tag team 1, 10-8.
Or in their trunk. How?
What units are in tag team 1?
We have,
Hi, Maria.
041 and 188. And 200.
And yourself, I assume?
You don't like the elevator?
I don't know call signs, I apologize.
It's okay. How many badges in tag team 1?
4 badges, tag team 1.
Stand for. Please go out on patrol.
Alright, Snark, your paperwork's done. Thank you so much.
Okay, I love you.
Love you too, Snark.
Where did you pick up husband from? And I'm talking about gunshot wounds, not marriage.
Well, it was a long no. On Vespucci.
Thank you.
He was heading through the lights.
Alright, yeah, I had 3 people calling me from different
See a
angles.
bright light.
Oh, fuck.
No, don't see that light.
Not now, before.
Alright, your paperwork is all done. Take all the time you need to recover, and then you're free to go.
Alright, thank
Yeah.
you.
Thank you.
We're gonna go out on patrol, I think.
All right.
Okay,
Keep thinking.
weird
I'm
question,
gonna
can
tell you
someone
what you're about to do.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Oh shit. Secret mission! Secret mission!
What makes you think it's a secret mission?
I don't know, because she has a
It's not
secret
so-
mask on.
It's not so secret when you yell it out.
Oh, my bad. Secret mission! Secret mission.
Yeah, Hightower, you have too much energy. Go ahead and get yourself a black parachute.
Oh, god damn it!
Yeah, go off duty and get yourself a black parachute.
Okay.
Hello. We'll stay until Summers is back from 10-7, and we'll go out on patrol. And I'm keeping Hightower here. Thank you. I'm a minor. I cannot drink.
Oh god.
Hey, what the fuck?
Just shoved a shot of vodka into my pocket.
Wait, how are you running the fucking hospital if you're a minor?
What's wrong? Do you find me
have a problem
incompetent
with the way
despite
she
my
runs
age?
The hospital?
No, I just have questions
I
about
mean-
time frames.
Well, I mean, minors can go to the army, can't they?
They can do with special permission, but passing medical school and still being a minor is damn near insane.
I passed many
When you were
schools.
12.
Yeah, medical school isn't required for tech men.
That explains so much.
Hey, what the fuck? I don't want this.
You're gonna take insurance.
Bad robot.
Vic, please with patient. Thank you. Hello.
Bad robot. He didn't do nothing.
What do you mean bad robot? Stop insulting Ronaldonator. He's our best janitor.
They push button and they didn't do nothing.
It's consent. What do you mean you push button without asking? What is wrong with you? Get out of hospital now. Stop touching our robot without consent. No crying at hospital. No crying at hospital.
No crying in hospital.
Oh, all right. Show identification. You decided to lay in our bed. That is medical treatment. You're gonna be charged for it. Show identification now. Stop hiding your face. Show identification. Thank you. You got it.
Where we shot?
Did someone stick the lockers up a little bit? Is that kind of what's going on?
What?
Alright, what happened to you?
I can't seem to get
just
my
minor
locker
injuries?
right now.
Like,
so
where at?
Are you on duty?
I don't remember.
Okay.
I should be. Well, yeah, like I can pull out my MDT.
Okay,
Alright.
I got you.
Come on.
We shot it.
Maybe I'm all types of.
Maybe you're too weak to open doors from how much shouting you do and how little action you do. You need to calm down. We don't need shouting on the radio.
I'm not trying to shout on the radio.
You. What do you mean? You keep yelling.
I
Like
think it may just
actually
be-
yelling, not loudness. The energy. You can yell on scene. Radio is for clear and concise communication.
And 4 overseer.
And also, shift lead is now in place, and shift lead is the one responding to everything but most normal of calls. Any 52 request, any important call, any forming of tag team, shift lead overseas.
Oh, okay. 10-4.
102 back tonight.
Yeah, what's wrong with locker?
Pull up.
Oh, no, they're walking very fine.
Oh God. Pourquoi?
Alright, fine, go get parachute on duty.
Hell yeah.
But be quick about it, and don't lose any equipment. If you do, you're gonna get fired. Did you lock the doors?
Oh, I did not know.
Oh, alright, so you want to be fired.
Oh no, ma'am, I do not. I just
Alright.
thought it was already
Then don't mess up.
10-4, ma'am. I'm sorry. Jesus Christ, ma'am.
I enjoy some coffee.
Badge Tag Team 110-7 for
Hello,
repairs.
this is
Truck Map.
TACMED. What is the nature of your emergency?
Hello, Russian type med. I just wanted to know, I was questioning, are you guys not servicing the mall tonight?
No, we're not. We just got thrown 7 tear gas grenades in our face. Fuck off it. If you're at
Yeah,
the
I
mall,
saw
you're
that.
deciding to get in trouble.
Yeah, you know, half the people here are armed with class 3s.
Yeah,
it's
so why
probably
would
not a great
someone be
idea.
at mall? If you're at mall, you're wanting to get hurt, and we're not here to,
Oh,
you know,
yeah, no.
stop you from getting hurt.
I'm here just up on the balcony, you know, observing
Alright, well, I
this,
hope you don't
drinking in the
die. If you
chaos.
do, we'll not save you.
Oh, yeah, I know. I just wanted to warn you guys, you know, just in case you didn't. You
No,
didn't
no,
know. I wanted you
we
to be
know,
safe,
we
so,
know, we know.
yeah.
We always know.
Stay safe.
You?
Alright.
Alright, one's
What's
victim's
that
done.
about?
You just call us, let us know there are people with class 3s at mall.
18476 up north on solo secret mission.
All right, what's the difference from
Clear
usual? I
comms.
guess.
Alright, all done? What is going on?
Yeah.
What did I
No,
miss?
don't.
What
He's
did I
not
miss?
yet. No, nothing.
It sounds like I missed something.
I mean,
Ronaldo-nator?
Hey, I just learned it's detachable.
Should I?
Oh, alright. I don't care. Oh, what, the RPG or the shotgun? Oh, well.
Yes.
Hmm.
RPK. He can hold a lot of.
Yeah, he
lot
can.
inside him.
Yep. That's it?
And the grenade scares me the most.
Ah, it's okay. I was waiting to see RPG, but oh well.
That one is gone.
Yeah, well.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Unfortunate.
Alright.
All right.
Everybody good on supplies?
Tag team 1 back 10 on patrol.
Yes, we know you are. Ronaldo-nator is ready for war.
Equipment, kurwa.
Hello.
I need medical attention. My tummy hurts.
Oh no. Would you want us to punch something else so something else hurts, or?
You know what? Yeah, punch me in the face. Fuck it, do it. You want?
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Ow. Okay.
How's that?
Now can I get medical attention?
Yeah, sure.
My face hurts.
Do you have platinum?
No, I don't have insurance. I'm a
I don't
pleb.
care.
Okay. I love you, son.
Stay with Teddy Bear.
No, thank you.
Yeah, it looks like I'm about to treat you, but then I'm instead just shoving my hands in your pockets and letting nurses do all the treatment.
Okay, just don't grab anything, alright?
I am grabbing the ID.
Okay, hold on.
Might be a credit card. Why, do you also have 3 RPGs on you, just like our robot?
I plead the fifth, Your Honor.
Nah, okay. I don't care. How's the jaw?
It hurts. A lot. You had a really mean right hook.
Yes. Yep, I'm very strong.
Yeah. Listen. Well, no offense to this, right? You're kinda like a little bit kinda like small, but you have a lot of power in you, you know?
Oh yes, I have broken people's spines by just hugging them with my bare arms many times.
Yeah, please don't break my spine. That sounds very painful.
Alright, I will consider it.
Well, whatever the fuck the local doctor just did, I feel great. Okay, am I good to get out of
Yeah,
the
you're good.
bed?
Where is...
Little
Yeah,
soul,
you know what?
probably more.
Whatever you're charging me for, make it
Yeah.
double.
No.
Yep,
We always
that's
stay solid with our charges. We don't care about you wanting to be charged double. We always are very accurate.
By
Yep,
the
that's
way,
a Moko.
what is
fuck
your
that.
name?
No mask at hospital! No mask at hospital!
Sorry.
My name is
Hello.
Marionette. I'm 131.
Well, Marionette, you are absolutely gorgeous.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah. All right. I'm gonna go now.
Yeah, you better. Is Sam stand 6, stand 8? He's something. Oh my god.
Are we responding to the mall right now? or
Negative. No response to mall
no
calls.
mall.
Mall does not exist to us. Don't even drive past it. 2 blocks away at all times.
One security mode active.
Yes, ma'am.
Mall's foreign territory for the night.
I mean, it was today, so that's no surprise.
184, 76 to Eclipse with the goods.
What do you mean? Do you have parachute already,
That's
or
a
did you
different
just
one,
get supplies?
The supplies, ma'am.
Sounds like you're not going to Eclipse, you're going to a mechanic shop.
the latest 47 Vespucci Canals.
Time for, thank you.
Something different.
Oh, isn't that
I don't know
convenient?
why. Oh, hey.
Hello.
Dispatch 196 is back
Are
to
you
me.
still employed here?
Hi, Reds. I'm not
Yeah,
sure.
he's still employed.
Hey,
Yeah. Oh well.
Is this a
just went to grab some stuff from my locker real quick.
Ronaldo.
Is that what we call him?
Ronaldonator.
Ronaldonator.
Affirmative.
Oh, well,
Our janitor has received upgrades. Go ahead and show off your equipment.
Attack janitor.
Oh yeah, I'm on duty. I need to clean some stuff out of my
That
locker
is
real quick.
Hello.
before I
not
leave.
a mall call.
Yeah,
We're
come
going to
with me.
respond to that.
Damn.
Alright, all of you. Sam, you as well.
Tag team 1.
Yeah, I'll say
Alright.
9
Oh.
currently if you need to go and do
Yeah,
that.
Riv. Yeah.
Oh, no, what are you doing? You're going. That's a new
Oh, I
hire.
thought she said.
I don't care what she said. Dispatch tag team 2, 76 to latest call. Be safe, it is close by mall, but not enough.
Right?
184 direct.
Go for 184.
Do you have a parachute?
One more time, someone is beeping super loud here in the garage. Say again?
Did you get a black parachute?
Not yet. I thought we were supposed to wait for the, not Stroke Masters. The other one.
I don't care.
One
Go
by
to,
the-
go to open. What do you mean stroke masters? We get them from auto exotics, but they don't open. You go to a mechanic shop and go get it now. Hello.
10-4.
Needed.
Right?
How's it going?
All right.
Stay safe now.
We are staying safe. Yes, unlike people at mall.
Oh yeah, those guys are toxic down there.
Fucking crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, where's
It's like
where's-
Verge.
Stood on the balcony just watching. It was
Yeah,
kinda
I hear a lot of people do that now. Just staying at balcony at mall
Yeah.
and watching. Apparently, there's a lot to
until
watch.
we get hit by flares and then we have to run away.
Hmm.
Yeah, and get set on fire.
We just
and
got
stuff.
tear gas, but like 6 grenades.
184, 76
No,
to
don't do
Hay
that.
for a parachute.
That's bad for your lungs.
Yeah, for real though.
Oh well, glad you're staying safe. Sorry, I don't care enough to charge you, so you just run away.
Yeah. Okay. Hey, thank you.
Appreciate it.
All right,
Affirmative.
See you around.
Yeah, huh?
Wait.
This is our
that
janitor,
Roland?
Leonardonator, yes. He's
Greetings.
very well equipped. Show off.
Damn.
I thought it was a cosplay.
Whoa.
Damn. That's
Oh
cool
yeah,
as hell.
he's equipped, all right.
He is equipped indeed. He has more.
Damn, looking like Iron Man now.
He has a
Come
lot.
on now.
He has a lot.
Whoa, what the?
Oh,
Okay.
shit. Okay.
You're safe up here.
Okay.
We are safe,
Hell
yes.
yeah. Good to
We
know
are
the
very
hospital's
safe.
good to safe.
Take care.
Yeah, huh?
I've been waiting for this day.
Well, I don't think you'll find much action here at the clips.
We will see. There was
We
a
will
Mexican
see.
standoff out front.
Well, out front.
I'm standing on business today.
Bergman, thank you. Complete around chaos everywhere. Not everywhere.
Dispatch 196, can I get a unit to
Oh,
25
let's
with me
go
on the
then.
rooftop for the Base 47 at Chiliad?
Ten for standby. We have a 47 in garage.
Yeah, 22 my last. I got a unit.
Attack into 76, back to close stock. 147 on
Oh, finally. Were you kidnapped by Chanel?
No, no.
Wait, Chanel?
Is she here?
No, but we were looking for you and couldn't find you.
That's tough.
Alright. Ronald and Nathan, make sure they're treated well.
Affirmative.
Ooh, I haven't seen the TACMED helicopters yet.
Well,
was used to the other
who
one.
had
He's-
the other Valkyrie? Do you have
probably
the
me.
other Valkyrie team?
Yeah, probably me.
Attack 2, 23, clear stop.
I swear I parked it.
147 on critical.
Hey there. Ain't no joke.
Dispatch 196 plus 1, transitioning to Valkyrie, 76 to the latest 47 on Mount Chiliad.
Hello.
Hello. La-da-dee, oh, these doors are heavy.
No, they're not. You're just weak.
My ears went out. Hold on.
Oh, well. Drop the patience. We'll take care of it. Hello.
There's 50 salad
No.
combos
There we
in
go.
the
Sorry, I
kitchen.
went there.
and
Thank
there's
you.
still 200 tacos upstairs in the break room.
103,
Oh.
200's my
Oh my god. We
Dark
did
Day
not
1,
check break room at
76
all.
to Eclipse for Region I told him yesterday when I dropped off like 300 that I had to put them in there too.
I was. Oh,
But there's
god.
food at least.
Yep.
Yeah. Take a look over and see what's wrong with them.
Yeah. Well, you hit by a car, weren't you?
Dispatch this car at the latest call mall.
They're really cuddling up here, huh?
Oh my god.
Well, you know what? Let me get in here.
Hey, whoa.
They're really cuddling up, guys. This is nice. It's nice and
Break
warm.
anything at least. Yeah, we'll give you some ibuprofen just to help take an edge off the pain a little bit, because I'm sure you've got a bit of a splitting headache.
I'm not going back to the mall.
Oh god. Hello. Feel free to drop.
God
We'll take
bless
care.
you, Maria.
What happened to this one?
Injured person. They
Mall?
fell off a. No. They fell. We was parachuting off the Vinewood sign.
Oh.
And they jumped the opposite way onto.
What the hell happened?
I slipped.
Alright, let's get them.
My
done.
shoes are
Not
too
even
big.
towards the right way.
Those are not shoes for jumping off Vinewood sign.
It was
No.
A's.
But they look cute though.
Well, I mean, she looks hard. We can just, you can either drop and we'll put her in bed, or you put them in bed. I'll get them.
I'll put it. This one seems good. You get a teddy bear.
What's his name?
Valkyrie 1, 23, 47 Chiliad.
My name is Cece.
Can we see some
What's your name?
identification? Marionette,
Her name is
M131.
Annabelle, so that's-
Vanguard.
I'm pretty sure we got the most unique injury to.
Come on, identity now.
You guys got a better one.
Oh,
Thank
sorry.
you.
I think I might be expired. Maybe.
I don't care.
Yeah,
it is your face on picture. That's all I care about.
Ever?
True. Good picture of me.
It's all right.
I mean, I haven't seen anything too out of the ordinary. One guy's shoulder fell off.
Huh?
His shoulder just fell off?
Man,
That's not normal, sir.
All right, paperwork all done.
he lived.
We was in a submarine being towed by a
Alright, let's get
coral
you
bomb.
wrapped up
We
here for all
exploded
that
midair
bruising.
and fell
Good.
into the
Thank you
ocean.
so
Good.
much.
You're
What?
welcome.
Fucking badass.
Oh, say I was
Am I
The
gonna
same-
scar?
Nah, they're
184,
pretty
76 to
recoverable.
Eclipse with dope new parachute.
Too hot.
Alright, I'll give you a
Sounds-
travel ice pack to take with you.
Yep.
Team 1, 10-8 for patrol.
But
You're
whenever
gonna
you
go
feel better,
take
you are free. Good to
London,
go.
and you're gonna
Thank you
please
so
make
much.
sure he's not yelling idiocies over radio. Let him yell just without radio. Just make him yell at you all. Tag team. Don't make him yell on radio, please.
You're trying to submit me to Hightower?
Yes, yes, absolutely.
Okay.
As if you
Want
are
me to throw
not
him
through
off the
enough
roof
yet.
to parachute
That's
train
fine.
him?
No,
Yeah, alright.
no. Because that's gonna be more yelling.
Yeah.
How many car batteries do you need?
It's probably too much equipment. He's got grenades, AK-47s, shotguns, and other stuff. It takes a lot of power.
Did he get shot by that blonde
Sorry, my
girl who was
robot friend
naked?
is still cooler than yours, I'm not gonna lie. He's got free will.
Did she shoot him in the end? Uh-oh.
Alright.
Did a blonde lady
Go ahead and
come
wait
to you?
For London. I'm
Was there a
down in
blonde
garage. I
lady
got
who
this
came
one.
in here? Anybody?
Rick, I got it. You go wait for London. in
There you
garage.
go. You're very
Oh,
welcome.
good old.
Hello, what is identification?
My name is Emmy Strongblossom.
I don't care. I want to see identification.
Okay.
Papers, please. And what happened?
How do I... identification.
Yeah, just find your ID and show it.
Back and attacked me.
Wow,
Did you suffer any damage?
Negative. My body is titanium and Kevlar.
Invisible tornadoes are a thing.
We're coming to you. That's what they all look like.
Beautiful. Thank you, Miss
Here we go.
Strong
You're
Blossom.
welcome. Yeah, thank you. Thank
So what
you.
happened to you?
You're welcome. I got blown up by a bus.
Were you at the mall?
Yeah.
Idiot, don't go to mall.
Yay.
I was just there.
Thank you, sir.
Well, now you're not, and if you go back, we're not gonna save your life.
No, I understand.
Well, thankfully, the nurses will take very good care of your burns.
Thank you.
Valkyrie 1, 76 to the hospital, 147 from Gilead.
Do you two want
Not
the
far.
lift
What happened to this one?
somewhere?
I was shot.
No,
at mall?
I'll be fine here.
It's a small little
And how
injury.
about
The guy meant to shoot someone else and he hit
Alright,
me in
were
the
you shot
leg.
at mall?
Yeah, thank you.
Maybe.
Are you going back to mall?
Thank you.
Maybe.
Oh, alright.
My car is there. I have to get it. It's like 300 grand.
Well, let me make sure the wound isn't probably closing. We have to stimulate it first.
Yes.
There
Oh,
we
yeah,
go.
There it is.
Yeah, that's
I'm a
perfect.
crazy man.
Thank you.
Identification,
Are you
please.
the overseer? I think I have it somewhere.
You better have
Here
it
you go.
somewhere. Thank you. Horrible picture.
That's the car. I have to go get it.
Well, good luck.
Thank
If you die, I guess
Yeah,
I'll...
it's not a great ID photo, but it is a pretty dope photo.
No, sucks.
No.
Well, it's a selfie.
good
If you're gonna take...
objectively.
No, it's a selfie. Selfies are never good. Go ahead and set up tripod and make a cool photo, not just selfie.
That is very true. That is objectively true. You're right.
You're really just watching?
Alright, whenever you feel good, you're free to go. What happened to that one?
He was shot down by an AR
At
and
mall?
shot with a flare gun. Yeah.
Alright, are you going back to mall?
I'm gonna go back and get my croissants.
You fucking idiot. Alright, I don't care. Get out of my hospital. What happened to these ones?
I don't know.
No mask at hospital.
Valkyrie 1, 23 at the hospital, 147. Patient is critical, unconscious, head wound.
10-4, good copy. What's his name?
Xavier.
I don't care.
Well, time to do it again.
Wow.
Help also.
Wow.
I've done enough paperwork.
That hurt more than whatever happened to me.
We made like $2 million today. I don't care about invoicing you.
Hell yeah.
Okay,
Buddy, are you the same guy?
From what?
That we,
I don't know.
Carl.
Can we help you?
Maybe.
Carla's very cool.
He is?
Can we help you?
Just talking to her.
Yes, and I'm asking if we can help you.
No.
Are you
thanks.
distracting our guardsmen?
Guardsman?
That is our security and janitor, yes. He's very well equipped.
Oh.
Okay.
Just saying he looks like a friend of mine.
Hmm.
I look exactly like this friend.
Maybe?
I did not think of that. Right.
You need MDT?
I have one, I just don't have access to it. I'm not high enough rank.
He's a probationary hire. It was according to Molotov. Similar to Bob and Janetti. I think he's okay to put him at initiate, but I also...
I'm putting him as an initiate.
Okay.
Hey, man.
All right,
We're
we'll
glad to have you around.
And equipment also.
Are you going to stick around?
Oh, yeah.
Good, good.
All right.
I'm excited to
Okay,
hear
you're gonna see
you
me a lot.
climb ranks.
You're gonna see me around a lot more often.
That's beautiful.
Oh, yeah.
We're excited to have someone experienced and capable higher in ranks.
Is this one a furry?
Negative. This one is not.
Oh,
a
no, not
furry.
again. Oh,
His
okay,
hair,
good.
his hat appears to be a furry hat.
Yeah, your hair is covering the logo. You have to change it. Go ahead and tie it up.
Oh, yeah, sure. I think there's some hair ties over here.
Maybe. There's a lot of ties there. You can zip ties for sure.
Possible threat incoming.
Hmm.
Have you seen my vagina?
Affirmative.
Where is it at?
I stole it and gave it to the Grinch. Affirmative.
Mr. Riviera.
Yes.
Teddy bear has your foreskin.
Pass his hair tie. Just tie it up.
Oh.
Yeah.
Have you ever been to do so much as they would like?
Hey, by the way, you're a little loud, Ronaldo.
Only a little bit. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, a little, not a ton, but a little bit.
That was never do that again.
So loud.
Auto thoughts roll out.
Yes, I agree.
Airball.
Rebooting.
Did I make the jump?
No, idiot.
TechMed from PD.
Go for Ahmed.
There's a person in the middle of the crosswalk in front of the mall in San Andreas. I was
Don't
able to grab
care.
2 people. Okay.
Excuse me.
Going back
You
to
are
channel
excused.
5.
Stand for.
Should I request EMS tags in the government email chain?
No, I'll just give them to you.
Okay.
Come on, Chloe. Let's get a new badge. And
Yeah.
also equipment.
Yeah. Alright, come with me.
Alright, I have an MDW from doing a little bit of law
MDT.
stuff.
MDT.
Yeah, MDT.
What is
yeah,
MDW?
I'm not gonna get used to it. I'm not gonna get used to it.
I've never heard
call
of
it
a term
an MDW?
MDW.
Yeah.
Totally have never heard of it. Totally didn't use it for like 3 months.
What is an MDW?
It's like MDT, but better.
Wrong one. Wrong one.
Yeah,
wrong
you're
floor.
gonna.
What do you mean wrong floor? Oh, yeah.
Equipment.
Ah, yes.
I think it's gone.
It's what?
Let's see. I have my.
What do you need?
Help medic.
I just helped bring in a 95.
Yeah, sure.
We got shot by
Grabs.
some dude with a rifle on a roof. He just shot us.
Mall?
No.
Why the fuck are you at
No,
mall,
Jacob.
idiots? Don't go to mall.
You're right. I'm sorry.
You
Where
better
should we
be.
go?
And I know the first thing you're gonna do once we're out of hospital is go straight back to mall because that's what everyone does.
No, we're not going to the mall. We're
All
going
right,
to a
takes
party.
off mask. No mask at hospital.
I'm not.
Grabs mask, rips it off, puts in pocket. There you go. I know what you get.
Mask, why?
It's fine. You'll get platinum 95 room.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah,
I'm
enjoy
not a
chips.
95. We just got shot.
Well, Trooper said 95s. Are they not 95s?
We just got shot.
95s, we got shot.
Oh, there you go.
We didn't even do
firing
anything.
squatted the guy in the crosswalk.
No, we didn't.
I don't care. All right.
We were gunned down
Doctors
by
will
a guy
take care
that
of
was
you.
gunning down people. That wasn't us.
We were trying to help.
All right, Trooper, they're all yours. We'll have doctors take care of them.
We were trying to help.
Thank you.
Hello.
Alright, we got a
Yep,
patient
no worries.
with
Put
burn
95 or
marks, burns,
47.
No.
47.
All right. Yeah, just drop in bed. Nurses and doctors will take care of it. Thank you. You might want to stay. You have two 95s here and just one Trooper. Nope, that's not. I mean, if you want, I would ask for consent first.
Oh, sorry. I'm
Yeah, you better.
I used to wrestle in high school, so
It shows. All right, another mall call. Fuck 'em. Hello, what happened to this one? Mall?
He'd be dead. His brain was leaking onto my car.
All right, drop.
Hey, can you grab the gun off of this guy? I don't have enough room in my pocket.
He was shot in the back of the head by like a sniper or some shit.
Check
I don't
civil
even
life.
know.
Why are you taking my gun?
Yeah. Oh yeah, he's fine.
Alright, looks like this guy
Brain
really-
leaking is not
Yeah, it's
not
fine.
the end of life. So, doctors, he got something done in head. Please take care. Thank you. If he dies in treatment, let me know.
Officer, I'll snitch. I'll snitch if you let me.
oh, you annoyed the shit out of us.
Hello.
That's a double chevron you've got right now, not a single chevron.
Yes. Initiate a single chevron. If it doesn't have the style you wish, you may purchase one.
Yes.
We're lenient like that.
I'll double check for a single chevron in here.
Yep, good.
I think we may have used most of them at this point, but yeah.
Yeah, we have
definitely
so
check.
many initiates
Oh,
that just
I
left.
think I found it. All right. That's a star.
Perfect. No, it's a
That
star.
is a star. You are not undersecretary.
I think this is my old one.
Dispatch, any
I'm gonna
active
need
unit
somebody
that
to
can
take the
respond to
stuff
13
off of
Alpha?
this one and the street.
I think it
Wrong,
is- I
wrong
think it is
channel.
your old one.
Tag team 176, latest 13.
Yeah, it fits me perfectly. I had
Thank
this
God,
tailored.
thank you.
Okay, I think I found it.
I mean, we haven't had an undersecretary. We dissolved the undersecretary.
Yes, we
role,
did.
so. Yeah, perfect. That's it. Okay, so next for your uniforms all set. So for supplies, you want a radio, which you have. You MDT, which you have. You want a flashlight and a knife.
Flashlight and knife. I'll look through the storage real quick.
No, I looked through storage ahead of time. I know what's in there. Flashlight and knife.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah. You got the fire extinguisher, right? From storage.
Yes, flashlight, knife,
Combat PDW.
gun check, gun time,
90 rounds of ammo.
check.
One tactical flashlight.
Check.
Oh my
Do you
God.
have any medkits or bandages currently? No.
None.
What was the question?
Then one medkit, one bandage,
ATM around here. I just got
and a cleaning kit.
cash cleaned out of me by some asshole.
Yeah, you can go ahead and head to the treatment floor. We have doctors and nurses and stuff. They'll take care of
No,
it.
no. Is there an ATM? I don't have any
Oh,
money on me. I
ATM.
need-
No. Closest ATM is if you West Eclipse Boulevard. It should be in front of. If you go to Japanese restaurant on the other side is the closest ATM, or you can head to City Hall.
You have a GPS watch?
Those are
Thank
the
you very
closest one. You're welcome.
No.
Okay. So under the closet, in the closet, you want to pick out a GPS watch. 1 helmet,
188 switching to TACCOM 5.
a vest. Let me go know if I'm going too fast.
I'm looking for a vest right now.
All the way at the bottom.
Oh, TACMed helmet, check. TACMed vest, check.
Either a gator or a balaclava if you do not have one from storage.
Check.
The GPS watch, which you probably already got.
Yep.
And optionally a duffel bag and radio earpiece or stethoscope. Stethoscopes are in storage.
I'll go without.
Okay. Let's get
Is
that
the
vest on.
hat mandatory now for me?
Yes.
Yes. All right, perfect.
No mask unless we
the,
instruct
the
it.
helmet. Yes, the helmet and balaclava. So if you wear the helmet, you should wear a balaclava or gaiter with it. And also, if you are not instructed to wear the, if you have been, unless you have been instructed to wear the helmet, don't wear it. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Unit on the road is going to be code 4 to roll in.
Confirm. You've got a gun? Show me your gun.
Yes.
Is it loaded?
699, 76 RPD, 195.
Still our channel.
Look at the
God, I'm such a
E
dipshit.
button on the back of your flashlight. That's how you turn it on. Perfect.
latest search.
Got it?
All right. I think now we need a badge is all. So let's go down to courthouse.
What rank can I not wear this hat? Downstairs?
Yes, downstairs.
Hello. Oh, I forgot to give you these. Oh, hey. Coming down? Okay, perfect. Oh.
Hello, Techman.
Hello.
You didn't even fucking bring me down, you bum. Jesus Christ. Just, oh yeah, I'm gonna go down the elevator by myself. Yeah, my bad.
Yeah! Humane lab skull, fuck that. Not secret. though.
Dispatch 196 plus 276 to the courthouse for new badge.
We're also going to be ignoring Humane Labs call unless we got 52 requests by PD.
What?
Humane Labs? Is there something like dangerous there? Like
It's always
a lot of
nightmare.
shit.
So much shit. No guards. Shockingly, that might solve the issue if there was.
Hello.
Hello.
Anyone in PD interested in responding to Human Labs, or did no one say anything on the radio?
Gosh, I just got back.
Oh, no, don't
What's
worry, don't
going on
worry.
at Humane Labs?
No. We just have 47s and we don't care about them unless PD is coming as well. So I was just asking if you had
Oh.
someone on the radio. All right, thank you.
Yeah, no, not yet.
Wait, what the hell? Where's that flower up there now?
All right,
There
initiate
are
Riviera.
5 people on the top of.
Yep.
What should I put in as my badge number?
Uh,
My call sign
M
is
dash
052.
call sign.
Yep. M-052. Awesome.
Can't wait to get on.
All right.
Congratulations. Yeah, we get that
Dispatch,
a lot,
anyone
actually.
knows the 13 Bravo situation?
on scene.
Alright, let's go.
You need any
Nice.
assistance? Oh, we
No,
gotta
no,
go.
I'm
Sorry,
okay.
we gotta go.
Be safe.
All right.
Thank you.
Dispatch, TAC team 176 to Eclipse, 247s, non-critical.
Which scene are we going to? I can just not.
Latest 13 Alpha is code 4.
You mean 13 Bravo? Negative, you mean 13 Alpha. What about Are you the one next to Vic with the 13 Bravo?
What's happening to the mountain?
Hightower and Summers, what's going on with the 13 Bravo?
We're looking for him right now, ma'am.
Oh my god.
Then Farwell, you got the call. Go ahead and scoop him up.
There's like 6 people in the mountains hurt. Are
Yep.
we sacrificing people?
Maybe.
Okay, 7.
Well, some of them might be, you know. Alright. You two are
I'm
taking
gonna
Valkyrie,
take,
I'm taking a bus.
Yep.
And
Okay.
I'll just grab them up at a safe location and you just load them up into ambulance.
Hey,
I got one.
Bring to treatment floor.
Okay.
Also, Initiate Rivera on the flight. Go ahead and adjust your name and call sign on the email so I can add you.
MDT.
Yep.
Oh,
That's whatever. Gotta
like
add.
a period in the general.
My brother's at the mall.
Yep.
He's stuck. He need help.
Well, we don't care.
He's stuck. Oh my god,
That's
they don't care.
fucked up.
If you're at mall, you want to get hurt.
No, we.
Hello.
We parked like it.
Thank you for parking. Not me getting. I have no idea. I'm not checking the time. If I'm being honest.
Dispatch, TAC team 123 at Eclipse, 247's on critical.
10-4, 131, 76, the latest Mount Chiliad calls to help with pickup.
Dispatch, Valkyrie 76 Chiliad for those 847.
10-4, good cop. Dispatch, status on 13 Bravo, Vic.
Code 4, we're moving them up to Eclipse now.
10-4, thank you. I want 3 badges left at Eclipse to help with invoicing. We have a lot of self-transport, and the other team to move out on patrol.
TAC team 276 back to Eclipse. 195 going to the garage. 041 going to the garage.
188 going to garage.
I don't care. Maria Tov is on scene. We're gonna be staying professional until the server shuts down. Alright, go ahead and pick those out. They probably exploded. Dispatch, unit at the garage. Do you got me?
Yes, we're going to be 76 to the latest, 13 Bravo, we're just waiting for the initiate.
10-4, no worries. Leave them at Eclipse. They're gonna be the team staying at Eclipse. You're gonna go back on patrol once you rescue them.
10. TAC team 176 to latest, 13 Bravo, downtown Vinewood.
One unit, go ahead and switch to PD radio and let them know that 13 Bravo is caught for. We got it.
10-4. 188 switching to TAC on 5.
My god.
Which 13 Bravo? The one with Vic Holden or the recent one?
Recent ones. Vic Holden has been scooped up by them. Dispatch, Valkyrie, what's the status of number of patients up at Mount Chiliad?
PD,
Go for attack, Matt.
can I get a unit to Forum Drive? We've got an officer down.
Negative, not at this
Shots
moment.
fired.
Units are preoccupied. So once the code is for pre-self transport.
Tag Team 176 to latest. Tag Team 76 to Eclipse. 347 is not critical.
Down for, thank you. I don't like, you know, checking the time, etc. I'm acting at all times as if the server is fine. I don't like, you know, I don't like changing how my character looks because of server updates, server downtime, anything like that. The only thing I will take into consideration is, whatchamacallit, server restarts. Dispatch, Valkyrie, status check.
Attend to, we have retrieved 6 47s, I believe.
Alright, you have the map at the top?
A-firm, there's another 2 that fell down a little bit. We're gonna go get them in a second.
10-4, where did you leave the 47s?
On my current 20 at the very top, over by the ski lift.
10-4, thank you.
Dispatch, Tac Team 123 at Eclipse with 247s, non-critical.
10-4, let them do their own paperwork. Once the team is available, go ahead and switch to TACOM 5 and ask if the 13 Alpha still needs transport. We are available.
10-4.
Or scratch that. Go ahead and stage for latest 13 Alpha. Be advised there were shots fired and active just recently, so keep your distance and await for a clear from PD.
10-4.
Thank God I'm a decent driver. And as I said that, it's as if the ambulance god have heard me and said, no you are not. You are an okay driver at best, which, you know what? Fair. Very sorry, coyotes, I guess. Aw, adorable. I'm excited. Who's excited for the patch? I'm excited for the patch. What are we gonna do before the patch, though? That's a good question.
Dispatch.
Oh my
Tac Team
God.
176 to the latest 13 Alpha with 4 badges.
Lucky, thank you so much for the donation. Sorry, 10-9?
Tag Team 176 to latest 13 Alpha.
10-4, thank you. Be advised, it appears to still be active, so go ahead and change to TACOM 5 and check up on updates.
10-4.
That's gonna be exciting. TACmed on scene! Here to rescue you.
Uh, 200 back from TACOM 5.
Come on. Ah, fine. Oh, for fuck's sake.
These dang mountain lions.
All right, it sounds like you're in pain. Do you want me to relieve the pain?
Don't use the needle. Not again.
I can use the needle.
Use the needle!
Oh god, please don't, mate.
No needle? Okay, do you want the pill?
I'll take double
You want
needle
double
shots.
needle shot?
I'll do
Okay.
it. I'll take
Over
it. You
here,
just give it
double
over
needle
here.
shots.
I already got
Alright,
one.
hold
Give
still.
me another.
I will.
Oh!
Alright,
Good old
these
school.
two
I
over
prefer
here,
to use medical gun.
they're-
Searching Alpha scene.
Ooh, yeah, I do
OPD
want to use a
inside.
metal gun.
Yeah, yeah. There's this IV gun is very useful. Just point at patient and you go
184 to
crazy.
overseer.
Yeah, hey. Oh, whoa.
Ooh,
Whoa.
yeah.
Go for
Here, let me
131.
pull up my medical
They're
taser.
armed.
Alright, to sir, pull out the so TAC helicopter I'm Valkyrie looking at for your this shoulder right now. 13A. You do seem to be in a little bit of pain. Would you like the medical taser?
Negative. We have unit already at 13A.
Oh, fuck it, why not?
Medical.
Alright, so the medical taser.
TAC Team 1, can you pull? Yeah, bring him. Never mind. 22.
We're good to transport you.
Yep,
I don't
ambulance
suppose
is
it comes
here.
with
We'll
a spare
fit
pair of
them all.
underpants, mate.
Alright, these three are good. I'm gonna take care of these three over here.
Thank you very much.
Hello.
Alright, you got the double needle, so I think you're just chilling.
How did he do that?
Oh,
I'll...
fuck yeah. Do I get to ride down the hill on that thing?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I got the good one.
You don't like helicopter? What, too safe for you?
going 42.
Exactly, mate.
Damn far. Thank you for your service.
One mountainside 47 has been retrieved.
Below the neck, so I'm actually kind of okay right now.
Okay, that's good.
Just feel really
Going
bad.
back to
for
the
I can feel the air
there's
flowing.
one. Yeah, there's one more bullet in you.
Oh,
Let's
no.
see
Where is it?
what we can do. 184, 1042. Have a great night.
Damn far. Thank you for your service.
For the greater good.
For the better good.
Let's readjust you. There we go.
I'm ready.
Don't
Okay,
fall off.
I don't think it took your. I don't think the bullet disappeared.
Oh no.
I think something else disappeared. We love Riv with his sound effects. Throws through windshield.
Oh wait, no, I found it. It's nope. Your shoulder bone is still there. It's
96.
actually still there.
It is? Oh.
Dispatch
crap.
196.
Yeah,
Are you on foot?
Sorry. Not much.
A firm.
Are you gonna be able to recover the 95?
A firm. Yep. I've just retrieved the second 47. I'm heading back to Valkyrie now.
10-4. Go straight to Eclipse. We got a bus up here.
A firm. Do you have enough seats?
I believe so. Yes.
All right,
Alright,
because
10-4.
you're a clown. Attack Team 1, I think it's funny you got shot.
347.
Dispatch
kinda
Valkyrie.
deserve
22
that.
my last. It's gonna be easier if you pick up Riv as well. So go ahead and land on top and pick him up.
Physically,
sounds good.
you are 1 foot in the dirt, but mentally, hey, you still got your like personality and you're happy and stuff, so that's good. For now, for the next 6 minutes, unless we can't get you to the hospital in time, then well.
Leone was the first one down.
Well, I mean, from bullet wounds.
Clown Man, are you inside the ambulance? Yeah. Okay, good.
Alright. Yep. I have just enough space for all of them. So you're gonna be going in Valkyrie with the other two.
A little bit of demon in you now.
But I have 296 types of DNA already, so it's okay.
You got 297 now.
Hell yeah.
That's a lot of. Why do you have so much DNA in you? Did like
How you
a
do
Ditto like do a thing on like shoot
Don't
things
worry,
into
don't
you or
worry.
something?
It's a long story. I had a guy scan me one time, and he told me I had 296
Yeah,
types
that
of
one is going
DNA
in
in my
front.
body.
Oh, okay, you got.
Yep,
Okay,
yep.
so.
I mean, technically we
what
have
is this,
more.
like an experiment?
Technically, we do have enough
yes.
space for you, but I don't want you just standing in the back while I drive down the
Dispatch
hill.
Valkyrie
So
76
you're going
to
to go ahead,
top of Mount Chiliad for
get Valkyrie right
achieving
back.
052.
Gotcha.
All right.
Team 123.
Wait for me in the garage. I'm gonna be bringing all of them.
Hey, firm.
Dispatch 131 76 back Eclipse
gotta have that
647s.
Sir, in the passenger seat, you might want to seek legal assistance
Dispatch
because I'm pretty sure
Valkyrie
that crazy
23 to Mount
scientist just
Chiliad.
came in you instead of just saying you have a bunch of DNA in you.
Oh. Oh.
Yoker, you had sex?
Congrats.
But that means I'm a
Dispatch
loser.
Valkyrie 76 back to
Oh.
Eclipse. 247's non-critical.
Oh shit. Oh no.
How could
Yoker, you
crew do this to me?
Yoker, you may wanna.
It was crew.
159,
It was
1075 mark.
Crew's the one that tested my DNA.
Well, we're gonna have to sue crew.
We're gonna have to sue crew.
I don't even know where crew is.
Oh, he's in
Yeah,
the city.
dispatch
He's trying to be a
availability
police
unit
officer.
at the Eclipse still focus at latest shootout scene unless all the 47s have already been picked up.
These damn mountain lions and their bullets.
Tony, this was your fault.
You can go faster than this. Come on.
Drop
Yeah, I can.
James.
What's the worst that can happen?
Explosion. All of you dying, and me.
That's not so bad, is it?
Well, I guess I could. If we get enough air, I'll just jump out and parachute down while letting you all fall down.
Yeah, you.
That'd be pretty fucking cool, mate. Ain't gonna lie.
Yeah, I know. We're pretty fucking cool.
Can we
I mean,
please throw this one guy out? The guy with the
Would
green
this be in an
hair?
action movie?
Nope.
The guy with the
It's
what?
Terry's ambulance. I think he's okay with it. blown
I
up.
don't know which way to go.
So you went through the middle.
Yep.
Oh
Respect,
Oh
mate.
no.
Oh dear.
No.
I guess we're going this way.
This might be the worst outcome.
Can we take the express
You didn't even
route?
crash at high speeds. What's this?
We're fine.
Oh Jesus.
I was just taking a little
Jimmy.
break on rock.
Giving us a chance to recuperate.
Yeah, exactly.
Jimmy, your chest looks like it's like, oh boy, maybe I shouldn't have.
There it is. That's the bastard.
Get him! Sweet vengeance!
There we go. That's the one that shot us.
Those mountain lions will never mess with us again.
Yeah.
Ain't that right, James?
I got shot by a clown.
Ow. Aren't you
James,
clown?
What sort of nonsense are you speaking?
I got
Dispatch
shot by a
Valkyrie
clown that was built
23
like
to
Getty
Eclipse
after
247's
he betrayed
non-critical.
us.
Candy, you
That is
hearing
not
me?
what happened, mate.
But I'm not a clown. I mean,
The mountain lions were
Mountain
impersonating
lions.
clowns.
Great, tag team 125 grand.
And no mountain
Probably,
lion
maybe.
hired me to betray you.
Alright, have fun.
Uh-oh.
Yep.
Uh-oh.
Oh,
Christ.
shit!
Everyone hang on.
Hang
my
on! Everyone hang on!
Oh, I'm gonna throw up, mate.
Oh, they threw up all over me.
22 last.
Oh, the
there's
colonel
so much
just came
blood
out.
in my
Tag
head.
team 176 to latest 13 alpha.
Jimmy, you okay?
I'm okay.
Okay, Jimmy's okay, guys.
I mean, it was a
Candy
fast
love,
kill
I'm
down,
not
I
sure if we're
suppose.
gonna survive this, so there's something I've got to admit to you.
Motherfucker, if you try to confess to me, I will literally kill you.
No, no, you know that popcorn?
Uh-huh.
Jim pulled it out of someone's ass, mate.
I think
Oh,
Terry-
gave you the popcorn.
I gave them all the popcorn,
Is anyone
mate.
actively dying in ambulance?
I think
All right.
technically Terry pulled that out of someone's
All right,
ass and
we're
then he gave
taking
it to
you
me.
I
to
don't
court.
think anyone's dying.
Tag team 176 to
I'm
Oh.
so sorry,
47
Candy. I didn't
Strawberry.
realize they had given you that.
Oh my god, this is disgusting.
Oh, I got a good, mate. I got a good. I got them all
I
good.
think that's a valid reason as any to kill somebody.
Uh-oh.
Guys?
Give me a
Uh-oh.
second.
Uh-oh.
It's fine, I'm just checking some stuff.
Okay.
Should we ask Tackman if that's a valid reason to kill somebody?
I don't care.
think it's a legal reason.
200 switching to TACOM.
I mean, listen, that counts as, I think that that specifically falls under battery.
Nah, mate.
I will repeat my question. Is anyone in ambulance actively dying?
Jimmy, are you actively dying?
I'm okay.
Trick
I feel
question.
fine.
All of you are dying.
Oh, God.
Okay.
Alright, we're going to get
You know, that would explain
vehicle
the
repair
blood
first.
coming out of my shoulder.
Okay.
Dispatch, disregard Bolingbrook call. We're not responding to Bolingbrook calls or mall calls.
Oh, Jesus.
I tried to tell Chloe to disregard the Manchurian call as
Why?
well.
Why?
Because I
What
wanted.
do you mean? It's
the
fine. It's
people-
our job
you
to
wanted
save
us all
people.
to die to the line?
No, I wanted certain people to die to the
Oh,
lines.
well.
What the fuck?
Wow. That's pretty messed up to say, friend.
Well, you're
Shit,
possessed
mate.
by an Oni.
Taxi 1.
Well, okay, now we can't.
Strawberry Avenue.
Listen,
Put it back from
whatever
back
my status may be, that doesn't give you the right to kill people via the battle lines.
Dispatch 131 10-7 vehicle repairs.
I'm just glad we all made it off that mountain, except for our two friends who tragically fell down all the way.
Well, no, they're in helicopter, already getting treated at the clips.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
And they're probably getting charged extra for it, but
Oh yeah, absolutely. Like you're charged like $900 for ambulance. They're getting $2,000 for a helicopter.
Why? Because, you know, it's a good thing I have platinum.
Yeah.
Candy, I lost most of my money gambling last night.
Oh, well,
That's
you're
your
not an idiot.
fucking fault, dumbass.
Well, I was up 40K, and then fucking Chad convinced me to put $30,000 down on black with him.
Oh,
and
like
then...
I said, that's your own fault.
131 from 196.
99%
you
of
still have
gamers
those
quit
6
before
before
they
you
do.
10-4.
I should have stayed
I
at the
firm, I
back
do,
table.
yes. They're coming with me.
10-4, would you... are you able to get any of them to give you an ID? I can start the paperwork.
We need
I firm, I'll give you numbers.
Once we get to the
First
hospital,
person
Jen.
to... First person, show off your ID.
Oh.
Yes.
Oh, fuck.
Just... What? Oh, well, someone...
Joker, do you know how to show ID?
Ah, you see? He looked in the pockets
052,
and got
what's
picked
your
up by
time?
helicopter. Alright. Now, dispatch, be advised, some of the people were snatched out by Valkyrie 69 and should already be at the clips whenever I ask for ID.
I'll keep an eye out.
As for state ID, please begin first invoice. It is 110209. Arthur Pennyworth.
We might need an
That's
additional
me.
bus at the shootout scene. We've got, like, I think over
me
10
next.
47s.
10-4 will be there in no time. 131, 22 last, 76 back eclipse, 647. Oh, for 5 more before. I guess we're not going to vehicle repairs or get treatment. Can I get the unit to the garage to help with transport?
1-5's not coming in.
10-4, thank you.
Wait, shit, no, I just showed Arthur.
041 to the units coming to assist. Be advised that there are multiple people that are disguised as troopers and rangers, so it's going to be tough sorting out who's who.
10-4. Don't walk here, idiot!
What about Goose? What are we doing
Hello.
Goose?
Hello.
We have 4 people left. Two got sucked out.
Oh my god. Here, I'll help. We can help bring them up.
Thank you, appreciate it.
1723
Mom.
Eclipse Medical Critical.
Hello.
Bobby, please
Welcome
help
back.
us.
Oh, God.
We
I'm
need
not on
your
this
help,
side.
Bobby.
Oh, I'm not on duty.
Oh god, she's gonna crunch Chanel in half.
Oh well.
Thank you, sister.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
Ah, yeah, you got shot up there. Oh well.
Much more dangerous.
Do you want me to do my own paperwork?
Are you on duty?
No, but I can get on duty once I've been treated.
No.
Very strong, Mr.
No, it's fine. You can gamble your fate.
I am sturdy.
Getty, that's right.
Oh, no, I'm sturdy.
I know I recognize you, but for some reason I forget every time.
Arthur Pennyworth.
I know. What's your injuries?
Oh, I got shot in the shoulder, and then I fell off that station roof and landed in a fucking trash can.
You have your ID on you.
There you go.
Thank you.
There we go.
Thank you.
Alright. Vic, Rev, you're staying on paperwork duty. Chloe, once you're done, we have to go assist
A
them.
little hard to tell with the makeup, but I got you.
I just got 2 of the these 2 people.
That's fine.
Double check recent invoices before invoicing
Yeah.
someone.
Tony and Getty are both taken care of.
I do, yes, I do not see it.
Got it. 4 out of 8 is not bad.
Eludes us forever.
Alright.
Grab yours.
It's not in good condition.
Neither is mine.
Yeah.
Just tumble down Chiliad.
Yeah.
Oh, well, yours is a little bit worse condition.
Told you.
Yeah.
It doesn't look worse than it is. It's mostly cosmetic.
Alright. Dispatch 131 plus 176. Latest 77 request.
Where was it? Where was it?
I'll mark it. Yeah, that was kind of a... not the smartest choice, asking them to show their ID on route.
Yeah.
2 of them got snatched out. I watched the team. They fucking... They used harpoon guns, shot into my ambulance, and pulled them up through the chest, through the harpoons, up into the helicopter, and dropped to the cliffs.
That's wild.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was talking to him about it, and what the fuck was that?
Tractor. You never saw tractor before?
Not one that old.
Oh, well.
But yeah, they were talking about. Oh yeah, I showed my
Dispatch, tag team at 13
my,
Alpha scene. Is the code
ID
4 to
and
roll
then-
in?
10-4, it is code 4 to roll in.
10-4, thank you. Go ahead and dump bodies into us.
Be advised that anybody that's remaining that is in emergency services uniforms are fakes.
10-4, so everyone is 95.
Should be, yes ma'am.
Oh my god.
Yep.
This is an explosion waiting to happen. I'm gonna park back here a little bit.
Yeah, stay in alleyway.
Oh, fuck you. I hope your top falls off.
You're gonna get
Stay in
shot if
ambulance.
you try to break into another PD vehicle. I'm just gonna shoot you.
Chloe, stay in ambulance. We want it
Okay.
unlocked, but we don't want people stealing it. So just
Okay,
don't leave it
gotcha.
on.
Ow.
Oh my god, the local. I think we should go.
You're
I need
excused.
a bandage.
You guys good? You guys good?
Alright, well,
Watch out! Get out of the street! Get out of the street!
Can I get
bandages.
some ice packs?
Yes, you can.
No.
Go ahead and check name first.
Alright, was this guy cuffed? We should be
One of these guys has your tech med stuff on. That's a 95.
Well, alright.
It was gifted. It's stolen valor. It's fucked up, man. And the ranger.
Hi, Leo.
Maria.
What are you laughing about?
What'd you say? I'm sorry.
Nothing.
Oh, alright.
321. Oh, I don't carry it on me, but it's Brooklyn Bishop.
It is Brooklyn Bishop. I recognize face.
Thank you.
Alright, let's get your badge stuff. There you go.
That's all 47s picked up, I assume.
I don't carry badges
Negative, we
because
still
of shit
have a
like
few more.
this.
Whoever.
People steal their shit.
Well, if
Thank you.
You're all patched
most
up.
people who steal
Where's
badges
Leo?
don't go through the extent to look
Mama,
like it
how
as well.
could you do this?
It was peer pressure.
I'm interceptor, yeah.
No, it wasn't.
Right, is there room? Maybe not. Come on. Second ambulance.
You in prison.
Hello?
No, not you, baby.
Oh, there is room. Alright.
Oh, okay. Okay, just making sure. Yeah.
Where's Leo?
How many do you have inside?
God.
Alright, I gotta call you back later, Grandpa. Excuse me. Yeah, it is. Yeah, we stopped going.
Leo?
Not
Where's
here.
Leo?
He's another one.
Yeah,
Who's
yeah.
about?
I mean, PD, PD Rangers are not
Leo, are
intact,
you
but
in
they've
here?
all stopped going there, so.
Where is
Bye,
he?
Grandpa. Stay safe. Love you.
Oh.
Just get a ride back down here, why not? Catch you later, alright? I'll be sitting with the car.
Gotta find my car.
195 is going to get a ride with the fun car with the police.
Stand for.
We have spots on the other ambulance.
Yeah, we have second ambulance. Get over here. Get out of police car.
Too late.
Negative. Get out of police car now. Jump out.
Oh God.
Let's go.
Jump out.
Getting out.
The arrow's mine, Misty Kelly. The arrow is mine over there. Oh my God.
131 from 196 direct. Am I good to go?
Negative. Stand by.
10-4.
Okay, I'm going to the hospital. Team 176 to Eclipse with a shitload of 47s.
95s. Alright, we're good.
195.
Oh, yeah, we can.
295.
Yeah, we can do that for you.
Wait, is there someone injured up there?
So you want us to pick you up?
Oh no, don't care.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just everyone talking. Dispatch, TAC Team 2, 76 Eclipse, 147. 95. Alright, I want the ones who you can identify in 95 room first. Get them treated and out of Eclipse as soon as possible, and then the ones who are difficult to identify.
10-4.
Oh.
It's fine.
This is gonna be a pain in the ass. Hey, you in the back, what's your name?
Huckleberry Johnson.
Hello.
Hello.
And Chino, can you start the invoice for this guy?
Yep.
He's platinum, I think, also.
Watch it.
I'm still platinum insurance.
Alright.
Huckleberry Johnson.
No, this is expired.
No way is this fire.
I don't care if it's
You
expired.
shitting me.
Yeah, you know, you've it's a 95 room anyway, so.
Alright. I've done the paperwork for the guy in the back.
Just help me, please. Don't let me die.
Yeah, we got you. Don't worry.
Thank you.
Hello. That
Come
one's a
up.
95. You're holding, officer.
Hello.
Hello. Oh my
Thank
gosh.
you,
I
beautiful.
got
Again.
you know.
Are you a 95?
No, not a 95.
I won't take your name for it. Apparently you have people dressing up as police, so you might be a 95.
I am Misty Kelly, the former topo.
How am I
I'm
supposed to be
also a
sure you're
platinum
not just
insurance
someone
holder.
who... Well, how am I supposed to know you're not one of those, you know... disguising themselves as one? There's only one way to find out. You're gonna have to be fingerprinted.
I'm bisexual.
What the
Oh,
fuck is going on here?
Whoa.
I've already invoiced you. Your the local doctor should be taking care of that
Oh,
bullet.
thank you
on
so
you.
much. Put me next to the teddy bear. That's so sweet of you.
Right, none of these are 95s?
You've already been invoiced.
I have really big bruising all over my chest.
no.
Yeah, do you want to
Is there anyone else?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I'll take care of him as soon as we're able to.
Oops, excuse me.
Yep. Is all 95 room.
I had to find it.
This guy's already invoiced.
Yeah,
Trooper,
I'll
if,
check you.
Trooper, if you want to be responsible, we can treat them at bedside. With you making sure he doesn't run.
Yeah, this guy's
Yeah,
already
you did get billed.
You already got him?
Yeah, the guy in the body armor. I got him.
I'll do my best, but...
Nah, it's fine. Go ahead and put him in this one.
I'm platinum. I don't want this shitty bed.
Did have a bunch of weird tattoos.
Yeah, we're gonna need
and
people
whenever,
quick.
I got injured. Chloe used to do magic, and my tattoos would glow gold. Maybe that's why my bones glow gold. But now the tattoos are done.
Shit, my fucking head hurt. Everything hurt.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, definitely not a rip-off. They're legally distinct.
Yeah, they're completely distinct. No, definitely.
You're a rat bastard.
All right, Takmas, find the 95, identify them, check if they've been built. If not, go ahead and build them.
Can I tow the crate?
Hey, pal, has anyone checked up on you yet?
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah, he's all around. And then 95.
You know, Barrett, I think I hit him once. I think I got him once. Real good.
No.
What'd you say, sir? Give an ID on you, mama. Give an ID on you.
Dispatcher 041, be advised there's still an ambulance out here.
Mama is fine. It's Mama Ita Jimmy. Yes?
Okay.
Hello,
How you doing,
Mama. Quite alright. It's quite a busy day. I love it. I love herding these idiotic sheep in place.
Yeah, you're welcome, I guess.
Yes, of course. Thank you for being very, very good. Yes.
Oh my God! You have a Merry Christmas. Oh.
Yes. We love you. Yes.
You're really loosening me up.
Yeah, well, it happens. Don't shit your pants.
I was so spit.
Yeah, it's just there's a very large.
Did you go to the waiting area over there?
Nightmare.
Oh God.
I'm cuffed, by the way, so I can't even show you my ID.
La rana dice, what's good, mommy? Look at me. Don't I look sexy on this thing?
Yeah,
Look at
take
me.
his word for it.
Yeah. I'm Huckleberry Johnson.
Look at me. I look
But
sexy
check
on
if
this
you're
thing.
10-12-92. Birthday is 10-12-92.
What's
State
good,
ID is
papi?
10-5-775, something like that.
Sydney said that he was already billed, but I don't see it in
No
here.
dijo nada.
Yep, he has
Me
not.
dijo que me reconoce.
Alright, so
Where's Huckleberry?
I've needed it a lot.
it's okay. I don't have anything actually.
Who has Huckleberry? He has all my shit.
Well,
What's
who
your
are
name?
you?
Sure, man. Hey,
Oliver Viner,
Trooper,
yeah.
do you
Oh, alright, you can wait by waiting area over there.
No, I'm a cop.
Oh, alright, you can wait by waiting area over there.
I need my shit back.
Alright,
from my
well then,
95.
yeah, well, alright, well, you're not in uniform, so how am I supposed to know that? Oh,
Yeah,
goodbye,
yeah, I
Leo.
know.
Yeah, just wait.
Hold on.
What?
It's okay,
Do you
Leo.
have
You did your
a
best.
Right this way.
Which one is it?
I'm trying not
That-
to because I got shot down and that kind of feels icky.
Oh, fuck's sake.
Axel, you okay
Oh
now?
my
Come on,
God,
come on.
that's
This
a
way.
giant needle.
That's a giant needle right there.
Trooper.
I don't have a
Here.
vehicle
Cluster.
We're gonna
Fuck,
let you.
let me out.
By the way, he is gonna.
Here.
I'm.
Hello.
This is Huckleberry.
Yep.
Alright, he's good.
Hey,
Give
hey,
my
who
shit
are
back,
you?
Huckleberry.
Get away from me. Get away from me.
You better give me my shit back.
Get away from me.
Hello?
Also,
No,
check
no.
out. Go ahead and check ID on her.
Now that room is.
I'll just wait here. I'll just wait here.
You want to see mine or his?
No, his.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, I'm in cuff.
I know who you
If
are.
I can
No,
bring
no,
you
no.
to
You're gonna
impound,
stay
I
in
can
those
get
cuffs
the
too. Is
arrow
what
out
you're
of
gonna
your
do.
shoulder.
No, look
Can
my
I get the
badge.
badge?
My tactical rifle.
I need
Very
to
cool.
transport.
No, you can't have my
These guys
fucking
take
badge,
care of it.
Huckleberry.
Come on,
I
Oliver.
do. So we need.
No.
Can I see badge?
Give me my
Valentine's
shit
here.
back,
He's
you
got-
fucking punk.
Valentine, are you processing two people?
You bully.
Come on, Oliver.
I just got here to
Let me get your badge.
Who doesn't even have his clothes.
Where the hell did my shirt go? Who took my shirt off of you?
I don't know.
Jesus
Probably
fucking
Jen
Christ!
Sato.
Let's go check if there's an.
You'll deal with shirt later. I just want to see badges.
Is that your Tony? That you're Tony. You're not Tony.
Yes.
Oh, hey Tony.
Thank you very much.
I just like flipping when I get
Oliver.
stressed.
Okay,
Let me
alright.
get your badge.
You're stressing me the fuck out, alright?
That's not what I meant to do. That's
God damn.
Put your hands up. That's really unfortunate. Appreciate it.
Okay.
Why are you putting your hands up?
Sorry. I'm new here. Give me a sec.
Go back to the room. Go back to the room.
Alright, beautiful work, everyone.
Wanna roll out to that last call, Terry? Or?
Yes.
Be escorted.
Alright.
It is so fucking loud in here.
Go ahead and go to garage. They're going to call. Dispatch team going. You got initiate coming to garage as well.
Such as my world after all. Such as
There's
my
nothing going
world
on and
after
everything all
all.
at the same time.
So what did we learn?
You look good in uniform.
Hello, Gordon.
Yeah, you look good in uniform.
Everyone from Grove Street is all taken
we
care
learned
of.
today.
Keep her quiet.
Yep, already know, thank you.
We learned.
We have
I might have paid one of these days
Could've
to
been
look
by
like this.
yourself, Oliver.
I was not by myself.
If you need help transporting them, we can help.
No, there was a third.
If you're up for it.
Yeah, we are. I mean, it's in the law. We are able to, keep the statement in place for transferring to
Fuck it.
PD.
Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah. Do you want to take ambulance or
Vehicle.
Can I give you like
Taxi 1 is 7.
Ambulance, we have 3 at
again? Radio, loud.
Latest dispatch, Innocence Boulevard.
Yep, alright. I'll go ahead and pull it out, and you can load them up.
TACMED offered to help us transport. So we're
Yeah, TACMED help, police officer transport 95 to ambulance.
You got it.
All units on treatment floor follow police officer request.
Yeah, go ahead, put them in.
Whose ambulance is this?
My ambulance.
Yeah, sure. Give me the keys. I'll
Okay.
be the one driving.
Hey, watch it.
Who do you want this 95?
Learn to drive.
Over here, an ambulance. Chloe, ambulance.
Got it.
Thank you. This
Let
one.
me free. I'll be good, man.
You know, it's not up to me.
Yes, I ring to it, you know.
Is that a parking spot?
Leo, this is all your fault.
The hell? I was just trying to protect the city.
I know. I was trying to protect and serve and see what they do to me.
Me too. I was just trying to do the
Because we
right
took
thing.
your
you know?
uniform.
Or something like that.
So, Lorana, you don't know how many times
Anymore is the towel.
One day.
You have a car, sir?
No.
Trooper, is that all?
Negative.
Is that you?
How many more seats you got? Can we ride with
Wait,
you? We don't have a
yes,
vehicle.
you can just walk in back. Here, I'll open the doors for you.
All right.
Yeah, look.
Yeah,
Watch
thank
this.
you.
Here you go, just walk in.
Absolutely.
Alright.
Taxi 1 is
Yeah, just
20.
walk in. No, walk in. Don't. No. Just walk
All
in.
right. I'll walk.
Officer,
I
watch
got you.
this.
I got you. I
Since
got
I'm
you. I'm
going to
walking. I
prison,
got it.
can
I
you
got
give
it.
me a bowl of pho on the way there?
No pho for you.
No.
You've been a bad
Walk
boy.
in.
No, I've been a good boy.
Focus on
Yeah,
walking
you
forward.
shot me in the face.
All right.
Beautiful.
You
you want me to
scare
stay
me.
here, Maria?
Thank you.
Yeah, well, my voice is very intimidating. I can't get in.
No,
Just
no,
walk
Just
in.
walk through the doors.
Just get in
It's
the
not
doors,
that
okay? That's
difficult.
hard.
No. Here. Come here.
This
Come here.
Put him inside. I guess he's having difficulty.
You see the side doors, yes?
Taxi 1 is back to 10.
It's why are you being so difficult?
UTL.
Just transfer
Idiots.
me to the prison,
It's not that difficult. All right.
All right.
I guess
everyone,
that's
how
all.
we doing today?
Bye.
All right.
First,
Who threw a grenade?
These
at me?
officers are allowed to smoke cigarettes in here?
Of course.
Yeah.
It's encouraged. We love smoking.
Do you want your state mandated
Yeah,
cigarette?
we love nicotine here.
Yeah, we love nicotine.
Oh my god, is there any police officers in the car? Oh my god, they're standing on us.
Yeah.
Hey,
Yeah,
hey,
we're
Leo.
right here.
Where have you guys been?
What?
Oh,
Fuck.
shit.
That's my
Just
bad,
right on
sorry.
top! Just right on top!
Oh, I took a selfie
Idiots.
with you guys. I'm gonna put it on Life Invader.
Idiots.
I think I got injured. Hey, Leo.
Put the one that you were all
Hey.
crunched up on the floor.
I feel like these officers stripped me naked. They took my uniform.
We all lost our uniforms and we were protecting and serving.
We were
Yes, you
protected
are.
and served. You guys took our uniform. You guys are bullies, okay? You guys bully us for the night.
Did you say something we don't care about?
Yeah.
What the fuck are you
How about I
talking about, bullying?
having a date with your mom?
You guys taking my uniform. I
Gotcha.
was,
Yeah. Stripped him of his
sir.
clothes with no
You
consent.
can't
Come
wear
on, my
that.
friend,
That's illegal.
crazy.
That is illegal.
And you guys stripped my Oliver Wiener badge.
You
Hell, it's
can't.
Oliver Wiener.
That's your officer name, Oliver Wiener.
Thank you so much, Jackman. Really
Thank you,
appreciate
Techman. You're doing a great job.
Happy to help.
You have to learn how to walk into the ambulance. It's really not that difficult.
It's Officer Wiener.
Dispatch TAC Team 176 to Eclipse for a resupply.
Officer Wiener, where you at? Out. Thank you. You just walk in, guys. Not that hard.
Yeah, it's not that hard. Just walk into the ambulance.
Oh, holy shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, you guys are doing stairs.
Yeah, you walk in. Yeah, why do we tell you to walk in and you jump? Or grab the handle? That's not walking in.
I learned something new today.
Yes, you did.
We have Huckleberry.
Who's that?
The guy that stole all my stuff. He's going to prison for life. Death penalty.
One of your 95s is just walking away.
This is Huckleberry.
Remember me? It's
Trooper,
remember
over
you.
there,
Yes.
running, other side of the garage, 95.
Strip my badge. I asked for a souvenir.
Yep.
That was a good shot.
Oh, that wasn't a shot. He just fell over because he was wearing handcuffs.
Yeah. I mean, there's also nowhere for him to go.
Yep. All right.
It's just us.
Trooper, you have some more equipment here.
Hey, were these guys searched at all yet?
Hold on.
You good, Tyler?
There we go. Go ahead and go on.
Any
channel
available
5.
TAC med able to attach to TAC Team 1?
Okay.
M4.
196 switching to TAC 5.
I don't know. There's more evidence of equipment he left in the garage.
159 plus 1 is 76.
PD, this is TAC med.
Latest dispatch.
There's some extra equipment that was dropped out of the ambulance. It's in the garage at RPD with a marker on it.
1882
10-4,
052.
switching back to TAC 1.
1882 052.
052 is off duty, be aware.
He was just on the treatment floor. It says he's on duty on the MDT.
Who's that?
Riz? Did he just... I guess he must have just updated his thing.
Sounds delicious.
It was, yes.
Yeah, it does sound very tasty.
Are you waiting on someone?
One more badge.
Oh, sorry.
Chloe, go with them.
Okay.
Oh, damn. When the vans are rocking.
Oh.
Oh, stop it. I can't take him out.
Are you on the radio?
Yeah, I think I am.
Okay.
God, drop my stapler. Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
on
it's
radio.
okay. Yeah, but okay. They were calling for you, but not anymore.
TAC Team 1, 10-8 for
So
patrol.
you missed the call, I guess, or going out on patrol. So you're
Oh,
stuck here.
Oh, I didn't hear him.
Yep. That's why I'm
Oh,
asking.
I armed him with a, well, not that. Armed him with
Oh.
a used needle from earlier. So
Nice.
he has that now.
Nice. Good. Be sure to use it with the shotgun.
A really big needle. So he's gonna
Good.
scare a lot
Very
of people
good.
who try to, like, fuck with us.
Nightmare.
Nightmare.
Yeah.
Shotgun, too. So I think
Alright.
that's a little more useful.
All right, we have medical staff being idiots.
Hello.
Go ahead and get the purple one.
I think the doctor's working on her.
Yeah, but this is Chanel money. She was doctor maybe like a month ago, not anymore.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Hey, pal.
Alright, what happened to you two?
None of your business. I'm just kidding.
I was laying down trying to get underneath the van, getting a good look at it, and it ran over my head.
What about you, Bobby?
Yeah. Same thing.
Alright, I don't care.
I got hit by a motorcycle.
Gotcha.
Valkyrie
did it
1
like collide with your
23
chest
to
or
latest
leg?
911, code 6.
My leg.
Did your arm get ripped off?
I'm far.
No, it's fine. It hurt my leg a little bit.
Hurts your leg. All right, let's take a look at
Mama.
your leg here.
Hello.
Yeah, that looks a little fucked up, pal. Have you ever seen your own bone
What's
before?
the doctor's at?
What? You're quiet.
Where's the doctor's at?
Ah, what doctors?
Useless fucking doctors, man.
They're taking Christmas break, I guess, for the last week.
Shit.
Do you want me to? Do you want to keep the leg, or do you want me to like throw on slabs of meat and fix it up?
Fix that shit up.
You
Fix that shit up. Okay. What's your insurance?
They're having sex on the bed.
Extra for a good job.
He's wrong.
I don't have much time.
I
to
can
be
prove
honest.
Please. I know you've had sex in the OR, Marionette. Don't
I don't know what sex is.
Chanel, you keep up the good work. I'm gonna start the paperwork.
Thank you, Chanel. We're very proud of you.
Called sex therapy or whatever. I think you'll be a good. I think you're doing good at that.
Oh, it's 10 minutes? Oof. Well, I don't care. I'm gonna pretend like it's not happening. Oh, hi! Hi, Enderscream. Sorry I missed your chat. It's been very busy. I like to pretend as if nothing is ever happening. So I'm not paying attention to the things, you know, quote-unquote ending. I'm just staying on active duty. And also, I feel very bad about Maria being very short with Morag. But I am on
I feel a lot
dispatch
better. I gotta go
duty
now.
today, so I'm the most busy TACMed. Hello, this is TACMed. What is nature of your
Thank you, guys.
emergency?
Wait, who is this?
This is TACMed. What is nature of your emergency?
Oh, I was trying to call Chloe. Sorry.
Oh, well. Hello, Mr. Army.
Alternator.
Go in the 10-7 closet.
I got an owie on my stomach.
You got what and what?
I got an owie on my stomach.
Oh no, Grabs patient. You're gonna have bigger owie in a moment. Can you believe this, Mr. Is it John Army?
John Army.
Yeah, Mr. John Army has owie on stomach despite all of the equipment. That's crazy. Also, don't worry about
I don't
that.
think I should have taught our guard over there how to use the needles.
You probably should.
Yeah, I didn't expect him to do that.
Oh, what happened? I wasn't looking. Oh, this is fine. Shoves ice pack under belt.
Oh.
And just keep it there. Yes, good.
Okay. You're a hero.
No, you are. Thank you for your service.
I only did it what had to be done.
Same as me. What happened to this one?
She was trying to put the gas in the car and didn't turn the car off.
You absolute moron. Drop patient. We'll get her sorted.
Thank you.
Basic knowledge. Don't leave car running. If there's...
Most efficient way to do it. Are you ready, ma'am?
Well, congratulations. You're not dead.
Attack team 176 to Eclipse.
You will die if you do that again, so never do that again.
Do you want to keep the bullet
Dispatch.
souvenir?
Explosion at Eclipse. Fucking garage. 22 last outside of Eclipse. Well, lucky you, I don't have fire extinguisher, so enjoy staying on fire. Hello.
You gotta help.
I want to help, yes. I will help.
Okay, we got a bunch of bodies we gotta get to the hospital.
Yep, alright. Dispatch, could I have available unit out in front of Eclipse? There's a lot of bodies.
Fuck me.
Whoever is not needed an ambulance, jump out and help with transport. Or not.
Tag team 123 Eclipse. 247.
Thank you. No shit, exploded body.
Valkyrie 1 is 76, back to Eclipse times 147, non-critical.
Ronaldo, give patient to Chloe. And grab another one. Let Chloe handle that one.
Take this one.
Grandpa. I know. I know. How you doing? How you doing?
Oh, it's bad. Oh, it's bad.
I know. I can see that.
Probably a
Grandpa.
car crash, to be honest.
Anyone left here? Alright, good. Dispatch, be advised, all 47s from explosion outside are at Eclipse. Hello. Hello.
Hello. Yellow.
Congratulations on exploding, idiot. Drops into bed. Doctor, help, he's dying. Thank you.
Okay. Let me get started with some ID.
I'm not injected in my neck.
Anyone here dying?
Yes,
Alright, dying?
Yeah.
Not dying. He's
Alright.
hurt. My pride.
This one's dying? Well, you got him. Thank you.
Yeah, he's doing.
Dying?
No.
Well, everyone's dying.
I mean, yeah, inevitably.
No pregnancy pickup. Let's keep cleaning with some saving.
If you die, you're fired.
Alright, sir, I'm gonna apply some burn gel to your burns real quick.
I would like to buy insurance, please.
And
You'd like to buy insurance?
some people, some driver
Show papers.
driver-bys who were mean to me, so I backed up into them and I blew up both of our cars.
And which insurance?
The top of the
Yeah,
line.
that's these other 4 people here in black.
This piece of shit ran into our car and blew us
Yeah,
all
it did.
up.
Yeah, it
I should
did.
get out of here. Actually, yeah, I should get out of here.
No, stick around.
Grandpa, you better fucking not die.
Congratulations, you're now platinum insurance.
Thank you.
You're a good boy,
I
Grandpa.
would die on a bed, but I wouldn't die on top of you. That is mean.
You are on the bed, so that's not
Okay,
what
I
we
can
want to
die.
hear. No!
Grandpa.
No, shoves patients onto Chloe.
Don't you fucking dare.
Now you're on top of Chloe, you cannot die, that's how it works.
That neck purposes work.
There is a lot of people.
Alright, pulls patients back
Send
onto
that guy.
bed. Pulls out the medical gun. Applies more IVs.
Give me the juice!
Yeah.
Juice me, baby!
Alright, got that taken care of for you,
Oh,
sir. Let me. Those burns look like they're going up pretty well.
Ugh.
Absorbing that burn gel. I'm gonna bandage up these burns. I'm gonna bandage these up for you, and then you should be good.
Yeah, you go for it.
Checks vitals aggressively.
One of them fresh pumpkin spice cupcakes. and
Alright, sir,
smell
we'll have the
right.
nurse help you up now.
Alright, thank you.
Thank you.
Oh my god, I can get him.
Yes.
Is he awake? Hello?
His vitals look stable.
Step away from patient, now!
Is Grimlock gonna make it?
Yes, step away!
Goodness, thank you. I wanted to take a look.
Leans over, grabs Chloe's face, kisses.
Okay.
He's got.
Kiss,
Look,
kiss.
wait! Do you have protection?
Of course,
I
always.
see.
Good. That's what I want to see.
So you're
So
surviving?
proud. Yes. Okay, I feel. What's that?
Good.
You look okay.
Yeah,
Oh,
good.
great.
Down.
You look
Clips.
great.
147 non-critical.
Down for good copy.
Dispatch 195 going 10-7 for a few minutes.
We need to promote
Down for.
Chloe.
Here you go.
I
I can't give it to you.
We need to get out of there.
no
There's like 8
shakes.
people in a row.
Because I have 35. I can't carry it, Grandpa.
I'll drop it.
Ugh.
Here's a piece of art.
I feel 100%. Thanks, Doc.
Oh.
See, I told you I was found one.
Do you have any Chloe, do you have any doctor secrets you can tell me? Like secrets about.
Alright, once you're done, 25 at the garage, you're going out on patrol.
195. If anyone is not has a
You came
time
back.
knowledge, come up to the roof and look at it. It's a beautiful night.
Negative. All available units, 25 at garage, going on patrol.
I'll let you know.
Gazing at me.
Got him.
You can go ahead and go to garage. We'll have everyone sent there. These ones are almost done.
Grandpa.
It's true.
I'm gonna check if these bullets are through and through.
Once we have 4 units in garage, go ahead and get out on patrol.
Stuck in the body.
I know.
If they're still stuck in the body, you might need surgery and that costs money.
I know, Grandpa.
By the way, this guy confessed to throwing
What are we talking about?
Hugs, Grandpa.
Oh,
Oh, thank you.
Glad you're okay. You really worried the shit out of me.
Sorry.
What the hell?
stares
I
at
can't
Chloe's
help
eyes.
it
What
that
are
I get
those?
shot often.
What?
What are those? Stares at tears in Chloe's eyes.
Blinks away tears.
Luckily, you don't need the super expensive
I'm
surgery.
okay.
No crying at hospital.
No crying at hospital.
Oh,
Yes, ma'am.
you're my favorite wizard.
Hugs Chloe's grandpa.
Doesn't she give good hugs?
Hugs are nice.
Grandma, are you okay? Oh no.
Oh, Frank can't do anything about that.
Oh, hi, person.
But, you feel free to tell me.
Dispatch, how many units at garage?
Just one so far. 200 going 10-7 for 5 mics.
Down for.
Yeah.
Nightmare.
Do you mind?
No, this doesn't take me a good much. We're basically.
Alright, are you available, Sydney?
Yes, ma'am.
Perfect, we're going out on call.
All right, pal. I'm gonna help you get to the elevator, okay? And then we should have somebody get you fixed up. Here, right this way.
Thank you so much.
That's okay, we'll wait for you. Yeah, you got it.
They just
Sydney,
kept coming in.
where are you going?
I was getting my ammo, but I'll park it.
Hop in.
TACMED PD,
Go for the attack, Matt.
unit over by the mall. We've got a downed individual.
10 for.
Transport if we need to.
Negative, we have units. Chloe, take Sydney for this is 52.
Okay.
Hello, do you need me to come with you?
Hop in, Mark.
Okay.
Alright, Sydney, you're coming with Chloe.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Dispatch tag team 17647 Grand Sonora Desert.
Dispatch 196+1 forming tag team 276 to the latest 52 request at the mall.
I thought we weren't going to the mall anymore. Is it safe now?
We're not going to mall, we're going Grand Sonora Desert.
Well, I meant TACMED in general.
It's a PD response, right? There's PD on scene, so we can go ahead and swoop in.
Okay.
It's a case by case basis, you know? In most
Understood.
cases, we do not.
Yeah, turn on the radio.
Yeah, sure. Are there gonna be ads?
We asked people, why
Ah,
did you move to the Grand
fuck's
Sonora
sake.
Desert?
I'll move for the arid climate.
I'm pretty sure the music channel's after this ad.
I hope so. It better.
It's not a mirage. It's a real trailer park. Imagine your new dream home in the Grand Sonora Desert. Imagine life in a place.
Why is this
devoid
ad so
of it.
long?
A place where you can be alone.
So you can hear it.
Go on
Radio
hikes
ads,
and die
how they
of
work.
sunstroke.
Maria, you didn't purchase Radio Premium?
Look, no, I used to subscribe to every station individually. It's only recently I found out I can just get Turbo for all radio stations and don't have any ads on any of them.
You know what? This ad's taking too long. I'm gonna change the radio channel. Surely we won't get some disturbing music or anything.
Surely.
Sticking out your gap for the Rizzler. You're so skibbity.
I'm gonna
You're so
punch this
Phantom
radio.
Pax.
I'm gonna
I just wanna
Maria, run us
be
into a
your
tree. I can't handle this
Sigma.
anymore.
Alright, go ahead.
You can come here. Give me your Ohio.
Okay, here. Let me change the channel. This is this is some brain rot channel. Okay.
Dispatch, section 123 latest.
This is just dogs singing.
Dispatch Tag Team 2, 76 to Eclipse, 147.
I don't know, it sounds like a fish to me. Alright, what happened here? Everyone knows what happened here.
I tripped and fell.
What the,
while driving.
where did... On a what? On a rock? You hit middle of your head? What do you mean you trip on grass and fell and now you're like this?
Is that your
While
car
driving,
over there?
I fell.
Oh.
It sounds
Did
like
you
a
jump out of
domestic
your car?
abuse.
Did the car beat you up? Checks for signs
I
of
see the
being
car.
beaten
Yeah.
up by car.
Point to where the car touched you.
Yeah, where the car did touch you. With what and how
It
hard?
punched me in my shoulder.
Oh, well, cars like to do that. So you fell out of the car and got run over by car.
No, I just fell
Point
off
on
the
the
car.
doll where the
Yeah.
car touched you.
Yeah.
Dispatch Tag
In
Team
my no-nose
223
place.
Eclipse,
Oh my God.
147 non-critical.
Alright, well, I'll set that in place. Just give me a little bit. I gotta warm up. I gotta grab it real hard and we'll set it all back in place.
Just yank it in.
Yeah, sure.
I do it all the
Alright.
time.
Yeah, alright.
I dislocate my knees too
How's your
when I
invoice
pop
thing?
them back in. It's on that
You good with
meniscus.
that?
There we go.
Dispatch 196 is 76
You ever
to
tear a
Eclipse,
meniscus?
47 on,
There we go.
track.
Oh.
All right, pal. While we get your body back into shape, can you show me your ID?
Yeah. It's the end of the world. Oh my
Ugly
god.
picture.
Sir, I can't breathe. Your knees in my throat.
Hey, if
What-
you can talk. Yeah, okay,
Yeah.
I shouldn't make that one.
No, yeah. No. Good call.
I wasn't even thinking about that.
Thinking about what? Yeah, let's focus on medical treatment. I'll double. Oh wait, no.
Medical
Shut your
treatment?
ID. Yeah, medical treatment. We're here to save
Medical
lives.
treatment.
Go for
Save
PD.
lives.
Go for TACMED.
We had a gentleman that
Go
was just
back.
running around inside here,
Hey,
being all crazy, and he
I
got
have a
shot.
question.
Any chance
Define
you guys could
inside.
Oh, he was inside RPD, like in the stairwell.
10-4. He got shot. How badly?
I mean, he's talking. I think he's.
I saw a bunch
He'll
of
be
helicopters
okay.
traveling
10-4.
northbound.
We'll have
Do
a
you need
unit
us to
drop by.
Give him some.
Why is that?
No,
thank
we'll
you.
drop by. Thank you.
He'll be out
Am I
front.
in danger?
Maybe.
Not yet.
Dispatch 196 is
can pop in
76
place.
to Eclipse
Rev, do you like handling crybabies and cells?
Yeah, I take. Yes, it's around. It's 7 o'clock somewhere is what I always say.
Yep. All right. Good. I'm leaving you and Mark and RPD cells to deal with shot 95, and I'm taking this one to Eclipse.
Okay.
Close the doors. Thank you. I know I shout. I have a closed door button. I just like to shout at it.
Where are we heading?
We are
Montana, are you open
heading
for party?
to hospital.
How many people can fit in one of these vans?
Sorry, wrong channel.
10-4.
Like 6, 7.
6 or 7.
I mean, Yeah, we can fit 7 with 1 driver. Because we have
7 with an additional driver. Okay, that works perfectly.
yeah, we have 5 seats in the back, 1 in the front, and we also have the stretcher in the trunk.
Okay.
So that's 7 incapacitated and one driver.
Okay.
And that doesn't even
And
include
like,
the
can
TACMAT who
people
could just stand in the back and hold on to rails.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. This would be a great evacuation vehicle.
That is what we use it for, yes.
Hey, pal, do you have insurance by any chance?
Yeah.
What kind?
The ultra premium one.
Oh shit. Okay. No
So
ads
don't
for
get
him.
that. Oh well.
What would the ads be if I didn't have it?
Annoying.
Depends.
Tell me
What
about
was
the
the
ads.
most recent thing you put in your browser search history thingamabobby?
Porn.
It would be this one.
Maintaining a relationship can be trying, especially when she's getting fat and all you want to do is jerk off and play video games rather than listen to her mouth. Hi,
Hell
I'm
yeah.
spiritual advisor and marriage counselor David Kabir. Come to my
Ew.
1-week retreat and I'll show you how to learn real closeness. How? By giving up what you're close to. You'll give up your possessions, including your significant other. Developed in the 1950s.
Ow, that's my face. That's not the radio.
It worked for us.
Alright,
I'm
get
not
out,
sure where
both
the
of you.
sound's coming from. Okay.
Sound is
Oh,
not coming
basically
from
good
my
work.
face. You're about.
Where is she here for 95 in the cells?
Dispatch 131, 76 back eclipse, 147 non-critical.
Here we go. Whew.
Can you believe this vehicle just tumbled down Mount Chiliad?
Yeah, I can tell.
How?
The rattle.
Oh, well,
the missing
it's little
doors,
rattle. I'm
the
a good
missing
driver.
Doors.
Well, I saved. Nope, wrong
Oh,
place
you
to
almost hit
stand.
that cop.
Very wrong
I
place
tell
to
you what.
stand. No mask at hospital.
Telling PD to move.
We gotta go.
Thank you.
Oh.
Hello.
You're a very strong
I am
person.
very strong, yes, I'm very tall.
What is your pronouns?
Marionette.
Marionette, you're very short at 4'5".
Oh, well, thank you. You're very dead at horizontal.
I'm very horizontal, I tell you what.
Yep. Hello.
Oh, hello.
This one tripped and got run over by his own car.
Yeah, that's just, the cost.
Well,
of
that's
being
not
at
what
one
happened.
trip.
I hurt my shoulder while falling out of the car.
Yep.
1200.
Nothing ran me over.
Alright. So that's.
Hey, I thought I'd go over there on the premium.
They're all yours.
188
Desert also.
It's hey you, it's me. It's 131 from 188. Try again.
It's.
131 to 188.
Go for 131.
Both the 95s are no longer 95s, but they've been shot, so they need to go to Eclipse.
10-4, don't worry, I'm swinging back.
Therefore.
Tag team 2 with Chloe, which call are you taking?
Red Desert Ave by the beach.
10-4.
Attack team 276 to latest 47 Red Desert Ave.
Did I see some Kitty
Hey,
Hilliard
someone's getting
maneuver?
gunned down the street.
Oh, yep. Nothing,
Hey,
sorry.
someone's getting gunned down and they have a silencer.
Yep. Not our problem. Get out of way! It's emergency. Oh. You know what? Touche. Motherfucker.
Excuse us.
Wrong way.
Hooligans.
Alright.
All of them.
Let's take care of them. These ones.
Hello.
No mask at hospital. Grabs masks, shoves in pocket instead.
Touch my mask and I'll cut your fucking fingers off.
I already did. Grabs mask, shoves in pocket.
Literally can't take it off.
Oh, no. What do you mean?
I fucking can't move. I've been shot.
Yeah, I'm the one who's taking your mask off. No imagination in people these days.
223 at Red Desert.
Oh, I forgot that was a thing.
Jesus Christ.
We're gonna need your help. Robot, we're gonna need your help over here.
You both got shot, yes?
Alright, this guy got shot. Robot, I'm gonna need you to hit the nastiest gritty as I get these bullets out of him.
I already invoiced this one.
Got oh, invoice.
Alright. Let's see how much you're dying.
I have
don't
not
think you're
invoiced this
dying.
one yet. I'm gonna go
It's
treat
fine.
him
Yep.
over there.
What is identity? Hello, name. Thank you.
Grab an ID.
Tag team 2, stay put.
Whoa!
What are you
What's
doing?
your name? Give me your ID. Just put me as a free. No, stop. Stop. Give me your ID.
Who's
Show me
asking?
your ID. I am.
Tag team 2, 25 back in the ambulance, please.
Yeah, I don't think I am gonna show you my ID.
Well, we need to charge you for curing you
For
of
what?
the illness you had.
Nah. Please, yes.
Hi. Maria, this one doesn't want to show me his ID.
Alright, I don't care.
Oh my god.
I'm gonna kill them all.
Everything I've ever been
They
told
shot
is
me out the
crashing
fucking
down in front
helicopter
of
and
me.
took all my guns.
Yeah. Oh no.
Yeah, why do you think I'm not in there?
We're supposed to charge, but they don't charge, so then now we
Yeah,
can't
I'm literally
charge
gonna kill them all.
anymore.
What?
I've got fucking multiple grenades. I'm about to kill them all.
Oral, please.
Oral, okay. I'm just gonna put this in your mouth. Okay. On your jaw.
Swallow!
I think
Swallow!
anal would have been better. In my professional opinion.
Okay. Alright, here we go. We
Pulls-
cannot offer you any water at this time because you're not a platinum member.
You like sailing? Pulls out sailing gun, aims in mouth. Shoots mouth with sailing. There I go.
And you're good to go. Thank you for choosing whatever this hospital is.
Beautiful.
Back here.
Alright, let's go to this mass casualty.
Cool. Look at this guy.
Do you have a gun?
Mass
Ready.
casualty.
Do it again.
A firm.
Good, pull it out. Also, guns out at all times. Just as general. Unless we're treating, we're having them out on all. And it's known gang violence area, so there's might be a lot of people shooting, and we might be shooting back.
Is brandishing?
Dispatch, TAC Team 1, 76, latest 47 as backup.
Our class
Tag
three,
team
we're tag match, so we don't get charged.
276 to Eclipse,
You don't get
247
charged for
on
brandishing?
And the protection of our patients.
I mean, if it's like within the line of our job, we're protected. But if it's outside the line of the job, we just.
Can we just...
Well, if you're off duty, you can't brandish, and you shouldn't have your PTW with you.
No, it's more so brandishing with no cause.
No, we can brandish at all time. It's open carry
okay.
license.
247 is not critical.
Yeah, trooper will try to arrest you once in a blue moon and get fucked in court. We are able to brandish at all times. The only time where we shouldn't is when we arrive on scene and PD asks us to put it away, but they don't do that. They know better.
Got it. Okay.
So yes, you're free to brandish at all times when you're on duty. Where is that? 13 Alpha.
Techmed PD?
Go for Tagmat.
Frozen.
Can we get a couple units up at the prison? We've got, sounds like a mass casualty.
10-4, is that the same as 13 Alpha nearby?
Negative.
Ooh, everything's on fire.
10-4, attack team 1 will 76 to prison with a bus. Feel free to, for other units to grab Valkyrie and grab the latest 13 Alpha with the Rangers. We're ignoring the remaining calls at Vespucci area.
Attack team 2, 23 Eclipse with 247s on critical.
Could I have 2 units call out who's gonna be doing Valkyrie for 13 Alpha?
196 plus 200.
10-4, thank you. Take your time. Rangers are arriving on scene. It seems it's still active.
10-4, good copy.
Busier than usual. Some people must have drank some Kool-Aid.
TACMED Rangers, are you en route to this 13 Alpha thing up here?
10-4, we are.
10-4, thank you.
It's gonna be a Valkyrie. How many units down?
It's gonna be 2.
No additionals?
Correct.
10-4, thank you. We'll have Valkyrie there shortly.
Thank you, going back to 11.
Dispatch Valkyrie headed to, or 76 to latest 13 Alpha Mount Hannah.
Sorry, I have to let them pass. Dispatch tag team 1, 23 latest 52 at Bolingbrook.
We just let them all in the infirmary.
Oh, alright,
They
yeah.
literally, they all
Yeah,
woke up. I need medical attention. I got shot like 5 times.
Yeah, sure, hop
I
in.
can take a look at you.
Yeah, take a look at her in the back. Hop in, trooper.
Gotcha. All right, what did they get you?
My torso, my leg, my arm.
Okay.
Yep. Get out of the way, we're
You
going
want
back
any
to... Oh,
painkillers?
well, that's one more.
Please help. Oh no.
Yep.
He's falling and he can't get out.
He's falling and he cannot get up.
fallen.
Grabs.
And I cannot get up.
No.
I'm
Which
pushing
doors do
my
you want
leg
on that
right
bitch?
now.
Okay.
Throws
Just
the
walk through
closed
the door,
door.
ma'am.
Couple of grazes. There is a bullet in the leg, though. That's the biggest thing I need to worry about.
Alright, is that all?
Yellow.
Yep, that's all.
Yeah,
Actually, everyone else is staying in there for treatment.
We gotta go to the hospital.
Hey, Brooklyn, it's you and me again. Look at us,
Yeah.
huh? I'm probably
Okay,
gonna die.
I have a
Okay,
bullet
Valkyrie is
caught in my leg.
23 for the 13
Inside
Alpha
the
is on
glove
the
box is a
way.
pillow. You don't want any painkillers, so you might want to bite onto the pillow as I get my fingers in there and pull it out.
Oh.
All right. Just,
Hey.
yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, it's a little
Tell me
deep
what-
in. Let me get
Seat
like
belts.
a stick. Let me get a stick. Let me get the stick into the wound.
Oh my god.
All right, I'm pulling it out. Okay. All right, there we go. There we go.
Dispatch Doctrine 176 back eclipse,
It's okay.
247
Do you want the
non-critical.
bullet as a souvenir?
No.
Good, it charges extra.
There's writing on this. Dispose. You know, I've been seeing this all day. All right. All right, let's close up the injury. It's not too bad.
You got a stapler? There's stapler in glove
Yeah,
box.
I have a stapler here.
Good.
Ooh, thank you.
Yeah, we have extra ones, just in case. I love arts and crafts. I written medical on it, so nobody can sue me.
Perfect. All right, hold it in place. You know, let's get that pillow back in there.
I have a good idea.
Tell me when.
When?
Oh, now.
Holy fuck!
76 Eclipse, 1 critical, 1
Oh my god,
Yeah, you're
Brooklyn, are
bleeding
you okay?
profusely. I had to put a little bit of pressure on it. Don't worry. It's closed up now. You'll heal nicely.
Wait,
fuck,
Tagman,
she's out.
is she dead? Is she dead? Oh my god, is she dead? Did she die?
No, she's just
Let's wake her
knocked
up.
out. She's just knocked out. All
Wake
right,
her up, please.
I'm shaking her. Shake.
Shake,
Okay,
shake,
she's not waking. Okay, hold on. I have a better idea.
Shake, Miss Annabella.
I have a better idea.
Oh,
Okay,
oh well.
good. You're awake.
Guess she doesn't want your idea.
You're freaking out. Stop freaking
Stop freaking out! Stop freaking out!
Stop freaking out.
What about arriving at Eclipse? There's no crying at hospital.
I'm not crying. I'm in pain.
Stop freaking out.
I'm in pain.
Dispatch Tactics 123 Eclipse, 247 non-critical.
No more crying. We're at a clip.
Okay, we're here. Okay, Brooklyn, I'm gonna help you out of the vehicle.
Grabs patient.
Wow, you're so strong.
Yes, I am very strong. I'm the strongest woman from Virginia, you would rather see.
Wow. You're not
Throws onto shoulder.
Oh,
All right, we
yeah.
do not want you passing out, okay? So what we're gonna do is we're gonna play.
Listen, I've been shot in the vest. My nipple's a little bruised, but I'm fine.
Oh, well. Then just get up.
I can't.
Oh, well, then you're not fine, idiot.
Well,
It's not
then-
little bruised, it's very bruised. Everybody knows you cannot stand with bruised nipples.
Are you a zombie now? Is
That's
that
not
what we're
true.
doing?
Again, I'm allowed to do that.
22, that last 1 critical.
There we go.
Mark,
Please step away from patients. If you're done treatment, please wait at waiting area.
Oh, taking weapons and ammo.
Don't touch my nipples.
I have said step away from patient.
Oh yeah, and I have said I will do it.
You
Not
sure
the
about
place to
that?
play, Not the place to play. Not the place to play.
Oh, sorry.
God
Didn't
damn.
there.
Wait until
That
he
guy's
realizes
crazy.
our security guard has grenades.
Yeah, what the fuck was that?
It was just babies.
Holy shit.
Well, he's not leaving, so
No, yeah. Just make sure, just keep me safe, please. Please.
yeah, the
What's your
nurses will
name?
take care of you. I don't care about the invoice.
What's your name?
My name is Marianette, M131.
Very cool. I'm 667 Oliver Viner.
Yeah, I know.
Number from being cool.
I dealt with you today. I let you take your gear
That's
back
right.
from 95 because
That's
you were
right.
naked.
Thank you for your
You are
help.
very welcome.
I was naked.
Oh god, I just had a dream
Undignified.
about a fucking demon dog. I want to
Hey,
kill.
doctor or nurse person.
Hello. Oh, you don't have.
I got this fungus growing out of my ears.
Where is your body?
Fuck that dog.
You don't have a body. You
That's
have
part
a
of the
head.
fungus.
You have a head. You have arm. You have head. You have hands, and you have shoes. Where is everything else?
All right, I feel fine. Thank you,
Trooper,
Marionette.
come over here real quick.
I do have body.
Can you see this person's body? I only see head, hands, and shoes.
Oh my god.
He's
Wait, he has no
missing
legs.
entire body.
What the
Oh,
fuck do you mean?
his legs are there now.
Yeah, I
He
see what
doesn't
you
have a
mean.
body.
No, it's
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
at a
Yeah, it's just
distance, it
shoes,
kinda
hands,
looks
and head.
good, but
How are he's
Who
alive?
keeps changing this guy's shoes?
That's
My-
no good. Doctor, can you
My
fix
shoes
that?
aren't supposed to look like that.
No, you're missing ankles. You have
Yeah,
no
you're-
ankles or legs.
You're
I
missing
assume.
legs and body, everything. I
What the
can't see
fuck?
it. Where is it? If
Hold on,
can I
does he
shoot
have-
through
does
it?
he have eyebrows, Maria?
Oh,
Oh no, he's leaving.
Ah, well.
Is he a ghost?
200 for
Maybe.
1962.
Think he's
Did
a
you get the
ghost?
paperwork for Daniel's also?
667 be advised there's a ghost at the
I
hospital.
haven't finished it, but I do have it started.
Alright, good comms. Good
Thank you.
Very good job.
All right.
Beautiful.
Well,
Thank you.
does it need
course.
surgery, doctors, or are they going to be able to?
Thank you again, Maria. It's
Of
wonderful to
course,
meet you
always.
again.
Stay safe out there.
No, you stay safe. We are staying safe.
Oh, just
All right, got it. Hey, Gino, add a wheelchair fee on the one for Daniels also.
Man, you just can't catch a break.
Right.
She smells good.
It's well, I think you have terrible taste then if you think that smells good.
What is this stench?
I fucking hate dogs.
Ooh, that sounds good.
Yeah, it is. Wet taco from Tuesday. You want some?
Ooh, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, there we go. Happy taco, whatever. You want some patience?
Dispatch 196 10100.
Ah, well. That taco as pillow.
Brooklyn Bishop?
Yes, Brooklyn Bishop.
Got it.
Widow. LOL. Can you believe she married a corrupt chief and then named the hospital after it? Well, clinic after it.
It's before my time.
Well, there's a whole clinic up in Toledo named after corrupt chief of police.
And we can have a nurse help you out.
Hey. No, it's a criminal. Scumbag.
Daddy, are you tonight?
Yeah.
Oh,
In
shit.
4 seconds, ma'am.
Alright, I'll meet you on the roof. We got a Gran Sonora desert call.
Alright, have fun. Love you guys. Bye.
You can go ahead and finish on the way.
I'm done, ma'am.
What's your call sign again?
Dispatch 195 108.
195 plus 131. Transitioning Valkyrie 176 latest Gran Sonora desert call. Oh, nope. I got that. Alright, I got it. You can close it. Beautiful. What are you doing here?
There are people climbing the crane and
Alright.
jumping down. There's a man who
Alright.
killed himself on the roof down there.
Oh, if he's dead, we don't care.
Yeah, I just don't want them jumping and
Yeah,
stealing.
sure, as long as you stay here and stay away from Chloe.
Why?
Terrence!
Why can't I get closer to Chloe?
You can't. What was that?
Do you have a drink?
Yes, I do, I do.
Can you put it in the glovey?
I can put it in glove box. I'll even leave you some tacos as well.
Nice.
Terrible job parking that what is it, Pelican one, I think? Whatever they call their helicopter.
Yeah. It's probably Bushwhacker 3 or something. When it's
Probably something silly.
Yeah, I figured out.
Dispatch 196 is back 1041.
10-4, welcome back on shift.
The police are like the incompetent, grumpy grandma.
Be advised, we have people climbing and falling off of crane in front of Eclipse.
And we're like the efficient but mad.
So much for the so much for the server going down. LOL.
And the Rachels are kind of like...
What do I do with the whole wheelchair thing?
I'm getting a wheelchair currently.
Hey, from.
Procedure is you add the fee to invoice and then you purchase one from Armory and hand it over to patient. But that is only done in case there are no doctors on scene. We normally let doctors examine and decide if wheelchair is even necessary and then let them do it. Should be right below us. Maybe in the car?
No heat signatures.
Alright, let me take a look. Just to be sure.
Marionette, what's your 20?
Call out Gran Senora Desert, which is UTL 76 back eclipse.
Did you want me to do that, ma'am?
Do what?
You called it out, right?
Yes, I did. Yeah, me too. We're not yet. I mean, I've only been live for 8 hours, so... Yes.
Do I need to be in on the landing part of the helicopter thing? Because I do have a parachute on me.
No, of course not.
Excellent, ma'am. Take me up, please.
Yep. Go ahead. Dispatch Valkyries, gets down 23 Eclipse, no 47s. He came in hot.
Just so you're aware, you might have a jumper who's trying to get
Oh
away.
yeah, we are, thank you.
47 and Eclipse Boulevard.
What's happening? That was a good landing.
No, that was not your face planted gravel.
That was funny though.
I'm blind, my glasses broke. Ugh.
Hey.
Hello.
She forgot to turn.
She forgot to what?
She blew up.
Refueling?
Yeah.
So many
again.
people. Wait, again. What the fuck? Okay, third time we're not treating you. You're dying. I don't care. You have to learn your lesson somehow. And if it has to be death, so be it. Ugh. Ronaldo. Black hair, second bed. Scared the shit out of her. She keeps blowing up on purpose.
It's a RoboCop. Nightmare, 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 nightmare.
Thank you.
Oh yeah, I'll do it.
Are you writing your own invoice?
I'm just watching TV, ma'am.
Alright, still, you're laying in platinum bed invoice.
Oh shit, Chainsaw Man.
This is Valkyrie. Stop blowing yourself up, you idiot! Hello. Can I help you?
I am concerned.
Isn't that be waving that thing around?
Yeah. And? Do you question PD waving
PD.
weapons around? Go for TACMAT.
Be advised, we're down at the pier. We've got water levels almost at the top of the pier. Looks like we have rising waters. Be prepared in case we have to evacuate.
10-4, thank you very much for letting us know. All units that are done with calls, I suppose 25 at rooftop.
PD, so TACMED PD.
Go for TACMAT.
I believe we're collapsing radios between all
10-4.
departments to TAC 16.
10-4, thank you.
196 switching to TAC 16.
All units at Eclipse. All active units switch to Radio 16.
I might.
We don't
I might need
accept
your help
cash
again, so
payment.
there you go.
To get to higher places.
10-4, everyone, make sure you have a boat ready if you need it.
Dispatch. Radio check.
10-2.
Alright, good. Ronaldo, come here.
Omega 140 on channel 16.
I thought there was no storm in San Andreas.
It's probably just because it's been raining the past couple days.
Yeah, it's fine. The water rises every month.
Yeah,
It's
exactly. It'll like probably just flood the canals and then it'll be over.
fine. And if not, it happens. We had like what, 4 or 5 floods in the last few months. Flood, possibly.
I'm a little embarrassed we didn't get this joint.
Oh,
venture.
yeah, I forgot. Everyone, grab food from the fridges. We have so much food.
Oh yeah, I got a couple salads.
I can't carry anymore.
What do you have?
I got a chicken
Do we know where
salad.
the other Maverick is?
Go ahead and leave fire extinguisher. I don't think with the flood we're gonna need it.
I have an empty.
Yeah, that's a great point.
Lovely.
Do we have time to refuel all of our aircraft before we can?
We're trying. The lots underwater. The marina lot where we refuel the Mavericks are already underwater.
Head up to Sandy.
Purple
Sandy's still
dinosaur.
dry.
That's pretty quick.
Sandy is still dry. Head up here.
Yeah, Sandy's pretty dry. Do we have cans that we can refuel it with or no?
You can grab them. Helicopters use regular gas, so you can use any gas station.
10-4, let's get those on backup, guys, just in case we need them.
Ronaldo? Where is he?
Air2 activated up and finger to back.
10-4, Air 3 is going to be spinning up.
Alright. Going back to the
Advise
shop.
water is draining in the sea.
Oh, well.
And Toledo, and Sandy.
Draining?
Yeah, the water's being sucked out. Like, it's not in, basically, Sandy is basically, all the water's almost gone out of it.
That's what happens before a tsunami comes in.
10-4, that's what we're worrying, it's what we're probably coming.
I have 2 deployable boats. We're trying to grab as many as we can. We're going to be in Air 1 at RPD.
Should we get airborne?
In a bit.
Oh, there's
fine.
a couple units in Sandy at the moment.
Valkyries.
PD units are spinning up.
Yeah, but we're going to need to rescue.
Air 2 has 2 boats.
Exactly if the roads are going to be.
Well, it's not
Pelican One,
so we might be
1, 2, 3,
That's
4, 5,
Thunder 1
6.
skips down at Sandy
1,
for
2,
refuel.
3, 4, 5, 6.
Want me to get ready with the helicopter, ma'am?
052 from 196 direct with 220. Sorry, 22 that last. I forgot which channel I'm on. 052 from 196 direct. Riv, you still on this channel? I don't know where Riv is, so.
Riv is not on radio.
321's got 3 boats.
Oh, okay.
580,
At all.
Oh shit.
What?
I'm starting to see some
Do we have anybody able to get
do you
food
mean?
and drink?
like some weird angles. I can see some water rising.
Ronaldo, do you still have room for more food?
Yeah, that's probably right. I'm probably just tired.
Is hydrating? Is coffee hydrating?
Coffee is
Good.
fine. Yes, just any food or drink you can get.
Alright, he's not answering phone calls either.
Drinks. Anyone have any drinks?
Yeah, the water's even gone in the dam.
Marionette, we've got your TAC med that
got
you're
some
calling
coffee.
right now. He got
Yes, please.
handcuffed and kidnapped.
Danforth, thank you. If you
Fuck.
could drop him off at the Eclipse rooftop.
Yeah, I'll bring him by.
Thank you.
What the fuck?
Air 3 spinning up.
Anybody need ammunition?
Why would we need ammunition? Also, why do you have that?
Are you on the roof?
He has a lot of things, don't question.
He's a certified American janitor.
Should we go down and get a little extra bandage and stuff just in case of emergency, ma'am?
Negative. One bandage, one medkit per personnel at all times.
Yeah, it's
Well,
just a flood. It's not that bad. It's not even like a flood.
What you are allowed to do is go down and
floods.
you are allowed to grab drinks from vending machine.
Should we like put on Life Invader that if you're gonna stay in flood zones, you should like write on your a limb your name and your social security number.
Yeah.
Don life jackets.
There's a person on
I'm
that
grabbing
thing.
stuff from the 24/7. Anyone need anything? Rain.
Food and drinks.
We'll stock up for you.
Perfect.
Thunder 1's done refueling. Skids up, Sandy. 76.
What happened?
Elsewhere.
I got handcuffed. I got held at gunpoint, handcuffed, robbed.
Jesus
Yeah,
Christ.
yeah, that's pretty much it.
Alright, well, let's go ahead and
damn it.
resupply you.
Yeah. Do you know what you need to get, Rain?
Yeah, I haven't checked what I'm missing yet, but I should be able to figure it out.
Yeah, I imagine PDW best comment at least.
Hey, I got questions.
You're all good?
Yep, we're all good. I'm looking for
Alright.
our other helicopters.
Yep, no worries. Well, one is flying right over there.
Well, we've got a bunch of them flying right now.
Here,
Thank you so much for leaving money in the gas tank machine. Gas machine.
I guess you just gotta wait until they get there.
I
I
really have
wish
to
I-
wait 20 minutes for local
I wish there
EMS?
was something else we could do for you.
Wait, wait, what? Oh, yeah.
Um,
Yeah, if you're handcuffed,
I
yeah.
couldn't even hit my button.
Yeah, if you're handcuffed, yeah.
Like it, like
Because you
yeah,
cannot
like-
reach it, it's on
like
the
my-
shoulder. It has to be on the shoulder.
Yeah, but like
Was in the exact same situation.
We're gonna go
We're on
some
radio
Alright, well,
16.
we got some stuff coming. So
Alright, do you have a radio or no?
Oh, please. I don't think I have a radio. I'll just.
All right, well, get what you need from the check what you need and then
Gas
and get
station's not open.
replacements.
Yep.
Radio check.
It's gonna be radio 16. We're collapsing all channels. Apparently flood is happening.
Oh boy, do we have a
Tell
boat or
me.
something?
We have a lot, don't worry. We have supplies to survive and even help people. In the meantime, do you know how to
where
fly
are you guys
Valkyrie?
fueling up?
Yes.
Alright.
The airfield in Sandy.
For Air 376.
Alright, we're taking all Valkyries out.
Of the airfield.
Chloe, you're one. Sorry, I'm one. Chloe, you're two. Rev, you're three.
Okay.
Yeah, all this water is kind of my fault.
You're gonna be taking
Do we have
Ronaldo
people
later. He
getting
has
scuba
equipment
gear?
on him.
Sorry. Tagman has scuba gear.
Perfect.
What can we carry it?
Sustenance.
Yeah, I realized that the second I said it.
I'm here.
Hey Ronaldo, any chance you could take some scuba gear?
Let's have one.
How heavy you
Be advised, the Saints are out in force. They just kind of rolled our helicopters. Got pretty scary pretty quickly there. All good now.
Alright, anyone who can, grab a scuba gear and bring it up to rooftop. We at least one scuba gear per helicopter.
If there's the equipment there for it, MRPD, but that's got to be under water by now.
I have one in one of my crates at my house, but if you guys want to go grab.
The buzzard can carry people, but they probably want a parachute in case they fall off.
Yeah, I'm currently in Sandy at the moment.
Overseer, this is my fault, dog.
I have Daniels at my house.
I just thought about a penis, you know, and I just got so wet, you know.
Rev, go ahead and pull. Actually, yeah, try and pull it out. Let's see. The attack med one.
Furthest on the end.
No room?
Move it. There's no spots
Radio
available.
check.
Yep. No worries.
Okay,
Go ahead and move.
Alright, what's the plan here? I've been off radio for a
Not
bit.
to bother you for a second.
Yep. Don't worry.
Dispatch 401, I know we have Air 1 out. Due to
Oh,
this
it's snowing,
circumstance,
beautiful.
Air 2 out as well.
Oh yeah.
And Air 3.
10-4, flying the
Oh.
bird.
Hey.
Yeah?
Be
More
safe,
birds,
okay?
the better.
What do you mean? We're going.
Kisses.
Oh, kisses
appears to
back.
be snowing as well.
Very passionate.
Be advised,
Light
possible
slip.
city
Come on,
ground
get back to
to
work.
Alright, you too.
Oh, that's a blizzard.
Alright.
It accumulated so fast.
Let's go.
Hope.
Where's it at?
Yep, Hope, go with them. I'll go ahead and move. You two can grab it out as soon as we're out.
Furthest bulge of waters in Little Seoul. Little Seoul gas station.
Hey, Firm, do you guys want us to go pick up some civilians and try and get them up to this mountain?
Oh, they're getting a medal. If you can, do things safely.
Which refueling stations are available still?
Sandy.
Of Sandy Airfield.
Dispatch Valkyrie 176 to St. Shores Airfield.
If this is just food for thought, if this is getting higher, do we need to commute the sentences in Sandy or Bolingbrook?
Dispatch, reminder, 131 is Valkyrie 1, Chloe is Valkyrie 2, Riv is Valkyrie 3.
Where's our first destination?
For now, we're staying in Airborne.
399, we're sitting here watching the water level down at the canals. It doesn't look like it's rising anymore. It looks like it's stopped.
Air 3 is going to check the Alamo Sea.
4.
Did you grab a scuba gear?
What's going down there at Sandy 24/7?
Can you carry one?
Someone's robbing the store.
Okay, I can go get
Oh, what the fuck?
Alamo Sea's got water. It's lower, but it's got water.
200 back from within 100.
10-4. Ignore all CAD dispatch calls unless they're for rescue.
4.
It might appear that Alamo Sea is rising.
Alright, I'll be right back.
Alright, good news! It appears that the flood is incoming.
Check. Life and
Yep.
Ferris wheel, in case we can close rescue there.
Do you have enough?
So is snow.
Can you carry a scuba gear? If so, go ahead and grab one.
I can drop some stuff. I can carry one.
Many people on top of
Go ahead and drop supplies in the glove box.
The gas pump near Alamo Sea is frozen. Ain't working. I just took $100 of my dollars. Attack match from Rangers. Do you need help escorting people from the hospital?
Negative, no people at hospital.
Rangers, does this look like it's going up to you? It looks like it's going up to us.
Yeah, it looks like it's
going up.
Actually.
It's probably because the water level is rising all over.
Air unit dispatch, how many air units do we have up right now from San Andreas State Police?
Air 1 is up.
10-4. 4-1 plus 1 transition to Air 2.
Air 3 and Air 2 are already up.
And 4, transition to Air 4.
Dispatch, be advised, people in state appear to be violent and attacking people for no reason.
Oh, God.
Oh, yeah, they do. I saw that.
Unfortunately, there's not much we're going to be able to do with the...
Dispatch Valkyrie 276 latest 47 at Great Ocean Highway.
Oh, my back.
Alright, we have a 47 inside. Go ahead and get them treated.
Alright.
Yeah, the people down below seem angry.
Do we have an evacuation point? Where should we take civilians?
We're taking civilians Mount Chiliad.
We currently have some food and drink
If we run out of food, we can eat the non-insurance holders.
All units be advised, the Lago Zancudo is completely flooded, including the bridge over the lago.
All TACMED units, PDWs on hand. We have hostile individuals all across state.
Yeah, A-firm, I'm seeing hostile individuals too. They look really mad at us.
Hey, firm, I just had to put a couple down.
Locals are going crazy again like meth heads, just a heads up.
I'm not going crazy, I'm a local.
334 is headed to Bolingbroke to commute sentences so they can stand a chance of surviving this, whatever this is.
It would be safer in there, to be honest.
It's not high ground, unfortunately.
What about the nudist camp?
They're already frozen. We have...
Alright, go get the individual. He doesn't have a way. We're taking him up to
Over here on Route 68.
Okay.
Yeah. Go ahead and grab him.
Yeah, Chumash is all underwater.
You got Chumash is gonna ocean dump us.
This is gonna be interesting.
It is gonna be interesting indeed. Would you prefer to be left at Mount Chiliad or left at Valkyrie? We cannot have 3 TACMED inside Valkyrie.
I guess like wherever everyone else is.
But yeah, that would
know
be
where I'm holding up.
that would be Mount Chiliad. We're bigging everyone.
gonna
Just
sit down.
so we
Water's
cannot
up off
hold
the
you
lead as
and
well.
Sydney. We have to have 2 seats
let's
available
keep getting
for
people up
you know,
to...
Okay, I got you. Yeah, drop me off wherever.
Yep, we'll do. Yep, we're taking you and L41, what's the status on patient at the clips? Hello, this is TACMED. What is the nature of your emergency?
I found a man. He appears to be shot in the back, and I think he might be dead.
10-4, where?
I am.
Well, hello.
Oh, Chiliad Mountain State Wilderness.
Would you like to get yourself comfortable in the couch inside? We're gonna pick you up shortly.
Air 3 touching down.
Yep, sorry, we don't have
Route
enough
68, 24/7,
space to
grabbing
pick
water.
anyone up. Person on phone call, can you repeat
We have
location?
a lot of people on top of Chiliad. We can also
I'm up
put
near
them on
the
top of
Chiliad
Gordo,
Mountain
too.
State Wilderness Park. I don't know how to.
Understood.
Do you know where the?
Sorry, get in there.
Zaya is a pretty high point as well.
Get in!
Describe it, ma'am.
Under one is that, Somerset?
Yeah, we're transporting you.
Civilians said they were going to Josiah as well.
Grab them.
There's a radio tower, and I think there's a camp nearby, like a hippie camp kind of
I guess
thing.
he wants to take his chances.
We should probably not bring everyone to the same location. We should split them up.
10-4. Where are you guys going?
Well, we're going to Mount Chiliad. You want to come with or no?
Yeah, I do, but
Good.
Bolingbroke is going to be empty, so we're good.
Well, come or stay. Your choice.
Oh god, let me see if he's alive.
What do I do?
Valkyrie, we're passing. There's Kitty Hilliard to be picked up at the rooftop of Eclipse.
Kitty, we're 76. We're 76. We're right around the corner.
Please make sure Kitty Hilliard is safe.
We are. She is the best TACMED of all time. We will rescue her. Ramona, you alright? I saw you tumble.
Guys, this might turn into a martial law situation.
Oh, I'd be careful. We're going to Mount Chiliad. If you can somehow make it up here. I believe in you, brother. I believe in you. I see you
TACMED can transport 2 people at a time up to Mount Chiliad and other high places, so you can let them know that if they cannot get up to Mount Chiliad, we'll pick them up.
Alright, so are we going to Mount Chiliad and then we're gonna figure out the rest of the people after? Is that the plan, guys?
Yeah, 10-4 of us.
Yeah, let's all
start with
meet
that.
up. Let's all meet up, see what we have boat-wise, and then if we have to go to the city and rescue people, we can.
If anyone is near a PD and can grab a boat, you might want to do that.
We have like 8 or 9 of us in one car.
Yeah, Air 3's got like 5.
It's the one. It's the only. It's Omen motherfucking Sedge and this bitch.
Let me move a little bit so that way they can. Alright, are you guys good?
Alright, initiate and prisoner, go ahead and get out. Stay safe.
I can't get out. I'm stuck in a thing.
What are you? Oh, press E on dashboard. You're in the camera. There you go. Silly you.
I was wondering. I was looking at the screen so hard.
Get out.
Like, concentrating.
I'm here to help.
No, we don't need help. We need... Thank you. We need space to pick up people. Dispatch, be advised, there is an insane amount of people at Mount Chiliad already.
Yeah, there was already some shots up there as well.
Air 1 dispatch, be advised we're refueling and we'll be back in the air.
There's like down individuals up on Mount Chiliad already, so I start treating them for.
Just so you know, in case you want to bring somebody else.
Where did you refuel?
Yeah, it's fine. You're just co-pilot.
Okay.
10-9?
Sandy Airport.
10-4.
Apparently, be careful, EMS. We just got a phone call. Apparently, there's zombies up there, so be careful.
There are angry people in a lot of places right now.
There's no Mount Chiliad. That's what
10
someone
far
just
away.
said.
We're coming back to scene. We have one of our initiates on scene. Hello. Please, all of you, stay armed and defend yourself. Dispatch, be advised, there are hordes of angry people storming Mount Chiliad as we speak.
334 will try to make his way up on the cruiser.
Oh my god.
121 will head that way as well.
Do we want to start evacuating people then?
Rick, okay. Okay, you're okay.
I got you, Jamar.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Problem is where do we evac to?
What the fuck?
Yeah, and I guess we evac to a different mountain, right?
Shoot me, huh? What the fuck is this shit?
Okay, got it.
My co-pilot just jumped out of my helicopter. I don't think he's doing too good.
No, he might be
West
on
of
their own.
20.
Out of Mount Chiliad. It's gonna be south side of Mount Chiliad.
Air 4 is meant to be up and will provide support.
Valkyrie 2 is responding to the latest 13 Bravo.
And that's gonna be my 20 here. 22 my last.
We're gonna check out how...
Want to set the back point on Mount Cordo.
Okay.
Chiliad's pretty died down, but a couple individuals.
Valkyrie 1, check Mount Josiah for activity.
I see a thermal signature there.
Oh, really? Is it a patient?
No, it looks either to be either a local or somebody who's uninjured.
Alright, let me take a look. I see more behind us. Yeah, let me take a look.
There you go.
Thank you.
Squabble from M196. Can you get a ID for that trooper or ranger that jumped out of the heli?
It's gonna be Daniels, Jason Daniels.
10-4.
Make sure we bill him. I had to put it down. I can't. I keep skiing down the side of the mountain.
It's okay, we got it.
Dispatch, bad news. All mountains are overrun by angry people.
Yeah, affirm. They really are.
Guys, we just dropped someone off at Mount Gordo. It is somewhat clear.
Dispatch Valkyrie 2 is 23 to latest 13 Bravo.
Can we get some helicopters or to start evacuating people to Gordo then?
10-4.
334 is going to make his way to Gordo.
Alright, Sydney, you're gonna stay with your PDW on Mount Chiliad and you're gonna shoot people who attack the horde. We're gonna start transporting people out.
Okay, yes, ma'am.
Hey, Squabble, if you get a little close.
$196, status check. Radios are down, radios are down. We're all moving to Mount Gordo.
Alright, passenger out.
What do you mean let you in? You have a weapon. Stay here and defend people.
Oh, I thought we were transferring. Okay.
Yep. Alright, yell at people. We have 3 seats. No.
Oh no.
We're moving to Mount Gordo. Apparently it's quiet down there. Whoever wants to go to Mount Gordo, hop in the helicopter.
The helicopter has 3 seats if anyone wants to go to Mount Gordo.
2 seats left. Hop in.
What's good, motherfucker?
Hello.
Hola.
Alright. 1 more seat available if you want to go to Mount Gordo. Apparently it's quieter. No, we do not. We only have 9 mil.
As long as you guys are there with
Alright,
guns,
initiate, hop in.
I'm happy to go.
We'll go ahead and check out Mount Gordo.
God bless you, TACMED.
God bless you.
This is the guy I picked up.
I'm Lee Barnes.
Hello, Mr. Lee Barnes.
Feel about the film franchise Airbud. The best ever made, perhaps?
How does it not? They pass.
We always get fun.
There's no rules against it.
That's crazy.
Alright, time for the big love triangle. Initiate, can you fly a helicopter?
No.
Alright, good.
Oh, phone service is out again.
Yep, it's out. Radios are down, everything is down. Oh, wait, hold on.
Ooh, that doesn't look too quiet anymore.
Yeah, that is not quiet at all.
We should probably go help that person,
Yeah, do you want to be heroes?
Yeah, let's go fucking save them.
Yeah, initiate, you have ammo?
Yes.
Go ahead and save some lives. Do you want to shoot out of helicopter? You can, if you're a good shot. Alright, I guess Mount Gordo is not safe.
Yeah, the more of us we get, though, the safer it gets.
Alright, I guess we're staying at Mount Oh my god.
Oh god. I'm so glad.
Oh my god. Oh, this is terrible.
This is bad.
This is
Please,
so bad.
please grab troopers. Bring them to the side.
No, just me and you are gonna die together. What the fuck?
I'm behind you. What? I got. What were you saying?
Ah.
Valkyrie.
I was. Could you go ahead and grab troopers and bring them somewhere to the side?
Yeah,
We'll go back to save
flag
people.
goes out, I'll grab him out, alright?
Thank you.
Can we go back to Chiliad now?
Yep, radio's still down. Alright, all units have to stay up. Chiliad.
Do you guys need to make room in the chopper?
Yes.
for
We're
people
dripping
that are
you.
injured and Shit?
Yeah, we're dropping you off at.
Yep.
You don't happen to have parachute, would you?
No, I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. I would be cool to let you parachute onto Chiliad.
If
We
you
have
just want to
parachute.
drop me in the safest spot that you see right away, and I can just hook all the way back up. It's not a big deal.
Yeah, no. It's we're gonna drop you either on the rooftop or somewhere. I know rooftop is very safe at Chiliad.
You want me to hop out, Maria?
Seeing how many people are coming in, how much ammo do you have left?
About 60, 70.
All right, yeah. Hold on. Let me... There you go. Go ahead and grab from the glove box a little bit more. Protect the people. We'll go ahead and grab the other ones from Mount Gordo because it is not safe at all. God bless you.
For the greater good.
For the greater good.
Thank you.
All right.
We're going?
Nope, don't get in. We're staying here. It's safest here. Trust me. The other places are even worse.
Oh, shit.
Yep, I have to bring people up here.
But don't you want help? You're gonna go there by yourself?
There are people there. We need to bring them here. Yeah, that's fine, Ashes. Don't worry about it. Well, yeah, Scott, but you gotta remember, it is a... it's NA mainly server, even if Sam's is not NA mainly. I just hope I don't crash. For the greater good, yes.
I think I got pens in my backpack.
Do we have any injured?
Not anymore.
All right.
Take me back to Chiliad.
Yes, go ahead. I have room for 3 people.
Yeah, I'll go with you.
One more.
We got room for one more.
First come, first serve. Other side.
I don't want my people to die without me.
Jesus. Hey man, it's survival of the fittest. He didn't get in, he has to die in that hill now. Is it that bad on Chiliad right now?
No, it's bad everywhere, so there's no point in leaving you here if you can go to Chiliad.
Well, I was gonna say, like, over there wasn't that bad. There's a few crackheads, but I mean, that's not that bad.
Oh, no, not few, like hundreds.
100?
Mhm.
There's like hordes of zombies. What the fuck? Yeah, motherfucker.
Maybe people don't react good to cold.
We can kill the zombies.
Yeah.
Oh god. Alright.
Everything's gonna be okay, right?
I'm sure. We have janitor robot with AK-47 and grenades. I'm sure everything will be fine.
I used all my grenades.
Yeah, Ronaldo had an RPG yesterday. Shame he didn't save it for today.
Oh, somebody's got one.
No, that's a flare.
There's a horde down there. Holy fucking shit. Guys, there's a horde coming. There's a horde coming. Move out of the way. Jumping out.
Oh my god, oh my
I'm out of everything.
Alright, step away, taking off. Oh, is this an injured individual?
Yes, it is.
10-4. Any more?
Yes.
Where? If there's an injured individual, drop them in the helicopter now.
Got 15 more shots.
Alright, that's all. That's all. I can only handle 3. Thank you.
You guys don't have ammo in there, do you?
No, I only have 5 mil, and it's for my gun. Step away, taking off. Let's hope that Sandy is not flooded yet. And we're falling. Well, I guess it's been good. Nah, I'm just kidding.
My God.
No, yeah, save that until we're land, because ooh, that doesn't look good. Wait, that looks like normal water level. Hmm. Oh, never mind, it's flooding in. We have... Alright, it's last chance to use Sandy. You're lucky. Alright, thankfully we have some equipment in there to get you situated. Right. Do any of you need anything else other than medical treatment?
No, just medical.
Alright, good. Well, alright, water is rising. Let's hope you can make it, because if not, you're gonna get fucked. Alright. Alright, I'll leave you in their care. Get back as quickly as you can.
Throw me in the trash.
No, we'll throw you in the bed and we'll let nurses, local ones, treat you. Get back in helicopter as quickly as you can.
Okay.
Alright, quickly. Yep. Don't worry, we'll not abandon you. I might have to take off and find a higher place. So I'll take your time. Right, get in, get in, get in. Alright, this should be high enough to let them get their treatment and come back.
Shotgun.
Alright, one more. Quickly, quickly, quickly. Up in. What? What? I guess she's not coming.
Me?
Ah, no, the third lady. She's got treated and said you can go without me. Oh well.
Alright.
Who knows, maybe she got boat here or something. Alright, I have a mission to deal, so I'm just dropping you up at the Mount Chiliad. Do you have weapons?
Yeah, I have weapons.
Good.
Yeah,
Very
yeah,
good. There are some tacos in glove box if you wish from Taco Tuesday. They're very wet. Made with love.
I'll take them. Thank you.
You're welcome. Come on, Valkyrie, come on. Climb high, climb faster, climb faster. I have emergency in city to attend to. Alright, I'm gonna drop you off here. Go ahead and run inside as quickly as you can.
Thank you.
Darkman, hold on.
What's up?
Look for my friend. Are you still looking?
What do you mean?
I need to look for Chad. He's not on the mountain.
Oh.
I need to find him.
Could you go and help other Takmed or not being chased to the right? There are people getting chased here. Oh wait, never mind. It's just zombie. Yep. Fuck you. I'm leaving you all. I'm going to Chloe. Mario only cares about Chloe. Drinking clacking combo. Wow, that's funny. Of course. Where's Chloe? Like, we're not ending this without being next to Chloe. Also, we got 16 hours left on the timer. Hi, Gav. How are you doing? I'm dying over here. I don't have my glasses anymore. They're broke, so I'm playing without my glasses, and my eyes are not handling it well. Also, my shoulder hurts as fuck. That's good. Oh no, my glasses were broken. I taped them up together because I didn't have glue on hand. So now the tape gave out and they fell apart. So obviously I'm streaming right now and there's an event happening, so I cannot just go grab glue and fix them up, you know? Oh no, Velocity, calm down. It's fine. Don't apologize. Hello, anybody other clips? Hello.
Hello.
How are we doing? Hello.
Oh,
Hello.
Hello. Welcome on shift. You don't happen to see Chloe, have you?
No, I haven't.
Do you know what's going on?
I have no idea.
All
Some
right,
crazy lady out there said there's what?
There is, yeah, the everything is currently flooding, and there are also people very mad on the streets. So have you gone up and be ready to shoot people who attack you?
Okay, I'm not even dressed yet, so just give me a second.
Yeah, you better get dressed. I'm looking for Chloe.
She went in a helicopter.
No, I'm hoping she's there, but I don't see her. 3 of them. Who's that? Revington.
Is this a helmet on situation or not?
Doesn't matter. It's not really a hazard like that.
Okay.
Alright, let's go to roof.
Help.
Oh, yeah, I have some
Hello. Okay. No, just drop him in bed.
I can't up here.
What?
If I do
No.
that.
Oh, no, well, alright. Alright, fine.
Yeah, if I
Yep.
go down there, I can't get back up.
Yep.
Woo. I'll be right over.
Ah, he didn't come. Ah, for fuck's sake! You fucking idiot! Stop falling out of my grasp!
Yay. Oh my god.
Oh my god, why are you so difficult, you dead body?
Oh.
What the fuck is wrong with you?
I was on the roof. Oh. What the hell's happening here?
Well, the streets are flooding and with water and zombies, so have fun with that, I guess.
Hold on. I
Go
gotta
ahead
get back
then.
to the rooftop.
Alright, yeah.
Almost.
I'll wait for you in the elevator.
Okay.
Yeah, I know. I know there's TACMED on the bank tower. I haven't gotten there yet. All right, go ahead. I'll take you to the rooftop, and I should be able to take you. Just wait in the elevator. We're waiting for a patient. You done yet, patient? Come on. We don't have all day. Alright, I'll just go grab extra supplies.
Alright, I'm ready.
Alright, wait in the elevator. Chinese invasion? Yeah, everything. Yeah, let's do everything. Alright, coming back up. Everyone ready? Alright, good. Come here. Well, I guess your friend left you.
Uh-oh.
Alright, everyone in helicopter. Kitty, you're coming? We're gonna go to a higher building. Radios are down, phones are down. Thankfully we have GPS. We can tell where people are. There's a lot of TACMED around Maze Bank area, so we're gonna station there for time being. Yeah, you see, there's water.
Should I mark heat signatures? There's someone on top of the crane over there. And there's a lot on top of Maze Bank.
Good. Seems like a safe place.
You see the person on the crane?
I do not.
Oh wait, never mind. It's local.
Excuse me, would any of you like to buy platinum insurance?
This off to the side so they can land. Wait, give us space.
It's fine.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'll take off first next time.
That is real close.
I know. I am broke.
Too close.
Oh no, she's going.
Oh, well, Kitty, it's been... Ugh. Oh no, I hate GTA logic. It was so good, and then I got out and everything broke. Oh my fucking god.
White bread, Sprite.
If I knew this would have happened, I wouldn't have landed.
Nico, Maddie, Blade, Zach, Andy, Maria.
I hate this.
What the fuck is happening?
Whoa. Simmerdan, thank you so much for the follow. Hello. We fucked up.
I'm freaking out.
We did fuck up.
Oh my god, there she is. Get her before she drowns! Get her before she drowns!
This floating face up. Ugh.
We got her!
Maria!
I'll
You
take
want
my
her from
first
here?
ever Valkyrie crash. Ugh. I have medical supplies on me.
I have medical supplies here.
Good.
Doesn't look like the water's gonna come up anytime soon.
Has 300 paper
You guys got
cuts
it here?
from blades.
We have to charge her first.
Good idea. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, sorry. You guys got her from here. We're gonna keep looking.
Would you like to buy 12 months of platinum insurance?
Actually, let's stay here for a little while longer. Let's stay here for a little while longer.
I have platinum insurance.
Hurry up,
Alright,
Hope.
Can you show us her ID?
Hey, can you slash open your ID for me?
I didn't see it.
Alright, invoice is
106.925.
Nah. There's no way you just did that before.
Ugh.
Are you okay?
Heresy.
I have 1,000 paper cuts from Blades of Angry Valkyrie because apparently they don't like each other. It was so safe! Alright, I'll take my first Valkyrie crash. Is Kitty alright? Kitty got fucked.
Well, I don't think that was... Oh, was that Valkyrie?
That was Valkyrie, yes.
I see. This was the other Valkyrie. I see.
Yep.
Your comms out too.
Okay, well, let's
let's go. Let's.
Okay, so we're not the only ones.
Yep.
We have a seat open.
Yeah, Maria, we have a seat open, dog.
Kitty! Kitty! Kitty Hilliard! Kitty!
Oh no!
Quick! Help! We need your help!
Oh, I ain't even. I'm doing this right away, dog. Oh, I gave her my number.
I got it. Never mind. You got it. Ugh.
Oh wow.
Let's all treat her quick.
Kitty, are you okay, dog?
I got it. All right.
Maria?
You okay,
Hello.
Kitty?
Can I talk with you
Where?
for, here. Okay, chances are, I'm a clown. Chances are I'm gonna be the first to go. So
We
All
did
right.
say we're eating
Thank
you
you.
first, dog.
So there's your
Beautiful.
there's my.
Apologies about that. I did not think Valkyrie blades are
Should we go get
negative
more,
magnets.
Oh,
I have more.
Chloe promoted me, by the way, to senior operator.
Good.
Yeah.
Can't wait to demote you.
Oh,
yeah. Yeah, it's, I figured she likes it.
Can we
Alrighty.
just go to the
Alright, let's go
hospital and
back
get
up.
some?
Yeah,
okay,
let's go
back up.
resupply.
Shotgun. Nope, no, no, Teddy.
Terry, get in the back.
Yeah, I tried to.
That's fine. Maria, Marionette,
Simple Gap
Five
would like
Nights
to
at
say
Freddy.
award. So I'ma list more things. Maria, Marionette, Five Nights at Freddy's, Freddy, Bear, We Bear Bears,
Yes, it is.
Panda, Big Jiggly Panda, Vanos Gaming,
Ah,
Grand Theft Auto, Grand
The
Theft
mountain
Auto
is
5
absolute
World
chaos.
Cup,
There
5,
are people
Purple RP,
constantly
Maria.
firing off hordes of angry people.
The bank is pretty solid. The rooftop of the bank. I do, however, think that if we're gonna park 2 Valkyries, we should make sure that one isn't in the middle.
Yep. Oh, I mean, you saw it. Like, you cannot blame me for thinking it would be fine. Oh, well, we have people up here. We have people at the crane.
Yeah, the crane.
Yeah, there's a billion people on crane.
The helicopter.
Let's
up
go
there,
restock.
Too.
Yeah.
All right. Well.
No, I was looking
Let's
for
go.
it.
Looking for me?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm glad you found us.
Hello.
Guys, I'm getting a little cold again. We might have to huddle together for body warmth, you know, just us girlies.
Is there any warm
Especially like
jackets
skin
in
to
here?
skin contact actually makes it a lot better.
Oh, really?
You don't have a attack med jacket. If you do not, go ahead and purchase one.
Okay.
Yeah, it's gonna be.
Every
necessary.
operator can have one.
We're gonna get some more flares.
Larry,
in
you
case
better
it
not
gets
be buying more than one med kit.
No.
Hello.
it's,
Which
Well's not working. and my
what's it
radio's
called?
not working.
city is
Yeah, it's
flooding and there are angry people everywhere.
What's the TACMED jacket called?
At the very bottom
It's
of
called a TACMED jacket.
It's at the very bottom.
Hey, you wanna come with us, Storm?
Sure.
Oh shit! Wait, hold on.
Shirt.
Actually, we
This
don't have
person,
enough.
this poor person, just woke up too, and he was coming to try to apply for TACMED.
Oh,
All right,
well.
well,
think
you'll have
now's
to
the
come
time.
apply tomorrow.
Yeah, if you survive, maybe we'll consider.
Oh God.
Are you guys
Any good
Consider it a
TACMED?
Yes, we
training
will be
exercise.
hiring.
okay? Can I? Should I go off on my own?
Are
What do
we
I
hiring?
do?
I thought we were
don't
done
know.
hiring.
I mean,
do
we
you have
might be. We'll
insurance?
see.
No.
I was given a
Later.
provider.
He doesn't have
so-
insurance. You're gonna die, dog. Sorry about
Yeah,
that.
why? You should buy insurance right
Why
now.
don't you
wanna
have
buy
insurance?
insurance?
Buy insurance right now. Storm,
yeah, what's
tell
your
him
name?
insurance.
I
You just woke up. You have a quota to
James
make.
Merriman.
James
How-
Mary's man.
I guess
I'm an
I'll-
ally. I'm so happy
Oh.
for you.
Oh, thank you so much. It's Merriman,
Is your
but thank
shoulder
you.
still on?
No.
I'm
It
starting to
hurts.
massage
What?
my
My
shoulder.
shoulder hurts. Ow.
No, as an LGBT ally,
know.
Oh,
I'm
your
very
mask
proud
is
of
way
you.
cooler than mine.
Thanks.
You haven't gotten Gator? Ugh.
So wait, what do we? What
It's
do we
really
do?
useful for keeping your nose nice and warm. Wow, you can't
what are you
afford
talking about?
insurance? That's disgusting. Brokey.
Okay, what's everybody grabbing? Do I need?
All right.
Come here.
Can't
we
even
were-
afford insurance. I'll get him gold.
There you go.
Oh, thank you.
Wait, I don't think you can afford gold.
Oh
Up.
shit, a blackout.
shit.
Well, I
Okay.
guess let's
Oh,
go
wait,
to
check
let's go to rooftop. Come here.
We have a
Can-
problem.
can
The
I
elevators
please stay
probably
with
won't
you?
work.
No, they do. There are
No,
emergency
they have
power.
emergency generators.
Sorry, if you had insurance.
Aw.
Daddy,
but, you know.
shoes.
I'm sorry.
Oh, goodbye.
No, come here.
Bad.
Oh my God, we're taking him. Why are we leaving
Poor
him?
man. Why are we leaving him?
Come here.
I'm in the elevator. I can't see.
Hello, get in. Are you gonna buy insurance? You better.
As soon as I can, yeah.
Come on.
Sure.
Hey, Terry, go with them. Stay safe, okay?
Hello.
What
So
about
how are
bro
y'all
guy?
doing?
Power just
that's
went
so
out and
Come here,
stayed.
bro guy. You can stay with me.
Okay,
I'll
I'll stay
protect
with
you.
you.
We have 4. Room for
Am
4.
I clear to use my gun if I need it?
Yes, of course,
mean,
absolutely.
yeah, you're
Be
out
ready.
there.
There is a lot of
Not
people
on us.
waiting to numb on
Oh,
you.
look, Violet's here.
Yep.
that guy's
That's
stuck in the
funny.
hotel.
Out of all of the
Should we stop
places
and
to
get
go
fuel
out.
cans at some point?
Oh, we're still at 80%.
Yeah, but
How's
not
this
that
one
long.
looking?
Anytime soon.
Oh.
Uh,
No, good. I thought it was smoking.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Alright. Who wants to come with me? And what are we doing?
I mean, us girlies
Well,
should stick together, obviously.
yeah,
in
I
case
think
we need
so.
body warmth, you know. It's very important.
Who else can fly?
I can't
Storm?
fly shit.
I can, but shouldn't. I'm
What do you mean you
I'm
shouldn't?
not good at
Choose
all.
it, malfunction.
I can operate it, but only in a dire circumstance where I'm the literal only option.
Oh, alright then.
we
not.
might die to it, so
Alright, I guess we have 3 pilots.
I'm very rusty.
Okay, I'm
Who's coming with
you,
me?
Maria. I need to protect you. Me.
I
Alright.
don't know where I'm going.
Come on,
here,
Storm.
my little broke pet.
And you as well.
coming.
Yeah, Broke Pet, Storm, and Terry. Hey, take off mask. Take off mask.
What?
Take off mask. Pulls in for a kiss. Stay safe.
You too.
500k.
What
Over
the
that.
fuck?
Yeah. I work a lot.
Broke Pet,
All
get
right,
in
get in,
Berlin
get in, my
helicopter.
pet.
That's not you. Get out.
No, pet.
Get out.
Pet.
Get out right now.
Pet's getting in.
Get
White
out.
jacket, blue shirt, get out. My pet's sitting there.
We have 3 more helicopters. It's fine.
I mean, they just want me to get in one, so whatever.
Alright. So update.
I think we should head to Highland, which
We-
is Bank Tower.
Well, actually, we'll head to Mount Chiliad, and you'll help defending it because you have automatic weapons. And most of state is at Mount Chiliad. We'll take a look how it looks there.
Okay, man.
Unless...
Are you sure we're not just gonna be like piggy banks when we get up there?
Oh no, absolutely not. The whole state is fighting off other people. They don't have time to shoot us or each other.
Affirmative. Broke man, do you have weapons?
I have weapons. I
Hello.
only got a couple
What's the
mags.
plan? Shout! Shout! What is the plan? Are we going to Mount Maze Bank? Alright. Oh, but it's kind of hard communicating between helicopters without the radio. Mr.
Hot chocolate out the window of the helicopter?
Just give it a moment.
All my drinks are gross.
Yeah, don't worry. We have some supplies. Let me put the.
Yeah, I robbed that.
There you go. There's salad. You should stay healthy.
The thing is that under here there's a place where we can have shelter. There's a place we can shoot if we're going to get a little bit of heat. This is an ideal position. Oh yeah, I forgot they are here.
Yep. Alright, let's park on the ledge as much as possible. A bit closer. Good enough.
There's approximately 3 helicopters.
Oh my god. I'm going downstairs.
Yeah, I'm going to get some heat. I got some. Oh god.
There are badge bunnies.
All right, pet, stay with me. What's your name?
Yes, ma'am. James
James what?
Merriman.
James Merriman. Okay, okay.
Watch out, we got another Valkyrie.
Get away from the edge.
You should probably repark a bit to the side. Like
Yeah.
make a triangle out of Valkyries.
Yeah.
Here, come down. You come down here.
Wait a bit, we're moving Valkyrie, and then you can go ahead.
Are we just chilling up here or what?
I mean, there was a 13A.
Where the fuck did you get that? Is that your hunting rifle?
But yeah, they said Mount Gordo and Juliet are having a forward operation.
Yep. Yep, perfect.
Okay, well, there's shelter downstairs, guys.
There's what?
Shelter downstairs.
Esk_1 has sold their soul. All hail the AI overlords.
Where is other Valkyrie?
Yeah, I don't know.
They just disappeared.
Yeah, I don't know where the fuck they went. Yeah.
Did they go to that 13 Alpha, maybe?
Ah,
And
yes,
maybe
yes,
he went
yes.
to the 13 Alpha.
It's Rev. They're going somewhere. Yeah, he's going down highway. Wait, he's driving.
He's driving? No, he's
Yeah,
not.
it looks like he's driving. He's flying perfectly down the highway. But he should not
Yeah,
be
it sounds
there
like something
already.
he would.
Can I get the flare gun, please?
There's no
Why?
flare guns. We have flares.
Yeah, I have flares here. You can have some flares.
Okay. I'm gonna
Hey,
try and make a
see,
fire
thanks so much for
downstairs.
the sub.
Okay.
Let's go ahead and we'll add it to the timer in a sec. Thank you so much for
Well, I
the,
also have my flare gun.
for a prime too. Thank
That's
you.
right,
I have
right.
a baton. I ran that ranger's pockets and I took it.
My shoulder really hurts.
Yeah, you should. Here, you could snuggle up inside the Valkyrie.
No, it's fine. I'm not cold. I love cold.
No, I know. but
Wipe's
you could
not.
take a little
Wipe
nap,
is not
you could get
happening yet.
snuggly.
We'll see.
Hello, Rich
Hey,
Randy.
you know, I mean, it is the end of the world. If y'all want to turn me into an Eiffel Tower or something, just experiment and joking around, you know, just let me know.
What is
What do you
Eiffel
mean it's the end
Tower?
of the world? It's just a flood. It's a flood has happened before.
Well, I
Yeah,
mean,
it's
it's
flood
kind of
during
my
winter.
fault. I thought about a penis and I just got so wet that it flooded the whole scene.
Ah, just thank you.
Ah.
That'll happen.
No, 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 no.
You know,
this
hope-
is the wipe.
hope-
This is the server is gonna close soon.
How the hell
Come
did
over
I get
here.
up here?
What?
How did you get up there?
Did you know that like some girls have penises too? You know.
What you talking about?
You know like they're girls, right? But they've got like the other parts. You know. It's because if that's the part you're interested in, you know, there's girls that are like that too.
There's women with penises.
Uh huh.
Where do they put
What
their
an outlook.
tampons then? The pee hole.
I mean, there are also women without anything, like me.
Uh huh.
What you mean?
It's like
What
a
do you mean?
doll.
What do I mean? Nothing.
Wait. God. Oh shit!
Everyone get on top!
Oh my God, Maria told me to get on top of her. I'm on my way.
I'm stuck under the stairs.
Up top.
Everyone up the stairs now!
Up the stairs. Let's go. Let's go.
Cloud, Hope, do not waste ammo. Just one bullet to the head. Jesus Christ.
I'm not good at shooting, dog. You know that.
You got it. You got it. Let's get on top. Let's get on top.
Here.
Behind
you.
Careful, home.
Does anyone have anything to barricade the stairs with?
No.
All I've got are masks.
Alright, that's fine.
mean,
Chloe,
Alright,
let's
alright.
go.
Hear
Where
me
did it
out.
come from?
If Storm takes off
We'll
her
grab
shirt,
barricades
she can
from
block
the from
stairway.
Eclipse and barricade the stairs so that
Yeah,
no one can
sounds
come
good.
out.
If Storm takes her shirt off, she can block
I don't know.
the stairway.
Oh yeah, I guess we can go
They
take
are
this one.
big enough.
We'll be back with barricades. It was supposed to, but
God, it's
instead
like
we
the
got.
entire state has gone mad even more than usual.
leans
suppose
over,
the natural
keeps the
conclusion to all that,
leans over, holds the control stable, starts making out.
Making out noises.
Maybe the... Oh, well, that complicates things a little bit. Crawls into back. Alright, lower yourself. I'm gonna have a lot bodies to shoot. God, I love you, Chloe.
I love you too.
Alright, try to stay as stable as possible.
Yes, ma'am. I'm readjusting one.
Thank you. Well, if I'm going to die, I'm glad I'm gonna be protecting you until the very end.
That goes both ways.
No.
Oh yeah? I've got a gun too.
Go ahead, land. Alright, let's make it quick.
Yep.
Do I have room? I do not. I'll go ahead and leave equipment inside.
Okay.
Alright, there we go. We're going to third floor.
Yes, ma'am.
Chloe!
Hello.
Oh, hi, Vermin. Come with us.
Yes,
Come with us.
please. I wanted to get my gear.
Wait, here, over here, over here, over here.
This is the attack man. Oh, there's guns in here?
Nope, not guns.
Oh.
All right,
Barricade.
I'm just gonna go to the lockers real quick.
Yeah. Oh, wait, hold on, Vermin. Give us 2 seconds.
Yeah, okay.
I have flamethrower with no fuel. Shame.
No.
Bummer. I have a gas can in my car if that helps. It's parked in the basement. I hear there's zombies.
And a snowstorm. And a
Yeah.
flood.
What's
Come
the
here, Chloe.
snowstorm about?
Can you hold this?
Here. Yep.
Nope.
Um,
Yeah, you came in equipped, didn't you?
Chloe.
I
also
sure
want you to
did.
know that you were my first phone call when I realized that.
Hey, yo, come here.
Oh, good. Hey, Vermin.
No. We all in every event on the
I'm gonna
server.
stash
Stab
some gear in
stand
my,
next to me.
I'm
No, stand
here.
next to me.
Oh, I'm full. I forgot
Jesus
about that.
Christ, idiot.
Hey,
Alright, how
Did you just
about
call me an idiot?
no him?
do walkie-talkies still work?
No.
No.
All right, ditch that. I don't need my badge anymore.
Well, you still need your badge.
Oh,
Come here,
pick
Chloe.
the
Also,
badge
it
back
doesn't
up.
weigh anything.
Come here, Chloe.
I want to
let's
go
see
run
if
to.
Oh,
If
there
we
you go.
run to the locker real quick, I can
A
carry
guitar?
stuff. I'm leaving my duffel.
Yeah, go ahead.
Why a guitar?
Why not?
I'll be right back.
Fair enough.
Oh wait, where are you? All right. Yeah, every event on Purple RP is canon. There's no such thing as it didn't happen. You know,
I know.
people can.
Okay.
All right.
All right, I've got some space.
Don't worry. There's just
Well.
some miscellaneous stuff. Nothing really important. But better to have something than nothing.
Agreed, yeah.
All right. Let's see if we can carry this.
Yeah.
And this. Nope, that's it.
Hold on, I'm dropping
what
some
about
more
this?
stuff.
No, it's fine.
I probably don't need my pistol right now. I got a PDW. It's because I'm carrying so much food.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. All right, we can go. Where is your friend?
He's in the other room. I think he's getting he's attack med. He's getting equipped with,
Yes.
Yeah. He's a new hire initiate.
Are we ready? It's taking a while.
Yeah, so I'm trying to make space.
Don't worry, we're good. We're good. We're just taking some miscellaneous stuff. Just get your stuff and now. Oh yeah, that will be good actually to have.
Either of you have some room for extra water?
No.
I am full up.
That's fine. That's fine. All right, we'll meet you at the roof. We'll check if it's safe.
Do you not have your uniform and stuff? Where's your uniform, Vermin?
Yeah, it's fine.
It weighs too much.
All right, everyone in separate elevators in case we get swarmed.
Yeah.
Coming up in 3, 2, 1.
Wait, hold on. Okay.
Jesus Christ!
Clear.
Clear.
I ran into the right people.
Yep.
Yeah, you did.
Oh yeah, there's also a blackout.
Yep.
And people crazy trying to kill us.
Yeah.
Oh wow, they want your stuff probably, yeah.
Oh yeah, that's true. There's people.
They want
trying
your
to
neck
beat us,
and
like,
brain
pinatas.
and heart.
There's people that want to eat us. There's people that want to or there's a flood. There's a snowstorm. There's a blackout.
Can we keep our eyes open for a sub down there?
A submarine?
We can
yeah,
try.
Just if we see it. They're my friends.
All right.
Oh yeah, I rescued them earlier. I think their sub crashed.
Oh, Jack?
Maria, thank God, we need
Oh,
something.
not Jack actually.
Keep us warm.
Oh no, this is a different one then.
Thank God you guys are here.
I brought heating.
Yay!
Oh.
Fireman!
I have this heater.
Hi, Vermin.
It gets very warm, so
We were kind of huddling together
I
for body
can
warmth.
put my
That'll
clothes
work
back
better.
on then.
in a little
don't
bit
have to.
installing
It's
heater.
up to you.
Yeah, these lamps get
The hell?
super warm.
Oh, those heat lamps that you go outside at the fancy bar.
Yep.
Ah.
Wait, Chloe. So
We're
what-
Command gets a seat as well.
Hold on. I need to just barricade the stairwell here.
Oh, what a
Ooh.
great day.
Seats are for command
Feels
only.
like I'm roasting my nuts.
Yeah, you are.
Chestnuts roasting on an open fire.
Just wait until the
Command
night comes.
only, Terry. Command only.
Oh, it does a. Do I get one as a senior operator?
No, no.
No.
Chloe, is that your down?
Oh.
Thank you.
I really very quickly got covered in snow. I
It's
see.
fine. It's better than, you know, concrete. Maybe move it a bit to side. Let them sit on it.
I don't know the lyrics to that song.
Fine, I'll move it.
I said, no man, the zombies are coming to town.
Does anybody else want a cigar?
Yes.
Chloe, you have an
Alright, I'm just
extra
gonna
chair. Set it down.
Start giving them out.
Oh, I put it in the barricade. I thought that's what it was for.
Oh,
There's
no,
a
no, no. I have
cigar for
different things for
someone.
barricading.
Oh, okay.
There's another cigar. Somebody come close. Here's another cigar.
Shov's whole office desk down.
Oh, thank God. I've been fucking fiending.
Alright, I've only got 89 more, so gotta start cutting back.
Well, you know, I am glad we saw that the mall is
Terry.
completely underwater. That made me happy.
It's command only.
Yeah, I'm warming it for you. So, yeah, I'm warming it so it isn't filled with snow.
What do zombies look like?
Hmm? I like
What do
normal.
zombies look like?
Come here, I'll grab you.
It's okay.
Like
any-
normal people, but they're angry and bloody.
Oh,
Any
yeah,
of my
there's one
girlies
down
need
there.
a seat.
Yep.
I mean, my face is always available, you know, as a friend, of course.
I can take first shift at the stairs.
Yep. Extra medical supplies in the desk.
My feet are really cold too.
Chloe, get up. Little bit.
You might not
Should've
have very
worn
good
shoes.
circulation. That could be a problem.
Well, probably should have worn shoes in the snow.
Put soft pillow on Chloe's chest. Chair.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome.
Wait, so like,
Get
you
up
gotta
here, Vernon.
repopulate
Go
too,
get
is that
warm,
something
and I'll take first shift.
Well,
I've never warm.
Command only.
I'm
Rich can't do that because he's incompetent.
Yep.
Hey,
Get off the chair!
Command
Get off the
only,
chair!
get off the
Command only!
chair.
Get off the chair!
get off the chair.
Who is that?
No idea.
Who are you?
Well, we just want
Wait,
to know.
are you the lady that used to have the spaceship minivan?
Are they the imposter?
Okay, never
I
mind.
think they might be the imposter.
What? Imposters
This
up here?
this might be a really bad time. Do you think
Huh.
if I thought about something for 15 minutes, I won't come back for my thoughts and be dead?
I think that's probably the case.
Hey,
yeah.
Rose.
Yeah,
I
probably.
don't think anything's happening.
Yeah. We're just
As long as you
staying
stay
here,
up
waiting it out. I'm sure it'll be done in a minute.
I sit in my chair, Rose. My butt's kind of tired.
I'm getting really hungry, but I don't have food that's gonna make me.
I do.
No, I mean,
Hey, get off the chair.
No, she's fine. Rich Randy offered it.
I could have it.
Oh,
Chloe, wake up!
Ma'am,
Yes.
can I come with a suggestion?
Yes.
That we turn one of the helicopters a little around so we can use that to watch over the edge with the camera from time to time to make sure to see when everything is calmed down and we can go down again.
I think it's safer to just fly up every now and then and check. You won't be able to see much from ledge without parking safely.
I tried.
you know what? I got a really good feeling about cut your guts in over here. I think she should be promoted. Just just something that gives me that feeling.
I think all my cars are underwater now.
If anyone needs any extra food, there's also some in the
I need
desk.
food.
In the desk over there.
Do you guys
Oh
see
my
that
God,
spot over
food.
there that looks like it has power?
Wait, where'd the cadoodle board go?
What?
Do you guys see that one spot over there that's lit up that looks like it has power?
It looks like
that
more
just
like
me?
light.
Yeah, some sort of light.
I think that's just moonlight.
Oh, I assumed the light would probably be.
Because I just saw somebody's chest one day and signed them off on everything. Is that why I can't see it?
It is.
When I put as a note, his chest.
Nah, there's no way to check Life Invader. Oh well.
Hey, we can still charge people for shit though, which is the most important thing.
Is anyone hungry?
Not no more.
Good. We have more. Don't worry. We'll be fine.
Yeah, I put some extras in the desk.
Okay, well, since we can't read Life Invader, we can at least read medical reports. You guys should check the report number 3182. That's just evil.
3182.
Yes.
Is it invoice or med report?
Medical report.
What do you mean?
Color blindness test.
What is wrong with it? I was helping Dr. Beyonce. Giselle knows culture. What is wrong?
Nothing. Maria, I'm sorry that I caused all of this.
I forgive you.
How did you cause
I
all of
caused the
this?
water because I thought about a penis and I just got really wet.
Did Kitty die?
No, Kitty was left down, and I don't think anyone picked her up.
At this point, maybe.
We had four. Yeah, we had four
Oh,
people.
oh.
The other helicopter had to pick her up, and I don't think they did.
Oh God, Kitty's dead.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's okay.
Oh.
Her memory lives on.
We did save her. She's probably healing everyone in the state right now.
it's true.
If you look at Randy Wrangler's profile, I diagnosed him as a pervert a while ago.
Oh, nice.
It's the only thing I've ever put on anybody's MTT profile.
I used to be a
diagnosed as a
tactical
pervert.
Yeah, if you take a look at
does that
patients and
mean?
look up Randy Wrangler, I believe there's medical report of him being beaten up by Chanel.
It's a tactical pervert.
Yeah, go ahead, take a look. It's medical invoice. Oh, he almost died from laughing.
Almost died from laughing.
Yeah, Wrangler beaten by Chanel money, invoice 1461.
I like the
Very
person
badly
who.
beaten by small tan fists.
Yeah, it was a 13 alpha apparently.
I remember that one.
Yeah,
My
Chanel.
favorite so far is the person who swallowed the baseball and then was, don't swallow random shit. And of course, Chloe's medical report. It is art.
Which one?
Oh, the lesbians one.
Oh my God. Yeah,
Storm
Anna,
has
he's really
beautiful
went
picture
overboard
of
on
her
that one.
medical report. I took it right after getting her titties made.
Ooh.
They are great. They did blockade the door for us.
Another helicopter.
Another chopper's coming.
I mean, if they're smart, they know how to land, right?
God, I hope.
Let's move away.
Oh, it's another pink one.
Yep. Land that flare! And be careful.
Oh man,
for Mount Gordo and Mount Chiliad being the spots the police went to, there sure are an awful lot of calls from there.
Good job.
Special delivery.
Hello, I see it.
Hello.
Is this the blue bionicle?
Let's
go. Or whatever it is these days.
Fine, Kitty.
Yeah, we tried to get out of there because the Saints started talking about robbing us.
I gotta head back
It's
to
starting to
Eclipse
descend
now
into
because
chaos
there's
over there.
apparently people up front that need help.
Yeah, there are idiots climb crane.
Good.
For the greater good.
All right, see you guys. Stay safe.
See
Tac med on the slide. You might want to move. I don't want to take you with me.
Yep.
Oh,
Daddy.
Oh, that could have been nasty.
Yeah, I did. I know when you like dying.
Bye.
I gotta go.
Wait, no, hold on. Oh, I.
Oh my
Look,
god.
did you put oil on? You look all oiled.
What do you have? Oh well.
no,
they're
I
left.
just got a little sweaty
What
from
you
all
have?
the work we had.
Chiliad's a fucking mess.
I got
Yeah, it
shot
is.
by a
That's why we
flare.
didn't go there.
Somebody
Yeah.
shot me with a fucking
We
flare.
were like, oh yeah, the next time a
Chili's.
helicopter comes by, we'll get on it and
Yeah,
leave, and then
we're
a
just like,
helicopter.
God, I
never
love
came
this
up.
weather.
Oh, like 9.5 out of 10, probably.
So not straight at all?
Wait, what?
Well, one's the straightest number.
I was
Right
born
before we
the
left, the
straightest
Saints
number.
started robbing
That's a
people.
dumb
No,
question.
she's
like,
right
credits.
though.
At least Flappy Bird.
Well, I
works.
dropped
Ow.
out in the 3rd grade. I don't count
Okay,
too good.
small
but they
braces.
let me practice medicine.
Okay, I'm
anyway.
glad you made it.
Oh, got one.
Takes
I bet
a
you're
jacket,
the best
puts
med
over
here.
Chloe.
Oh yeah, I'm
Oh,
great at
I got
medicine. Yeah.
Had
Never
Yeah.
demoted in
jacket,
your life.
blanket.
Nah, I've
Oh,
only
I
been
got
demoted
0.
4 times.
See?
In fact, I actually got demoted once so hard I ended up in a different department.
Oh, I got 2.
Oh.
Oh, Maria would have a lot of
I
fun.
got demoted from high command to tech med to
Yeah,
junior
I
ranger.
guess might as well try to beat my personal best.
Got demoted so
impressive.
hard, you got demoted out of our department.
Yeah.
Oh, I got 1. My
That's a
personal
record.
best is 2,
I did
so-
such a bad job that I didn't solve my
Seriously?
position.
What?
That's true.
They're like, no, we're done
Seriously, your
with this.
personal best is 2? Yeah. Damn. I've been practicing for a long time. Well, I guess everybody starts somewhere. I got 1. I got 0.
But yeah, I guess if I'm I'm 1 out of 10 when it comes to being straight. Then that's the straight.
Oh, almost got 3.
Good to hear it.
I was on a very straight cruise for a week
0.
last week. Straight singles only. Met a
Did you
nice
hook up with any good sequels?
yeah,
Bernard
met up
later,
with a
I
nice
think so.
man named Michelle. I mean Michael.
Oh, sounds
What?
French.
Where do you see them?
It's a guy earlier who was on the
Sorry, I
Oh,
got
yell! We can't hear you.
Bad. They're on the crane over there. We always had a plan. Beat on the crane if shit went bad.
And they're there? Are you sure?
I can see him. It's Jack in his teal. No one else wears teal like that.
I can't see shit.
Sorry, just had to take a selfie. Definitely not a picture of Maria without a picture.
Oh yeah, I see him on the very top of the crane. He's like sitting down, all depressed.
No, he's climbing it still. He's almost to the crane part.
All right.
Oh yeah, I see some.
How many people up there? I'll go pick them
Okay.
up.
I see
There's
3.
2 of them.
I see 3
Yeah,
total.
let's go.
No, just one. Just one.
Oh shit, you are right about that.
Just
there's,
one.
There's 2.
No, just. I wanted to go alone in helicopter, so you're safe.
Well,
Yeah,
why don't
that's
you
just
come with me
fake
so
flare
that
gun, I know
we're
that.
safe?
There was 2
Have you ever
climbing and
picked
one
up
already at the
people
very top.
while the helicopter was still moving?
Yeah.
All right, good. Make sure these ones land safely if they're. Who's that? Is that?
I think it's the same helicopter again.
Yeah, probably. I think they're bringing initiates
There's
from.
people over at that crane.
Yeah, there's people on the crane.
We'll go ahead and pick people from crane. Just be careful about landing. Thank you.
Thank you so Careful, much. careful, careful.
Yeah. We'll go.
I see.
I mean, this is kind of we just gotta keep
that
recruiting
Mickey?
people to eat eventually, you know.
We try and get the people on the crane.
And then we'll have an
Mickey,
endless source of
hi.
food.
Wait.
Fat people.
Well, I mean,
Do you
Maria's
have
right there.
parachute?
She's like,
No, she's
Maria's
an
kind
initiate
of, she's
also.
been gaining weight.
All right,
She's like 45
land
pounds
here.
now.
Initiates.
They have parachutes. They have parachutes.
For eating initiates?
If you go
If they don't have a parachute, we're
Well,
gonna
I
have to
mean,
eat 'em.
first we
we could go
first
over
we eat
to-
the
Just land
poor
here
guys
carefully.
before we
Terry,
turn.
clear out. Terry, clear out. Terry, clear out.
Watch out.
Thank you. All right, Chloe, let's go.
All right.
Oh wait, Hope promoted me, so I'm no longer an initiate.
Oh.
Hope cannot promote you.
I'm senior operator. Obviously, I can go promote people.
Right, all of you clear out from this place. We're gonna be landing soon. Right. No. Other side, where the weight is. We'll pick them up from that side. Yep. Here, come to where the weight is. Come to where the weight on the crane is. We'll pick you up. Go ahead, get in. Get more by the ledge. Not upside. Not like that. Yep, good job. Now go around so you can reach the other side. Maybe not with blades over face, but good job.
Yeah, I didn't think about that until it was a little bit late.
Wait, yeah, hold on. Person in helicopter, move to other seat.
Okay.
You somehow sat in the wrong one. Other seat. Alright, good. Now, slowly, slowly.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I got
to left. I know. Pats on hand. Great job.
Oh, wait until I tell you it's okay.
Okay.
Alright, so tricky.
This is a pro maneuver, Chloe.
No, it's normal maneuver. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Come on, 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 come on.
Spike.
Good job, good job. Don't worry, we got hitting.
Oh wow, there's so many people.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Clear out! Clear out, now!
Go over to one of the. Go to Chloe is coming now. Ask her to.
Good job.
Look at you.
Engine off? You have keys?
How you doing?
Thank you. Well,
Jack.
my submarine crashed.
Oh no. Jack!
You have a submarine too, Spike? This
Free for a
rooftop
little
is a
bit.
lot more crowded than
I've been
it
flying for
started.
like 2 hours straight now.
The Los Angeles canals, they're not good for going over with submarines.
Yeah.
Yeah,
The
no,
submarine's too slow.
We figured, yeah.
It just fell.
No, we picked a couple people up in the marina earlier. Or in the submarine.
Jack, is that flare gun the only weapon you have?
No.
Okay, good.
There's
it
fucking
is
people
one of-
up all over the place. There's there's people on
Why
roofs.
should I-
Hi,
A lot of
Yoku.
people have been
Hello.
stuck up by the observatory.
Nice. Pink. Do you still have your scuba gear?
Yeah. Sure do.
What was that?
Hey, I got 2 of us with scuba gear.
That was Maria. Did you change your mask
I think
again?
there's another heli coming,
Yeah.
and I
You're
don't
like
know
a
if they
different
have the
animal
room
every
fit.
time. You change them so subtly. I didn't notice.
Master disguise.
Hey, wait,
Or
hold
at
on.
least
Clear space.
Master
Clear
training.
space.
They're gonna have to come in here. That's the only place that they can fit.
Yeah.
Where's Katya? I want to know how she got off. Where's Katya? Oh, hey. Oh, I love your mask.
Thank you.
Try very slowly. If there's not enough room, or clear out.
Go for a little bit right, yeah. A little bit right, a little bit forward.
I want to know how
Come here. Don't stand behind Valkyrie.
Right,
It
right,
might
go
fall
right,
over.
go right, go right.
Alright.
Okay, good.
Now turn off engine.
Derpy little blueberry eyes.
And pray. I think it's too close. Oh my god, thank god.
That's good.
It's
Hey, we
very
just
close.
came-
robots here.
We just came from Pizza This. They're still open.
Oh.
Why?
Nice.
How?
Can I buy a
Does anybody
pizza?
want some mozzarella?
Yes, please.
On pizza or just mozzarella?
They have like 100 to 200 mozzarella. They're still
Oh, nice.
open. If you guys have a scuba tank.
I do.
They're still
Yeah.
How?
Yeah, we.
Hey, Chloe, want to go?
Mozzarella, all you can eat.
I don't have
Excuse
scuba
me, guy
gear.
with the scuba gear.
Wait, where you guys going?
I don't have my paper, but I love you.
I'll fly over there though.
Yeah. I just need a scuba gear to go inside.
Yeah, I don't have scuba gear though.
Who wants to go to Pizza This for some underwater
Are we
cuisine?
gonna make it? There's a thingy happening.
I don't have.
There's a thingy happening.
Do you think I
you
will make it
Did
if
you
I
get out of
fly?
there?
Alright, putting
I
extra
woke up
medical
and
supplies
Maria
in the.
scooped me up and saved me.
There we go.
In that pink helicopter?
I wouldn't
Nope.
try.
In Tacna.
Oh, in Tacman. Okay, gotcha.
I have room.
Is there not
Ronaldo
one in,
Nator?
Is there not one in here?
Chloe, thank you for picking me up. I have to go do something.
Alright, have fun.
No, they've all been taken.
Where are we going?
I made sure there was a few of them in here.
Step away, Terry, for a second. Oh my god, how much does it weigh?
Do you know someone
How
named
much
Kitty?
Chiliad?
Yeah.
Hey, by the way, Mickey, I meant to tell you, but last night after after you went off duty, I also signed off on your MDT stuff because your invoices look good.
Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Of course.
What do I need to work
Should we
on
just now?
promote?
Should we just promote them?
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
I'm not
honestly,
ready.
there's a
Yeah.
few that absolutely are basically ready.
Yeah, just go ahead and do it.
Well, gonna wait until get a little bit more scene. No.
I'm ready. I am ready.
Maybe just let's
Finally.
see if
One
we
of their
make it through
parachutes
the
didn't
night.
deploy.
Yeah.
And
Oh,
then
well.
we could decide.
No.
We'll get the call.
I'm the underseer, and I say yes.
All right, yeah, go for
An
it.
alternator?
Straight down.
Does Sal have it, or did you give it to someone else?
I also don't know your names.
Anyway,
It's Mickey Ryan.
She came over with me,
Okay.
and the last thing.
Alright,
she
who has a
told me
spare
was, "I'm
scuba
afraid
suit
of
I can borrow
heights."
for this
And then she
pizza days
rode
visit?
the helicopter down.
Ah,
That's me.
thank you.
Yeah, we spoke that other day.
Alright, Chloe, do you have a scuba
Ooh,
suit?
can I go? I want to go.
No, but I can just shove this parachute in a glove box.
No, but you need scuba suit to visit Pizza This.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Hold on. So I mean, I can carry a scuba suit now.
There's space
Who's a
in
scuba suit?
there's space in
Who's a
bag
spare scuba
and
suit?
office.
Who has a scuba suit that I can borrow?
I don't.
I could have.
Riv, can we?
Storage. We have so many.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you.
Up. Never mind.
They're so heavy. Yeah.
There you go. One's on the ground.
Storm, you got it over here.
On the ground next to me.
Storm,
I'm right here. Storm here.
scuba gear on the ground if you want to come with.
You should hurry before they sell out.
They're gonna sell out of the mozzarella sticks. Hurry!
Ooh, we gotta go get some mozzarella.
The city's flooding and his zombies
Pet,
are
stay
attacking.
here.
We must have mozzarella sticks.
It's really good. Rate them 5 stars.
Alright, question. Where do we land that we can go down and then back up?
I got the parachute. Yeah, I can hover. It's fine.
Alright.
If we can't find a spot, I can hover.
Oh, Chloe, could I fly?
Do you really want to?
Yes.
I'll fly so all of you guys can go.
No, we'll find a place to park. Don't worry.
It's very far away. You're not gonna make it before they sell out.
We'll look.
Alright.
Will you bring me back some mozzarella sticks?
Right, everyone in? Alright, step away. And
Get away.
Keys and ignition? No? Keys and where?
Oh, sorry.
Yep.
Keys in glove box.
Thank you. Yeah, let's have some fun.
Okay. Oh wow, that's a lot of water.
Alright, Chloe, do you have parachute and scuba gear?
Yeah, my parachute is. Hold on. I need to organize some equipment real quick.
Alright, we're gonna... How could we do this? You see hill in front of us, east.
Yeah, I've got a parachute and scuba gear.
Alright, how about you all three go ahead and enjoy, and then once you're done, swim over to hill up east. Hold on, let me mark it for you. Gonna be... Well, I cannot mark it, but it's east. And then Chloe and Storm, you can use 13 Bravo to let me know when you're ready to be picked up.
Okay, so we're gonna go jump out and try to bin and get food.
Yeah. Go ahead and put on scuba gear, parachute, and... Yep.
Okay. Are we ready? I do. Alright, I'm jumping. Bye.
I don't want to stay with the helicopter though.
You want? Alright. Go ahead, jump out. Go get some mozzarella sticks. You need cash? Do you have cash? Hello, passenger in back. Do you have cash?
I don't have a parachute.
Oh, it's
Oh,
fine.
here.
Do you have cash?
borrow
We'll
mine.
lower for you.
Yeah, you can borrow my parachute. It's in the here. Pass. Back. Check the glove box.
Yeah, and I put little cash for
Oh,
you so you
here.
can afford it as well. Go ahead and have fun. No, it's fine. It's just parachute. Just put it on and open it. You pull the left cord. It's fine. It's water. You'll survive. Oh, she's not pulling. Ah, there we go. I guess we're alone.
Yeah. It's so peaceful up here.
It is a little peaceful, yeah. Today was fun, yeah. Who's G Gold Rush?
Alpha? Oh no.
Where's that?
G Gold Rush is the receptionist.
Oh, it's alright. It's oh well.
Ginger.
It appears that Mount Cheliad is getting overrun.
Yeah.
Oh, well, let PD handle it.
Yep. Yeah, some of us have some survival sense.
Yeah. I told them let's spread out.
Right?
Yep.
Leans over, kisses on side of cheek.
Oh.
Scuba mask is in the way.
Take scuba mask off. Takes the vest off as well. And parachute.
Takes shirt and vest off.
Uh-huh.
Thank God there's heating in here.
Oh yeah.
Nelfire
Oh my
has
God.
sold their soul. All hail the AI overlords.
Nelfire, thank you so much for the sub. Sorry, I can barely read. My glasses broke, so I can... You just wait for a 13 Bravo to pick them up.
Yeah. Wait, did one of them had a radio, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh yeah, it was Storm. That's right.
Let's go ahead and add
Hold on one
that.
second.
Alright. Thank you so much for the sub, Nelfire. Thank you, I appreciate it. Guess we got 2 hours to add to the subathon, which leaves at 16 hours and 50 minutes. Yeah? What's wrong?
I have this light. Trying to turn this light off.
On the scuba gear, you cannot.
Oh.
It stays on.
Alright, well, I'm gonna get back in the helicopter where it's warm then.
Alright.
I think there's a bottle of sparkling grape juice in here where
Oh.
the,
Platinum insurance holders.
yeah, exactly.
Do, 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 do.
Do you want to make out?
They even have to ask?
Make out noises.
What a screenshot.
Make out noises.
They're taking a while there, huh?
Not that I'm complaining.
I definitely am not. Camera moves to oversee the horizon, fades to black. A lot more than just makeout noises.
Oh, 13 Bravo. I don't care. We'll pick them up in a minute.
Yeah, they'll survive. We're busy. God bless Tackman.
Remember, this is the 20th century. We're not in the Dark Ages.
Весной голубоглазою, полуденный прибой, ты помнишь, как мы лазали на пристани с тобой, как дрались с бочонками, как ты гулял с девчонками, а я тебя ждала, любя, у будки портовой.
There we go. Ah, beautiful.
Прошла пора беспечная, настали дни забот, и вот однажды вечером отчалил пароход. Простились мы без жалобы, махнул ты с верхней палубы, с тех пор тебя я жду, любя, уже который год. Все жду, мальчишка беспризорный, с вихрастой головой, звенел бы смех задорный над водной синевой, форсил татуировкою, разрез волны.
How long the server will be down? I have no idea. I'm checking right now. I was not keeping up to date with any of the updates. I have no like personal idea on how long and how long it takes. Oh no, why is there a clip saying it's fine? And it's right before I exploded the Valkyrie. Yes, everyone has to be on. We'll just have high command hired on, and we'll hire everyone else back on.